managing or at least coordinating these events has always been requesting colleagues. And for those who are familiar with my shenanigans would know that I would request every morning that you shift the seat you've been sitting in and try and, sit in a different corner so that you could understand who else is where. We know we are creatures of habit, but we can try and break that habit as long as we're here. And please do not spend every waking hour indoors. This coast is a very beautiful place to be in. I've already heard the testimonies from a few people saying that this was perhaps a good decision than staying in the concrete jungle of Nairobi or other places where traffic jam becomes a problem. And because we are here, ladies and gentlemen, the platform has been set. It's for you to dance. Walk the white sandy beaches, slip off your shoes, and let your feet sink into the sand. Right? We have neighborhoods here called Nyali and Mhdp-A, not very far from here. I have not been paid to market any of these places. But you are ever looking for places to relax, ladies and gentlemen, Nyali and Mhdp-A will answer most of your questions. You can ask me about addresses later, and I'll be happy to provide some of this. I Googled them, not that I'm familiar with them really. Rest is not there for distraction, but really a big part of what we are doing here. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, to the Aphrc team, our colleagues from Welcome, friends from Aphrc CDC, the Ministry of Health, the county government of Mombasa, we just want to say thank you for your courage, your rigor, and your heart. Let us reflect, let us learn, and let us build the next chapter together. But above all, stay safe and stay bubbly as we convene here. Karibu and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're free to clap. Now, I'll be overall MC. I'm the science type of MC, so I may not really do many crazy, beautiful things, but we'll see how that goes. I would love to get us through the agenda, to have a quick run through of the agenda. So if you could help me run through the agenda, Joel, just so we know what the 3 days ahead portend for us. As we get that up, we've started with some registration, so I hope you have registered as you entered the door. And I hope your morning is coffee-fueled. Certainly, I know one person in the room who has had their fix of coffee. And you can see it from their eyes. They are really happy about it. We will soon hear from our Aphrc management or administration and our colleagues from Welcome based on the agenda that you're looking at now. We'll then, of course, hear from our colleagues from the Aphrc CDC on a topic on unlocking impact and scaling data-driven mental health innovations in Africa, because that's exactly what we've been doing. After coffee, which will take 30 minutes today, and hopefully before anyone starts checking their emails furiously, we will go into a session by our invited chief guest from the Ministry of Health. I already mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, that we have a PS representative who will be joining us shortly, as well as our hosts from this county government who will take that slot. We will then move on to lunch after listening to the first group presenting from Malawi on leveraging existing data set to understand mental health disorders in rural and urban Malawi. Following lunch, we'll dive into some additional presentations. We'll travel across the region, at least intellectually, from South Africa to Uganda. As you can see, we'll have some colleagues from South Africa, and we'll have later, after a coffee break, from the team, the GSP team from Uganda. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, there won't be exams to sit after these presentations, but some of these presentations will make you hope that you revised your own statistics. So it's something to look forward to on some of the great work that will be presented by our colleagues. We'll make sure to take coffee breaks at strategic positions so that you're fueled properly to engage. And then, after your caffeine levels are feeling good and looking good, we'll have Joel and Angela help us synthesize the going-ons of the day. That will be the reflection session run by our great colleagues, Joel and Angela. And then we will continue the networking over dinner, and that's where you will be allowed to keep things less serious. You can talk about delayed flights, or whose innovations it's promising, or even about our government. Our government, not your government. So that looks like what will happen today, but there's also great work to be done across the week. So for the next 2 other days, we'll be looking at exploring NLP, digital platforms, AI applications, data governance, lived experience engagement, and the over-important question of how to sustain and scale the excellent work that you've been doing. That will be captured in the presentations in day 2, as you've seen, again, traveling across Africa, different teams giving us an insight into what they have worked. And by Thursday afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the goal is that we leave not only with new knowledge and partnerships, but also with a renewed sense of the possibility of transforming the mental health of the communities in Africa through data-driven solutions. We really hope that by Thursday we will have that done. So with that, let's begin what I hope will be an engaging, insightful, and enjoyable convening here in Mombasa, County number 001. Karibuni and welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. So, we have colleagues from Welcome who joined us. I had earlier mentioned, but we'll have a chance to hear from them, so we don't have to do a one-off introduction. Akin and Winnie are seated at the front, so thank you for coming all the way. I know you arrived late, and that you could be here this hour is great. Ben, we still are waiting for our guests. Okay, great. I just needed to double check that. So I'll stand guide therefore, and I think it's time for us to get going with the agenda of the day, having run through that. In terms of a bit of housekeeping, we'll try to get started on time every day, better than we started today. So let's see how that goes for tomorrow and Thursday. You have found your way here, which already takes something away from what I needed to discuss. We have facilities around this location where we're meeting. Ladies' washroom within within this room, far at the corner where I'm pointing now. And the gentlemen, you'll have to stretch your legs a bit far into the gym. That's not very far from the swimming pool out there. It is a baby swimming pool, ladies and gentlemen. So let me not find adults in that swimming pool. Certainly not during the working times. All right. What else should I talk about? Joel, anything that we need to discuss as... This is the man called Joel, by the way. I think it's important that I introduce him at this hour. He's the guy with all the answers. I'm sure most of you know him already, but for the new faces here, him and Angela would be the key people. Before you even get to Sylvia or myself, please make sure that you've had a chance of speaking with Joel. He may know a lot more than I do, or certainly will know a lot more than I do regarding the logistics and anything that you may plan. Yeah. I think that's mostly it in terms of the housekeeping. Sylvia, anything else? Yeah? We good? Okay. Great. So can we get started therefore, Joel? If you could just take us to the first bit of the agenda today. What do we start with? I think at this stage I need to invite Sylvia. And for many of you will know that Sylvia has been the captain of the ship. She has been leading this work, and I'm sure like me, as she's very excited. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a hand for the lady. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think Fred has almost exhausted everything I wanted to say. But first of all, I would like to welcome all of you to Mombasa. A very warm welcome. So I managed to put on the colors that sort of represent Mombasa, sunny. But unfortunately, we've only had rain since we arrived. So it's a great pleasure to have you all here. And it's really exciting because for us, it's the journey about mental health, but it's also the journey for many first things in Africa. So it means a lot, but it also means that there are so many people who believe in the journey. So, and we are yet to go so far. So first of all, I would like to welcome the teams here. We have our executive leadership, and we really appreciate that they could make it to this event. We appreciate the welcome team who arrived very late in the night and are here with us. So I hope you stay awake till till the end of the day. All our representative from the Aphrc CDC, from the PS, Ministry of Health, from the county governor, all protocol observed, and all participants here, or all awardees, because the reason we are here is because of you and because of the work that you've been doing. So, and the great impact that work has had on the continent, or it will have, or is already having on the continent. So how do you move the slides? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so thank you so much. So I'm tasked with, yeah? Okay, okay. So I'm tasked to talk about what we are going to do today, the key objectives of the meeting. So this meeting, which is a final convening, is something that we've looked forward to having because of the work that has gone on, a lot of work. So a lot of work has gone into preparing and getting to this point. So we've done a lot, produced knowledge in many contexts. You'll see in which countries we have impact. And then it's knowledge about mental health research and the actions that are taking place and the integration of lived experience, expertise, which is a first thing in many settings in Africa. We'll showcase these innovations and the impact or translation of those, the knowledge into action, and the potential for scaling or scaling that is already happening to amplify the work. So we also have strategic policy influence and communication that is ongoing. We have partnership opportunities, just like Fred said. We hope to partner all of the people in this room do or know something about mental health. And we also want to position the Mental Health Data Prize Africa in this setting. So the project teams will present their impact narratives. We'll have key sessions on that are led by experts, by their expertise on lived experience, data governance, ethics, and regulations. We have panel discussions and opportunities for scaling and sustaining these innovations. We have feedback that we'll receive from the audience. And we also have the keynote speeches that will happen on the first day. So the keynote, I won't go through it because we are about to just receive the keynote and all the key sessions, the prize itself, and the things that are going. So I can't talk about the project objectives and leave out the key achievements of the Mental Health Data Prize Africa initiative. So I want to take a moment to just run through some of the achievements. So we all know the problem about mental health, the fact that it causes so much reduced functioning, it incurs costs to families, to individuals and communities. But we also know that only 2% of global mental health data comes from Africa. So it's a big thing for us. So what did we set out to do in the prize? So the Mental Health Data Prize was a challenge-led funding mechanism to answer the question, how can we tackle depression, anxiety, and psychosis? And this was the main goal of the prize. And the thematic areas and scope, we were looking at to produce scalable, tangible, data-driven mental health solutions or tools that were tailored to African priorities while building local capacity. And the key message here is that we had to use pre-existing mental health data sets. So because of the lack of data and the gaps that we recognize in this setting is what we focused on to drive the initiative. So what do we mean by data-driven insights? So how do the brain, body, and environment interact in mental health? Or in other words, what works for whom and why? And also tools that could support mental health research that were data-driven. So in terms of the management, APHRC's role, we had to manage the prize. We had to build capacity for this program. We had to support matchmaking and also support a landscape analysis of mental health research and data sets. So, and our values for while doing this work is really recognizing that mental health science is interdisciplinary. We have, we are focused on improving inclusivity and representation, and this is not just about the geographical reach, but who we get to reach. So there are structural issues there, who is underrepresented in terms of the language, the discipline, and all the other inequities that happen within our context. We had to involve people with lived experience because it's because of that solutions work. So solutions by themselves or tools are not, do not solve problems unless they are built with the people involved. And we also recognized that data science is evolving and we need to recognize the limitations, be transparent in what works and what doesn't work well. So, yeah, and then the countries involved will get to hear about them, so I won't say much about those. So in terms of this partnership, yeah, first of all, like I mentioned, we had this great partnership between the African Population and Health Research Center as the delivery partner and Welcome, our funder. And this partnership was successfully operationalized in terms of shifting the dynamic from any traditional grant to a co-designed and scalable systemic change. So this was not one of the ordinary grants because we were day by day in the face of the funder and discussing the context, different things, and all the lessons and learnings in terms of delivering this prize. We established a resilient prize delivery framework. We navigated complex project life cycles, operational adaptations to our context. We steered several milestones, had strategic shifts along the way, and we built a repeatable framework for multi-country delivery. So in terms of a cycle, and this is just looking broadly, we are right at the end of this cycle because our final delivery is this final convening and closing all these projects. So really exciting to see at this point, but that's the framework. We have also built a global footprint in terms of the execution. We have transitioned this vision that we had about mental health to a reality. So we've managed the selection, onboarding, activation of the awardee countries, and moving through the complex landscape from awarded status to active implementation sites that continue to grow. So we also have this cross-border coordination that is providing this virtual and localized cross-team assistance, and then operational oversight over the jurisdictions. So, and in terms of capacity building, we built a capacity building platform, which is the first 6 months of the prize. We built local capacity across the continent, and this helped us grow. So we had upskilling sessions for upskilling modules for close to 2,500 stakeholders. We designed and executed a comprehensive pre- and post-award training metrics. We also bridged the technical, clinical insights and lived experience divide. So this is very key for us because most of the time the three aspects of experience or expertise work in silos. But we delivered this rigorous training combining the expertise around data science with domain expertise in mental health research and expertise by lived experience. So really critical learning for us. So in terms of the data systems, the capacity building, these capacity building modules are already available publicly online. We have a dynamic website, and I'll talk about the mental health data repository, which is also key for us, and the application portal. So, and I would like to take a few also minutes to talk about lived experience. So we pioneered the lived experience integration, and I must say at the beginning, we had so many meetings in which in every meeting we were asked to define lived experience. You know, it was really, it was learning so many things and so many fasts. So this mental health data prize initiative elevated community voice to core design. So we shifted lived experience from a passive advisory checkbox to a foundational driver of design, of research, and project evaluation. And through those learnings, so we developed this standardized framework in terms of the training manual to formalize the ethical co-designed research methodologies for future initiatives. And these have been published. So I won't go much into that, but we have all these things that have achievements for lived experience that have been ongoing in terms of training, documentation, awareness, research, and then partnership building, as well as strengthening the work around lived experience and a community of practice. So what have we learned from that? So during this process, a few pointers that really stand out are the clarity of roles, especially at the beginning. When you're creating your partnerships, it's very clear that you need to define roles, especially around lived experience. You need to be adaptable because the adaptability is needed to adjust to the setting or context or need and the research that you're doing. We also work according to, it's also good to know that you work according to each person's strengths because that reduces the stress. And it's really a multidisciplinary teams. So learning when to reassign tasks as needed, but also being open to continuous and iterative learning throughout the life cycle. Because as much as experts by the technical experts and experts by lived experience must remain open to learning throughout the cycle. And also commitment to understanding and respecting both expertise when working across skill sets. And what we recognize is that for every single contribution counts towards a stronger foundation. So every brick laid, everything that you do counts towards this stronger foundation in lived experience. So what we did, the insights, so strategic insights we draw from here, is that we managed to do this almost through a process of engaging all awardees and all communities that are attached to us with our lived experience consultants, ensuring that mental health expertise and expertise by lived experience are core in the workflows, in the methods, in the tools, in the advocacy, but also establishing safeguarding protocols aligned to project outputs and global evidence that support mental health standards. And then one of the other things that the values that we promote, which is really around open science. How do we share the knowledge that we've gained from all of this? So of all the 10 awardees, we have the projects and the metadata that is pertains to those projects within a platform. And we also have their workflows and access to data sharing policies and collaboration. And this is one of the things that also forms part of our repository. So, and this is one of the things that we are also really excited about, because for the first time, we get to see some mental health data sets across Africa. So what we did is a scoping review of mental health data sets that have been compiled. So far, we now have 129 mental health metadata sets that define key variables, specifications, and providers can submit their own data set details. And we've recently also included a web crawling feature to fetch data from internet sources. And this is within the Mental Health Data Prize platform. So you can find it there. A bit of a glance, because most of this work has grown, has been amplified because of the comms around the visibility that we've provided. So over the 2 years that we've run the prize cycle, we have channels and platforms, we have multilingual content, we have geographical reach, we have several events covered, and above all, as you can see, this has grown tremendously. We have a number of, and most of these are fed into from the initiative itself, including our awardees providing, and the content is published in all, the content that was published in the first year is all translated into English, French, Portuguese, and Arabic. And I must say, the reach, as much as we get to the language, there are still improvements in terms of reach, especially for North Africa. So what are we carrying forward? So we have this integrated communications program. We have committed to nurturing relationships with creative partners who respect systems, timelines, and standards. So we'll continue to do that and also focus on human-centered storytelling and multilingual, but also recognizing underrepresented groups to maximize reach, both in Africa and globally. So what are our lessons overall? So I think I'll speak, given the background of this data project, I'll speak to some of the key issues that came up during this process. So one of the things is that, we have a lot of data that is not used. And one of the things we recognize, especially in service provider, data from service use, service utility, a lot of missingness occurs. But we also know that as we advance our methods, we need to recognize the quality of the data is very key. Because if something went wrong with the data collected, you can't fix it even with the analysis. So we need to make sure we collect good quality data, because even as much as we use the AI, good data is needed to run ethical models. So we need to be cognizant of that. And we have to remember that AI has to remain human-centric, meaning we can't leave everything to the AI. We have to validate. So the human comes first. before we think about the AI. There's also challenges, especially with using infrastructure that requires a lot of compute power. So there are challenges with data and digital infrastructure. So some investments needed there, especially computing resources for large language models or models in that sense, and also safety provisions for using those models, because this is participant data. Participants need to ensure, we need to ensure that participants are comfortable with the data, the way the data is handled, but also safety provisions are in place. And we need to think through, when we generate knowledge and translate it into action, how do we amplify it or scale it beyond what we are doing and sustain the knowledge? And the challenge with ethical approvals and governance issues. So that keeps coming up, and we need to think through a concept or project. We need to think through the governance and ethical issues at the start and resolve those issues. And also we have the subcontracting, many partners, so there's a lot of lessons to learn, both for the teams in terms of how do they govern the partnerships that they build. But above all, I think one of the things that really stands out is the fact that we have, much as we don't have all the regulations in place about the data, and we keep talking about the regulations, we keep talking about the governance issues, but above all, we need to ensure that participants' data is kept safely and they're comfortable with it. So bottom line is we need to ensure the safety of participants and the provisions we have when we use the data, because that's where the trust and the building, the tools, the sustainability, the impact and the progress around what impact those tools have starts from. So, and of course a bigger issue is all the time, funding and investment for these tools, for even sustainability and scaling. It's just to think through, what partnerships do I need to make in order to drive or amplify the work that is already ongoing, which is so many good things happening. We have to ensure that our partnerships are not extractive. We have to really start to think, how do we build this kind of investment on the continent in terms of private-public partnerships, or whether we need we have the right people, the government, the policymakers in place to help us think through the sustainability aspects. So I want to take this opportunity to say what we expect today is we let the data tell the story rather than the data be the story. So we're going to hear from all the teams letting their data be the story, not let their data be the story, but rather use the data to support that story. And I want to say, let's envision a world where mental health is not a barrier, but a bridge. But also let's get to that point whereby mental health is actually health, that people begin to see, to treat, and to recognize mental health as a real game changer in everything. So it's not just about health, that mental health is health, and let's be part of this impactful movement. Thank you very much. I would like to say maybe a few things. I know Fred has welcomed the teams, and I would like to say maybe just a few things, acknowledging first of all, the funding from Welcome, the partners that we have built through this partnership. We've engaged with so many groups of people. We've engaged with the technical advisory panel of reviewers. We have facilitators, a group of facilitators, very large team that helps us build the capacity and that drives. And of course, our Aphrc team, executive, because it gave us the environment to reinvent all these things and to think beyond the box, you know, like think beyond what we would usually expect. And I think we are, just like Fred, in a great place to be at this time. I think if you're in Mombasa, we recognize that our participants online who couldn't join are still part of us, but we also appreciate that they made that decision to preserve the risk that could risk for themselves and for the participants here today. So that's a really great sacrifice. And also the community that is online, that has joined to listen in, we really appreciate and commit to the day's activities, and hopefully you'll engage with us and stay on. And most of all, we're in Mombasa, so if you don't get to put your feet in the sand, I think you can do one of three things. You can either go take some coconut water, which you've seen around, at least try something, or visit the spices market. I think there's a very big market for spices in Mombasa. And what else? Yeah, kayaking. Yeah, so many things. And visit Fort Jesus, maybe. That is a few things to see. So thank you so much. I appreciate everyone who is here. And it's a great honor to lead such an incredible team, because I'm leading the ship, but so many people doing so many great things, and I appreciate the secretariat because they've been amazing. Thank you.
You can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. It's just morning, eh? Yeah. Clapping is very African, and we are several African in the room, so let's do that. Let's get that strong, right? Yep, good stuff. I like that last slide there about call to action that Sylvia put up. Let us do this. I wish that came up, but I think we are going past that. You know, let's join hands to ensure that all of us, or the community and the society, has the best mental health services and interventions that can be made available. We are live streaming this event on YouTube. You have signed consent out there, hopefully. The problem with live streaming is that if you said no, we wouldn't know how to eliminate you from that feed. I just put myself in a very difficult situation. I didn't know I was heading there. I don't know how to apologize to you if you get caught up in the live stream. But ladies and gentlemen, this is being live streamed on YouTube. Just for the sake that we have different people tuning in. And it will be important for them to know. And some of your team members could also want to follow the proceedings online. So it would be great that we get that going. But please do let me know if you don't want to appear in the video, and I will tell the gentleman, the paparazzi, to avoid pointing the lens your way. We are still in the welcome phase, and how apt that the next team coming on board are actually welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the welcome team to give us their welcoming remarks. And please extend some grace to them. They are still a bit fuzzy with the, yeah, please.
Is that working? What? Oh, okay. No, I'm also trying to see if something is happening. Okay, anyway, hi everyone. So my name is Mhdp-A. I am part of the data team at Welcome, and I'm here with my colleague Winnie.
Hi everyone, nice to see you today. My name is Winnie, I work in the mental health team at Welcome.
So Mental Health Data Prize Africa has been a true collaboration between our two teams, so that's the reason why today you're getting a double act from two of us. I probably need the, oh, it's here. Okay, so hopefully, sorry?
Sorry. Can you hear me online?
Okay, now it's working.
Yeah? How do we even know? Someone say something? Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So you have to speak a bit louder.
No, I think it wasn't on, it's not me. It's Can you hear me? There we go. Okay, I guess we'll skip the intros. Ekin and Winnie, fine. So, okay, hopefully you are quite familiar with Wellcome Trust, but in case if you are not, we are an independent charitable foundation. We are based in the UK, but we fund globally. And our vision is to support a healthier future for everyone. And we do this by supporting science to solve urgent health challenges. And of course that involves research funding, but we also engage and partner with other health-related organizations for this goal. So our strategy has, okay, everything has moved in the slide. I don't know why, sorry. Our strategy has two modes of action, discovery and solutions, and we fund major programs as part of both of those. So the discovery part of our strategy involves curiosity-driven research, where the impact on human health can happen in the future, like kind of down the line. And the solutions part of our discovery, of our strategy, involves selected areas of health challenges where we think that accelerated welcome support can lead to solutions that can be implemented and leading to impact on human health in the near future. And as part of our solutions, part of our strategy, we have climate and health, infectious diseases, and of course mental health, where this initiative sits under. And across both discovery and solution sides of our strategy, we put emphasis on equity and on making sure that the research that we fund has equitable outcomes. So I will pass it over to Winnie in a moment, who will tell us a little bit more about mental health side of things. What were you trying to do?
Yeah, slight apologies for the display of the slides. We have some welcome specific fonts, which obviously aren't quite transferred onto the laptop, but it's okay. As long as you can see and as long as it sort of makes sense, I think we're good to go. Yes, so in case you didn't catch it earlier, my name is Winnie. I work in the mental health team at Wellcome. And here our vision is a world in which no one is held back by mental health problems. And in order to create, to get to this world, our mission is to create a step change in early intervention in anxiety, depression, and psychosis. And we are choosing to focus on anxiety, depression, and psychosis not because we think these are the most important conditions, but because anxiety and depression are the conditions that are most prevalent, and psychosis is the condition, one of the conditions that is most debilitating. We're taking these conditions as very broadly defined. So this includes obsessive compulsive disorder, it includes, for example, bipolar disorder and others. And we are focusing on early intervention because by intervening early, we hope to ensure that conditions don't become lifelong and debilitating and chronic and holding people back from fulfilling their life's potential. We are working on 5 priorities in the mental health team. The first one is to build a collaborative and thriving field of mental health science. I mean, I don't have to tell you that mental health problems are really complex, and to make a real change in our understanding, we need to draw on lots of different scientific disciplines. So we want to try and integrate across biology, across psychology, social sciences, and many others, such as data science, to make a difference. We strive to incorporate co-leadership with lived experience experts in everything that we do in mental health research. And we define lived experience as the unique forms of knowledge and insights that come from living with or having lived with mental health problems. At Wellcome, we work with lived experience advisors in our day-to-day work. It shapes everything we do, and we hope that our grantees can get to a point where they can also embed that alongside their research leadership. We want to get to an improved understanding of how anxiety, depression, and psychosis develop, persist, and resolve, because we have a huge gap in our mechanistic understanding of mental health conditions. And we believe that only with better mechanistic understanding of how these conditions develop and eventually resolve, we can get to new and improved early interventions for anxiety, depression, and psychosis. And this is really critical because while good interventions, effective interventions already exist, they often aren't effective for everyone. And so we need to make strides here. And finally, we are working towards getting increased commitment by decision makers to enable the uptake and scaling of these new and improved interventions so that they can make a real impact in the real world. As you can see, mental health problems are prevalent everywhere in the world, and Wellcome is a global funder, so we actually have a lot of different mental health grants across the globe. We are currently in a stage where we are considering focusing on certain geographic regions in order to have a better impact and reduce the risk of sort of diluting our efforts. Of course, we have a traditionally large footprint in the UK already, and one of the regions that we are going towards focusing on is Africa. If you're looking at Africa on the map here, there are some countries that are reporting a lower burden of mental health problems, those countries in green and blue. Now, of course, we know there's huge uncertainty around this data. There's, there are big data gaps here. So we don't know how much weight we can put on these estimates. And I think we need to fill those data gaps so that we can understand whether there's an underestimation here, maybe due to issues such as stigma, or, being an optimist at nature like I am, or whether there's an opportunity here, and to understand whether these estimates are correct and what we can learn from that, what some places are perhaps doing well. And so in order to get to a more sort of region-specific mental health research agenda, we need an approach to this context-specific research. You might have seen the most recent other solutions, such are psychological and social, and they need to be adapted to local contexts to really increase their effectiveness. I might just pause here for a second. Sorry for that. Wow, and it looks better as well. Amazing. That's what we needed, a restart. Okay. I'm not going to restart though. Don't worry. Next. Now the clicker isn't working, of course. Okay. So, great, fantastic, we're back. So it's not as easy as just funding more research grants in more parts of the world. We also need to ensure that there is training, that there is strong research ecosystems that can take the grants and deliver strong, impactful mental health research. So we need to also invest in capacity building and strengthening the research ecosystem. Of course, we know that loads of great science does already exist, and you are all testament to this as you are present in this room here today, and online, of course. But unfortunately, quite often data doesn't have quite the reach because it has less visibility or is perhaps not as accessible. So we need to ensure that data is not just collected but also used. And finally, when we're talking about capacity, research capacity, training is really important, and we're doing a lot of funding in that area as well. But to draw in capacity from other disciplines can be a very effective and quick solution as well. And in this case, when we're talking about data, of course, drawing in data scientists into the mental health research field can be very effective. And so when we're considering all of these points, we thought that we wanted to try an approach that was not the standard mental health funding, but we decided to try and run a data prize instead. And I'll hand over to Ekin to tell us more about that.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, so as Winnie said, most of the Wellcome's established funding systems are somewhat less flexible and might not be necessarily best suited for funding data and technology. So this is where the whole creating the data prize mechanism for mental health came about. And when we started this idea of having a challenge-led funding mechanism for mental health and data, we really had like four core principles that we wanted to enable. So one of them was using existing data sources. The other one was building a multidisciplinary community around data and mental health research, and also putting lived experience at the heart of the tools that are being created. And finally, as I said, trialing some different approach that was a little bit more flexible than Wellcome's more established funding mechanisms. And I have to say, this was the Mental Health Data Prize Africa was not the first time that we actually ran a data prize. We had a previous one, which we now call the inaugural data prize or the first data prize, which was focusing on UK and South Africa specifically, that ran between 2022 and 2024. And although the UK side of this prize went really well and it went quite successfully, kind of delivered nice results, we unfortunately didn't get much applications from the South African side. And this gave us the opportunity to actually go out to the community and really engage and understand what we should have been we should be doing differently to get more kind of more appetite to even put in an application from African applicants. And three main kind of principles or reasons came up. So firstly, we were told that we should have put more emphasis on capacity building and strengthening. And I think Sylvia has also mentioned, probably quite a few of you will have participated in the upfront capacity building efforts of this prize. So this really came from this feedback that we got from the community. Secondly, we were told that we should be opening up the scope across the geographies and actually make it a Pan-African data prize instead of just focusing on a single country, because there are so many exciting and interesting data sources from across the continent. Hence, we went from having an only South Africa focused prize to a Pan-African data prize. And I think the diversity of the geographical diversity of the teams in this room right now is a testament that this feedback was actually definitely the right one. And also finally, we were told that we should really partner with an African organization to really understand the regional needs and also to deliver a prize model that is really tailored to the African community. And this is where our partnership with our amazing partners, Aphrc, came up from. And again, it has really made a huge difference. So all that I just want to say is this has been a true team effort, and it has been going on for a couple of years now. I mean, this convening, as Sylvia said, we are all here just because of your amazing research, but and it feels, I mean, to me, it feels like a big milestone, because even before you all started doing your research and putting on your applications, there was so much legwork and so much kind of build up to it. And we worked with many, many amazing colleagues from Aphrc and also from Welcome Side. Like, it's only myself, Winnie, and our comms colleague Sophie who's here, but there were definitely much more people from Welcome Side who was involved and who managed to make this a success. And I also want to give you a snapshot of the current prize portfolio. So as I said, we have what we call now the inaugural prize, which has finished in 2024, which focused on the UK and South Africa, which has now completed. We have been providing a follow-up funding and support to one of the prize winners from the first prize for a tool called Harmony. I think one of the teams here is actually collaborating with them, as far as I know. Yes, there we go. So Harmony is getting some kind of a scale-up support at the moment. We have the Mental Health Data Prize Africa, so all of you here. Today is more or less the last day, let's say. So it's concluding this year. At the moment, we have the second UK-only mental health data prizes, which are ongoing. It has just launched, and we just got the applications, right? And then finally, we also have in the making a climate and health data initiative, which is the similar kind of prize format. It is still early days, but if climate and health is something that you're interested in, like, keep an eye on it. You know, over the next year, I'm sure that you'll be seeing some information coming out of Welcome Side. And also, of course, we are thinking perhaps we should be doing more cycles of the Mental Health Data Prize Africa. But overall, it's just to say that even how much this whole portfolio has expanded and how much of a flexibility it has offered us to change things and change principles depending on the needs and the priorities at the regional level just gives us the confidence that this is a really interesting and probably the right approach to fund tools and technology at kind of like this kind of small scale. Okay, so in terms of other welcome opportunities, we thought since we are here this week, we might as well kind of mention a few of those, and if you're interested, you can come and talk to us. So firstly, I mentioned at the beginning of our talk, we have a discovery side of our kind of strategy, and we have discovery open mode schemes that happen 3 times a year. So those are regular schemes, and these are thematically agnostic, but it focuses on kind of fundamental research, so discovery-led research, rather than more kind of solution-specific research. But I think some of you might be actually well-suited or interested in those. Well, if you are, as I said, those happen 3 times a year, so there's a QR code if you want to get more information, and they are intended at 3 different career stages. So early career researchers, which is basically post-PhD, kind of mid-career researchers, and also more established researchers, which are kind of more suited for discovery awards. If you are interested, if you want to talk about any of those, well, I'm here this whole week, so come and give me a shout.
Thank you. And finally, also one for open funding call at the moment that I wanted to highlight, which is coming from the mental health team, and it's focusing on youth interventions in mental health. And we have designed this because there's a real challenge around anxiety and depression as major global health burdens for young people. And I know some of you are working in youth, so hopefully this is interesting either for you or for your network, for collaborators. We know that existing interventions are often not youth-specific, and many do not lead to lasting improvement. And at the same time, mechanisms of change of existing interventions are poorly understood, which means that really limits progress in terms of improving or designing new interventions. To understand the space better, we commissioned a landscaping report, and if you're interested in looking at the report, you can scan the QR code here or just simply look on our website. And it identified that there is a strong need for research that directly tests mechanisms to refine interventions. And among the many existing interventions, it highlighted particularly physical activity and sleep as those that are most evidence-supported, but underdeveloped in terms of intervention categories. So both of them are accessible, cost-effective, and easy to deliver, but really rarely scaled in real-world systems. like if you go to go to see a psychiatrist or psychologist, it's very, very rare that they would prescribe physical activity as an intervention. Yet we know that this can be highly effective. Obviously, those two are really interconnected as well, sleep and physical activity, and wearable technology nowadays makes it easier to collect data on these, especially in a sort of person-centered design. So the funding call has a deadline of 14th of July 2026. We are looking to fund projects for a duration of 3 to 4 years and for £1 to £4 million. And what we're looking for are mechanistically informed trials of circadian-based, so sleep-based, or physical activity interventions for youth aged between 10 to 18 that are at risk of or already experiencing anxiety and or depression. The research on the intervention itself must take place in the UK and or Africa, but the administering organization can be based anywhere in the world except from mainland China. And these interventions must have the potential to be scalable. And again, there's a QR code, but you can just look at the Welcome website to find more information about this. Or indeed, as Ekin has said, just come and talk to us about any of these funding opportunities. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I look forward to interacting with you across these next few days. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of information on the origins of the Mental Health Enterprise Africa, how it was hatched, and how it went, and the new opportunities that are coming from Welcome. And Ekin and Winnie, as they have suggested, are really open to have these conversations. I know that because we have experienced this with them before, so feel free to speak to them anytime during these 3 days that they're going to be here. So we will shortly switch and speak to. This is the boss's place. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for the Executive Director of the African Population and Health Research Center. It's not every day we get to hold her down for such event, so we lucky that she could make a time. So, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Fred, and good morning, everyone. Karibuni, Mombasa. That's as far as my Swahili goes. I can't speak more than that. So I have 3 tasks this morning. One is to welcome you, I just did that. And the second is to introduce you to APHRC. I'm sure you've been introduced to APHRC, but I was asked to do it again, just to situate today's event and this initiative within the broader APHRC strategy. And then I was given another topic, which I'll speak about later. So I have a hard task of going through 39 slides in 30 minutes, knowing that we are already late, but we'll see how it goes. So I'll speak about APHRC and its role in a stronger African research and development ecosystem. And I'm happy with Ekin and Winnie's presentation because they spoke to some of the issues of why we have to do what we do. And you've heard that we can't just do research, the ecosystem has to be strengthened, so we have to strengthen capacity of individuals, and you also have to strengthen institutions. So that's really aligned to what APHRC is trying to do. And the reason we do this, if you've never seen this slide, this is your chance. Yes, the African research and development ecosystem has long-standing challenges with regards to inputs, with regards to outputs. And I think the conclusion is that Africa punches way, 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 way below its weight. And there's a statistic about the fact that Africa contributes about 18 to 19% of the global population and 25% of the global burden of disease. But when it comes to research output, between 2 and 3%. We moved from 1 to 2 to 2 to 3 over the last 7 years. we added 1 percentage point in terms of our contribution to worldwide research output. And when it comes to how much Africa contributes to research and development investments, we only contribute 1.3%. And when it comes to patents, a mere 0.1% of patents held by nationals of Africa. So 0.1% of global patents is really, I can't even describe that. Below the belt is like in the basement. If there's a belt, then you go way below that. So the clicker is not working. Maybe you can move next slide. Okay, so in spite of what you see, we gave like the averages. Are you going to fix it? We gave the averages for the African continent, but there's still geographic disparities. Not everything happens the same, and there are 10 countries which account for almost everything in R&D in Africa. So for instance, 10 countries account for 70 to 80%. So the 2 to 3% is accounted for by 10 countries. If you take them out, maybe we are like 0 point something percent. And then of course, if you go in urban areas, that's where you find most research centers. That's why you find most of the research productive universities. When you go to rural areas, not so much. Language barriers, English-speaking nations produce 60% of publications. And then, of course, the majority of the funding goes to very few areas. HIV, TB, malaria. I had a slide which I think I've taken out. Mental health gets about 1% when it comes to research. Mental health gets about 1%. NCDs get about 2% of funding. And then TB, HIV, malaria get about 65%. So there's already, like in spite of, we are putting 1.7% of investment, we are producing 2 to 3%, but the majority of that is skewed towards specific issues and not the issues that perhaps we should be focusing on. And then there's this issue about the root cause, of course, is the domestic investment in R&D by African governments. And the African average is 0.45% of GDP. The global average is 1.7%. And the African Union set a target of 1%, I think it's about 20 years ago. And only South Africa is close to about 0.85. The African average is 0.45. So if you think about the GDP within Africa, we're still putting very low percentage of that. And at the bottom, there's this variation. I said South Africa is about 0.85, Kenya is about 0.78, Mauritania is 0.01. And I have a challenge: the day you meet a Mauritanian funded by their government in any conference, send me an email, I'll give you a prize. 0.01%. If there's a Mauritanian here, let me know. It's impossible with 0.01% of GDP to have anything coming out of that country, let alone people that are doing science and having the money to take them to a conference. So these are the disparities, these are the root causes. So when you think about the African R&D ecosystem, this is the context that we are talking about. And then, of course, the big elephant in the room since January last year, most of you are aware of this, a lot of things happened. And these are headlines from Kenyan media and other media about what happened in January 2025, which was largely characterized by a change in the funding landscape. But actually, this change was an acceleration of a trend. There's already been some downward trend when it comes to official development assistance as it applies to research and development for many reasons. And this is data from the so-called OECD countries, which are the traditional quote-unquote donors for research and development. There's already a downward trend for different reasons: geopolitics, wars, shifting priorities, and all sorts of things. So we are in an ecosystem where globally the funding that we rely on primarily has been reducing, and then of course our countries are putting 0.45 or 0.48% of their GDP. But there are also opportunities, and I want us to focus our attention to the opportunities of the current moment. And these are about different reform processes. Surprise, surprise, welcome. Welcome has been leading one process around the future of global health. And I'm aware of 7 other processes. No, 6 other processes. So I'm aware of 7 reform processes which have been happening. Welcome has been leading one, the UN is leading another, the EU is leading another. There are many of them. And the good thing is that there's one led by Africa, and that is led by the president of Ghana. There's something called the Accra Reset, which was launched at this event, which was called the Africa Health Sovereignty Summit. And this is a screenshot from their website, and it says, sovereignty is not a slogan, it is a discipline of delivery. And I like that, because an African-led initiative that is actually putting sovereignty, health sovereignty, data sovereignty, all sorts of financial sovereignty at the heart of whatever reform process is happening. So this is the opportunities, again, that are emerging, that amongst all the reform processes, most of them at the tail end, if you read the reports and the, whether they are preliminary or final, they are common themes. And these are the common themes. Sovereignty is at the heart of it. Data sovereignty, health sovereignty, and then of course country-led initiatives. Relevance and impact, efficiency. Everywhere you look, it's doing more with less. Because remember the slides, we are going down and then something happened. So we can't afford to do business as usual, we must do more with less. And then how we build trust-based relationships between key players in the knowledge system. And then of course, the principle of subsidiarity. It's quite interesting that you go in a big meeting and then they're talking about subsidiarity, you're like, oh my God, like, how did we get here? We got here so fast, within 1 year. We're at a point where some of these things that perhaps used to be academic, and maybe we're like activism of some kind, now they're becoming mainstream. So huge opportunity about the African research and development ecosystem. So this is where we come in as APHRC. We are an African-founded and led international research and policy organization. Our headquarters is Nairobi. It's almost as nice as this office, but it's not, okay, we don't have swimming pools and stuff like that. But we're headquartered in Nairobi, and we have an office in Dakar. And we've really been working on research, but also capacity and policy advocacy. Because I think, as you've heard earlier, research on its own is not sufficient. We need systems and processes that translate that research into actions that have an impact on people's lives. And then, of course, building capacity. If we're operating in an ecosystem where, as I said, 0.48% of R&D investment, of course, we have to do something about that, because ultimately, just working as a research organization is not going to cut it. And then, yes, our attributes, we have an African-wide mandate. Currently, we have operations in about 44 countries. And then I think we've figured out the business of doing research. I don't know what's happening. Okay. We figured out the business of doing research. I always joke that if we are a private company, I think we'd be giving returns to our shareholders and they'll be very happy with the business. Because research ultimately is a business, and a successful research enterprise is not just about the science, it's about the systems and processes that provide an enabling environment where scientists can thrive. And I think that's one thing that we can be proud of. And then the last thing, as the slides come on, is that we are positioned as an African research and development ecosystem catalyst. It's quite unusual for a research organization to say, we are going to see how we engineer the ecosystem around us in which we operate, but we've positioned ourselves as an ecosystem catalyst / enabler. So while we're based in Kenya, while we work in all these countries, we work through partners like those in the room, but we're also concerned about what is happening to the broader ecosystem, and not just what is happening to us as a research and policy organization. So our vision is to transform lives in Africa through research. The slides are back. And we do that by generating evidence, but also asking ourselves, how does research transform lives? And we have a very basic theory of change. Yes, how does research transform lives? It's done by you, by others, and then the evidence is used. So research on its own does not transform lives. Research transforms lives when the evidence from that research is used. So there are two keywords: research to evidence, and then evidence to use. And we try to invest in all those processes. And then, of course, we think about quantitative impact. On ourselves, it's not sufficient to do all the research and translate it and have it used. So we try to do things that engineer the ecosystem, so more and more people are doing research more and more research is being translated into evidence, and more of it is being used. So that's where our capacity strengthening initiatives come on. And then we think about the concept of the African expert. We try to promote African expertise because evidence use is a function of credibility, is a function of trust, is a function of visibility. If nobody knows you and you show up to talk to a minister, they'll say, who are you? So to be an African expert is not because you publish 200 papers, it's because there are other things that you do that make you visible to a decision maker that is going to use your evidence. So we think about the concept of the African expert. Okay, and we work across different levels. We work with civil society, grassroots, national, international, regional, and then of course we work with academics, governments, and all that. Because sometimes change is a function of who is the subsidiary person. Is it a minister, or is it a community health worker, or is it a chief in a village? So we work with different stakeholders. So that is about APHRC. And as far as today's event is concerned, these are the things we do across the evidence value chain. We produce data, we do analytics and insights, we set up systems and platforms, and then we facilitate translation and uptake and policy making. But then, of course, as far as engineering the ecosystem, we do convening, we do technical assistance, and we do capacity strengthening. And then at the end, we do fund redistribution. This initiative is partly a fund redistribution initiative, but it's also a technical and capacity strengthening initiative. Because Wellcome perhaps doesn't want to deal with all you guys. They don't want to give, how many? 37? They don't want to give 37 fellowships and then deal with 37 grantees. Sometimes it's better to do it through an organization like APHRC to deal with the logistics of financing and accounting and milestones and all that. And that's not a small task. There are very many funders who don't want to deal with hundreds of grantees. And so we're playing that role in terms of fund redistribution. And in that table, there are all these different things about how that works. So that is about APHRC. These are our program areas. If you're interested with any of these that you see, the team is here. You can always make connection and connect with our other teams that are working on these other areas. But it's a very broad agenda because Africa has very many problems. Mental health is one of them, but there are problems in mental health, sexual reproductive health, climate, and all this stuff. So we work in a very, very broad range of areas. So where does that bring us to today's topic, which I was asked to speak about? And that was scaling growth in Africa's data-driven health innovation ecosystem. That's a mouthful, and it's a topic that gives you either anxiety or it gives you apathy. You're like, okay, it's impossible to do anything, so I'll just do my thing and hope that somebody fixes those things of innovation and scaling. Or it's something where you can be constantly anxious about how to get it done, and you're beating yourself up about your failure to innovate, maybe your failure to scale. So it's not an easy topic to speak about. So I said, okay, among this mouthful of a topic, I picked keywords, and the keywords are 3. Oops. The clicker is not working again. Oops. I'm clicking forward and it's going backwards for some reason. Okay, next slide. Joel is going to do it for us. So 3 keywords. The first one is the ecosystem. I spoke briefly about that. I'll speak about it a little bit again. And the second one is scaling up. How do you move from next? Yes. How do you move from this small little bowl and going to a big one? And then the last one, next, is innovation. So those are 3 keywords which I sort of try to break down the topic to speak about. So we start with the first one, which is the innovation ecosystem. I briefly talked about it, the fact that we have this under-resourcing of the ecosystem. So that is one challenge. do you guys know village people? The village people are not happy, something like that. Because otherwise, I can't explain why the slides worked for Ekin and Winnie and they are not working. So, so there's an even distribution of under-resourcing of the ecosystem. That's one. But then even within this under-resourcing, there are other challenges that exist. Next slide. Yes, so I talked about this. I won't repeat it. Please, next slide. This is a study that this is a piece of work. It was a study that led into some kind of policy process with the Kenyan government. And it was trying to understand what are the challenges and the bottlenecks within the STI ecosystem in Kenya. And likely, these are things that you'll find maybe in other countries. And then at the end of it all, there was something that they call the STI synergy blueprint. Because even with this 0.78% that Kenya puts in the research and development ecosystem, these are some of the challenges. For instance, that when it comes to international funding, health captures about 6 to 7% of funds for research and development. This is everything. When you hear the 0.78, it's everything. And yet, agriculture employs 70% of the population. So in the ideal world, the Kenyan government perhaps would like to see more R&D funding going to agriculture because it creates more jobs, and of course, in terms of the contribution to the GDP, so they would want to see a shift, but this is how things are. And that's because Kenya only puts 0.78%, and therefore, depending on the sector, 44 to 74% of the research funding is donor dependent. And that's why you have this huge pipeline going to health and not agriculture, because donor priorities. So even when we have this under-resourced ecosystem, then of course we also have the imbalance and the skewed priorities that happen, whether it's in terms of which sectors are invested in, or where even the funding goes. And then there's something about an equal distribution of resources, again, within different sectors. And yes, this is another statistic generally. Of course, if you go to different countries, the number varies, and that is the people, that we have about 90 PhD holders per million. So if you're an African national and you have a PhD, you're like 1 in 10,000, depending on which country you're in. In some countries, it might be 1 in 20. In some countries, it might be 1 in 7,000. But you are one in a small, in a big population, 90 per million. And then, of course, in terms of researchers, that includes PhD and non-PhD holders. It's about 200 per million. And I found this statistic fascinating because I was giving this presentation in Germany, and I found that Germany has 24,000 PhD holders per million. Yes. And the whole continent of Africa produces between 5,000 to 6,000 PhDs. Germany produces 14,000. One country produces more PhDs than the whole of Africa. Take out South Africa, I don't know what you're speaking about. Maybe about how many? How many PhDs are produced in South Africa per year? I don't know, maybe 2,000. So the rest of the continent is between 3,000 and 4,000. That is the ecosystem in which we are. So which means if you're a PhD holder, you must make that PhD count. You're 1 in 10,000. Or if you're in Chad, maybe 1 in 30,000. If you're in Mauritania, I don't know, maybe 1 in 50,000. Or maybe 1 in 100,000. So this is the ecosystem that we are trying to innovate and scale impact in. And then, of course, these are the other systemic leakages. This one is an old story, the gender gap. We have at master's level, there's gender parity in Kenya. I don't know what happens in other countries, but by full professorship, we have about 17%. So there's a leakage. And we have to ask ourselves, is it possible to increase the number of researchers when we have a leakage of women? Is it possible to innovate in an ecosystem that has such a leakage when it comes to women? And the PhD deficit, Kenya aims to produce 1,000 PhDs per year, but they contribute about 33%. So they're not producing enough PhDs. So if you're a PhD holder, what is innovation for you? What is impact? What is scale? Is it scaling your own innovation, or is it maybe producing another 10 PhDs and then scaling their innovations? That's a question. No pressure at all, but that's a question. That's the reality in which we are. And then, of course, the misalignment of resources. And this study found that in terms of value of equipment, 94% of the value of equipment is in state agencies. And yet, universities have about 90% of the talent. You know the 90-10 rule? What is it called? The Pareto principle, something like that. So in Kenya, the institutions which have about 10% of the talent have 94% of the value of science equipment. So you can go and do the same study for your country and see what the kind of challenge that we're facing. So when you think about innovation, what does innovation really mean? Is it innovating and scaling the things that we are working on as scientists? Or is it perhaps to innovate to see how we redistribute resources better? Maybe. So that was the first word, keyword, the ecosystem. And then the second word is scaling. And most of what I'm going to speak about is actually in a very nice book that was published by these two gentlemen and from IDRC. And it's about scaling impact innovation for the public good. And what they talk about scaling, they say scaling impact is a coordinated effort to achieve collections of impact at optimal scale that occur if it is both morally justified and warranted by the dynamic evaluation of evidence. If you break this down, impact can be different things, and you can scale different things. A policy that actually allows things to work differently is scale. A program that is designed and improves on an existing one in terms of quality, and then of course goes to a bigger population, is impact. And then of course behavior, practice, or skill. That sometimes our innovation can lead to the way people behave, and therefore it can also be impact or scale. Or it can be a product or technology that gets manufactured and gets mainstreamed and is used by a large population. So when you think about impact and scaling, it's not just about the technology that we develop. Sometimes it's behavior, sometimes it's a policy, sometimes it's a methodology. So as you think through the things you've done, maybe what needs to be scaled is a methodology. You found a way of different things, doing things differently, and not necessarily the technology that came out of your research. Or maybe you realize that if only a certain policy existed, actually maybe it would make it much easier for innovation to scale. And therefore, you can focus on the policy. So policies, scaling is not just about technologies and products. It can be across different things. But I think something which is very important is that scale must be guided by principles. And the first one is justification. We shouldn't scale things which are not justifiable. And it's interesting that the choice for scale and justification is not from the scientist, it's actually from the potential users. That when you do research, it should tell you that this can be scaled. Whether it should be scaled should be a result of what the potential users think from their value system and from other considerations, from equity considerations, from sustainability considerations. So we shouldn't just scale things because science says that they are scalable. Scale should be justified by the value that innovation is going to have to society. And the other interesting thing is that we should optimize scale, and that bigger is not always better. Sometimes scale is what is contained and maybe equitable, because sometimes bigger might create inequity. Sometimes bigger might be unsustainable from an environmental perspective. So we shouldn't only think about bigger, scale should be optimal. And those are all questions that can be answered, again, by science. And then, of course, coordination. That scale occurs within complex system, and therefore we need to look at all actors, the users, the enablers, the law, the bigger society, and not just from a scientific perspective. And then the last, that scale should be evaluated. And it talks about a bit more details, that scientific evidence can help you understand whether an innovation can scale, but the values of those impacted should inform whether an innovation should scale. So when you do your stuff, and I think that's why maybe the way this initiative is designed already has that in mind, that we are not scaling because science says so, We are scaling because we should scale, because we've figured about the values and the value of this innovation to the potential beneficiaries. And the second is that simply because the solution works at a local level doesn't mean that it should be implemented nationwide. Sometimes local is enough, and we should be happy, because if we've investigated and it shows that this thing can work locally, it should be okay. So bigger is not always better, and we shouldn't always look at scale in terms of we are going to the whole of Africa, we are going to the whole country, or going to, I don't know, 5 other countries. Sometimes one country is enough, and we should be satisfied with that. And then, of course, we should coordinate with other initiators, enablers, competitors, and those likely to be impacted. And then at the end of the day, that we should go beyond whether impact was achieved at a later date, but why, under what conditions, and all that. So that in a way, actually, this book puts the science of scaling. That is, it's something, as I said, which gives us anxiety, but I think they break it down in a way that thinks that, okay, there's actually hope that we can scale, because we don't always have to aim for big, and there's a way that there are tools that can actually help us to scale. So that was scaling. And then the last one is innovation. And innovation is that thing that is interesting, because it can be a process, but it can also be an outcome. And many times what we do is the process of innovation. And until what we have been innovating is transformative in society, then it's still a process. So the question is, how do you move innovation from a process to an outcome? There's one gentleman who is one of the foremost innovators on this continent. He's Ghanaian. And he said that innovation is not innovation unless it changes the status quo. So before it changes the status quo, it's a process. And until it changes the status quo, then it becomes an outcome, which is innovation. And this quote says that innovation is the unrelenting drive to break the status quo and open new where few have dared to go. So as we think about scale, as we think about innovation, we should ask ourselves, are we in the process of innovating? And is it an open-ended process where we keep on innovating as a process? Or should we reach a point of how do we break the status quo and transform societies? And then, and only then, innovation becomes an outcome. So, scaling growth in Africa's data-driven health innovation ecosystem, huge question mark. Yes, we live in a context where we must do more with less, and therefore, that means that the choice of innovations, we have to be careful. And as we sit in this room, we are part of consortia. We got these grants. For some of us, it was our first grant, our second, our third. Our CVs became a little bit better. But we ask ourselves, are we innovating? Are we getting these grants because we want our CVs to become better? Or should we choose those things that are likely to be scaled? Because we have all the inputs that we need, and we think that these have a higher chance of being scaled because of the values of the potential users, that we aligned with those values. And then, of course, even as we do research as scientists, we have to ask ourselves, how do we invest in scaling and impact? So that this is not your first grant, and you're like, hey, I'm looking for the second one. Okay, second grant, check. Third one, check. Fifth, check. 25th grant, check. And we are still innovating. Never focused on impact, never focused on the outcome. So to do more with less challenges us to ask ourselves, what is the choice of the innovation? But then at what point do we focus on scaling and impact? And then, of course, scaling must be science-based. It must be justifiable. I talked about that earlier. It must be optimized. It must be coordinated, and it must be dynamically evaluated. And scaling ultimately is a joint effort between diverse stakeholders. So as scientists, even as we feel this anxiety, let's distribute the anxiety to the stakeholders so that it doesn't become our singular burden about scale. Because once we build these diverse stakeholders, maybe perhaps it makes it much easier that scaling becomes possible. And then third, scaling must be justified and values-based. Potential benefits must be weighed against risks, equity, and sustainability. And the values of those impacted should determine whether innovation should scale. So again, it's not our burden as scientists to determine what should scale. Let's look at the stakeholders, and if they say this might actually help us, then we can scale. And then, of course, from an African perspective, scale must respect sovereignty and not perpetuate historical biases. And this is something, of course, which is very important when you think about data science and AI and all this stuff. Like, we shouldn't perpetuate historical biases, scaling things that actually become more harmful than useful. And then, of course, innovation must move beyond the process. We must standardize, we must integrate, commercialize, and unify. There's a whole thesis about what this means. Harmonization of data sets, integration across borders. Sometimes this requires regulations and laws. Commercialization, it's unlikely governments which invest 0.48% of GDP are going to commercialize our innovations. So we need to learn ways of working with the people with money, the private sector. And again, it is not easy, but why are we innovating if we don't want to look for the money in the private sector? Do more with less means that we focus and invest in skills that allow us to work with the private sector to commercialize our innovations if they're commercializable. And then, of course, unifying across common principles, for instance, those established by the AU, cross-border and all that. So in sum, scaling growth in Africa's data-driven health innovation ecosystem. I use a quote that innovation is a process of rebellion, essentially. Unless you rebel, unless you challenge the status quo, how can you innovate anything? So mine is a call for rebellion. Within some part of the rebellion is your head, to rebel within your head and ask yourself, as 1 in 10,000 if you're a PhD holder, or 1 in 5,000 if you're a health researcher, what is your place in society? And our place is to innovate, and with all those principles that we shouldn't innovate while we create harm, but we also must preoccupy ourselves with innovation and with scale. And that requires a rebellion. So thank you very much. And I wish you a very productive few days. And hope to see your innovations. Hoping to see the rebellion that happens after this. And hoping to see your impact in the African mental health ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Catherine. That rebellion is not for treason. Please don't go carry placards and say we need change. It's happening a lot in Kenya. I can only speak for Kenya, by the way. So Catherine made me go and Google, because Google is my friend. And apparently Mauritania is the 11th largest country in Africa, 28th in the world, based on land mass, by the way. Population is only 5.5 million people, estimated in 2026. Again, this is useless information. You didn't ask for it, but now you know. Their GDP is only 143rd in the world. How many countries do you have in the world? How many? 194 countries. They keep growing every day. But 143rd, 194, maybe, as Kenyans say, maybe you can extend them some grace, that they only provide 0.01% to research. We are not doing better either. But anyway, again, like I said, you didn't need this information, but now you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the Director of Family Health at the Ministry of Health in Kenya, who is also standing in for the Principal Secretary, Medical Services, Dr. Uma Oluga, who, as you may know, has been busy recently, and we are pleased to have Dr. Bashir here to represent him. So before we break for coffee, which should have been what we do next, I would like to invite him to give his presentation, to say hi to us, to welcome us officially on behalf of the ministry. Then we can go for coffee with the blessings of the Minister of Health. Karibu sana, Daktari. Yeah, I placed a hand for Daktari. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I missed your name, so you didn't introduce yourself. Good morning, colleagues. Allow me to stand on the established protocol. I know there are a lot of distinguished guests here from within the country and outside. So allow me to jump the naming and the positions of those individuals, but just to address you in groups of researchers, the awardees of the Mental Health Data Prize, and distinguished researchers and innovators, policy partners, persons lived with experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here on behalf of my peers. I was actually here for another conference, so I'm the closest who could be pulled out to come and represent. You know, we are dealing with a lot of things, Ebola being on top of the list. And so far we still have no case, so no cause to worry. But we hope we can contain it the way it is. It is a great pleasure to join you today at the Mental Health Prize Africa Awardees final convening here in Mombasa. Kenya is honored to host this important gathering of researchers, innovators, policy actors, clinicians, communities and partners from across Africa and beyond, united by a shared commitment to use data, evidence and innovation to improve mental health outcomes for our people. I sincerely thank the Aphrc in partnership with Welcome for establishing and supporting this initiative. The Mental Health Data Prize Africa recognizes that Africa must not only participate in the global mental health research agenda, but must also shape it. It is encouraging to see African experts working together to generate solutions rooted in our realities, our systems, and our communities. Distinguished delegates, mental health is one of the most urgent public health and development issues of our time. Across the continent, many people continue to live with anxiety, depression, psychosis, and other mental health conditions, often without timely access to care, support, or treatment. For too long, mental health has been under-prioritized, under-financed, and misunderstood. Limited access to quality data, inadequate research capacity, and weak translation of evidence into policy have constrained our ability to respond effectively. Yet, behind every statistics is a person, behind every data point is a family, and behind every trend is a community looking to us for solutions. This convening is therefore timely. It reminds us that data is not merely about numbers, it's about visibility, accountability, and action. It helps us understand who is being left behind, where the gaps are, and which interventions can make the greatest difference. Kenya has deliberately elevated mental health as a national public health priority. Over the last decade, we have worked to move mental health from the margins of the health system into the center of our universal health coverage agenda. Guided by the national policies, laws, and health sector priorities, we have strengthened governance, service delivery, workforce capacity, and community-based care. As a ministry, we continue to integrate mental health into our primary health care and community systems. But our next frontier is to ensure that this integration is powered by data, digital connectivity, and innovation. Kenya's digital superhighway, the electronic community health information systems, strengthened mental health indicators, and the upcoming telemental health center at Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital provide important opportunities to improve real-time data, support frontline health workers, enable specialist consultation, bridge the mental health care gap for marginalized and underserved communities. In the African context, this is not technology for its own sake, it's technology for equity, access, and dignity. Kenya also recognizes that effective mental health policy must be informed by robust data. The ministry has strengthened routine mental health reporting through the Kenya Health Information System, expanded mental health indicators within the national reporting platforms, and invested in improved data visibility through dashboards and digital health innovations. The first national baseline mental health survey will therefore provide critical evidence for planning, financing, programming, and monitoring of mental health interventions, ensuring that decisions are guided by evidence rather than assumptions. We plan to have that from, I think, August for 3 months, collect population-based mental health data, a survey. Distinguished guests, the role of research institutions in shaping health policy cannot be overstated. Research institutions do more than generate publications. They help governments ask better questions, understand complex problems, identify what works, and translate evidence into practical solutions. In Kenya, many mental health reforms have been strengthened through collaboration with universities, research institutions, professional associations, civil society, communities, and development partners. Evidence has informed our policies, guidelines, advocacy, legal reform agenda, and service delivery priorities. This is the partnership we must deepen across Africa, a partnership where research does not remain on shelves and policy is not developed in isolation from evidence. The Mental Health Data Prize Africa is therefore a timely and strategic initiative. It brings together data science, implementation science, community engagement, and policy-oriented research, which is exactly what is needed to develop ethical, scalable, and sustainable mental health interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, I am particularly encouraged by the innovations emerging through this prize. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing, data visualization, digital tools, and decision support systems offer major opportunities for Africa. They can strengthen surveillance, support early detection, improve clinical decision-making, enhance continuity of care, and expand access to services, particularly in rural and underserved settings. These innovations can also help us better understand anxiety, depression, and psychosis within African context, including how these conditions emerge, how they affect individuals and families, and how health systems can respond more effectively. However, as we embrace digital innovation, we must do so responsibly. Data must be used in ways that protect dignity, privacy, and rights. Innovation must reduce inequalities, not widen them. Artificial intelligence and digital tools must be guided by ethics, equity, cultural relevance, and strong governance. Most importantly, people with lived experience must not be treated only as source of data. They must be partners in design, implementation, interpretation, and policy translation. The concepts and prototypes developed under this initiative align strongly with Kenya's priorities for strengthening mental health systems. These include early detection, risk prediction, data tools, evidence generation, and integration of mental health into broader health programs such as HIV, maternal health, adolescent health, NCDs, and emergency responses. Kenya is committed to being both consumer and a contributor to Africa's mental health knowledge ecosystem. We welcome partnerships that generate locally relevant evidence, build capacity, support implementation research, and inform policy across the continent. Ultimately, research must improve policy, strengthen services, support healthcare workers, reach communities, reduce stigma, and improve lives. To all the awardees, I congratulate you for innovation, commitment, and contribution to Africa's mental health research agenda. Your work represents the kind of evidence-led, context-sensitive, and collaborative approach that our continent needs. I encourage you to think beyond the prize, beyond the prototypes, and beyond the publication. Think about scale, sustainability, and integration into health systems. To our partners, I urge continued investment in African-led research, data capacity, and policy translation. To policymakers, including ourselves in government, we must create space for evidence to influence decisions, listen to data and communities, and adapt our systems based on what works. The future of mental health in Africa will be shaped by deliberate partnerships between governments, researchers, communities, clinicians, funders, innovators, and persons with lived experiences. The challenge before us is to translate evidence into action and action into better health outcomes for our people. As Kenya hosts this convening, I reaffirm the Ministry of Health's commitment to strengthening mental health systems, expanding access to quality services, improving information systems, and ensuring that data informs decision-making at every level. Together, let us ensure that mental health data becomes a catalyst for better policy, stronger health systems, and healthier African communities. I wish you fruitful deliberations for this week and a successful convening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bashir. The message is home. Glad that we have now the blessings and the support from the policymaker numero uno, the Ministry of Health in Kenya. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure you've earned your coffee. It's been a blitz of a morning. And yeah, let's take that coffee break now. It's exactly 11. I'll be generous enough with the time. And let's spend 9 minutes for coffee. No, not 9. Let's make it 29, actually. We're on time, right? Yeah. Well, if Andrea says you're on time, who am I to disagree? Was raised very well. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take 29 minutes, and then by the 30th minute, we can be seated to get going with the next session. Enjoy your coffee, get your caffeine levels up, and see you in 30 minutes. Coffee, it should be outside, Joel. At the restaurant or just outside? Just outside. Okay, great. And yeah? Kristen will provide okay, you want to carry it? You mean for the media? Oh, for the photographer? Yes. Oh, with Dr. Bashir, right? Okay. They are here. Francis, can you help me mop up colleagues? Okay, please, thank you. You're a great guy. They're outside, sir. Like, can you help me get the other fellas? Okay. Yeah, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we can now get started. A few minutes before, we're working on the temperatures in the room. I can see that we need to lower them slightly, make them lower than they are now. So just bear with us for a few minutes. Angela is helping us get the people great with this. We want to hear from the people online at least. We've been very quiet. So if you're online and you can hear me, can you say something? Damaso, are you online? Damaso? He seems to be talking. Yeah, so looks like our ICT guys have gone missing. That is Angela. Okay, anyone else online who can say hi to us? Yeah. So let's see whether Angela can do the magic before we get going. Damaso, can you hear me? Okay, looks like you seem to be muted. Is he unmute? Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, we can hear you, but you're very faint. Yeah, now you're good. Go ahead. Okay. Damaso, anything you have to say? We can hear you, or at least we heard you for a minute there. Yeah.
So far so good. Is that better?
Yeah, very good.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the deliberations have been really quite inspiring. We've been putting some comments there on the chat. I think the team that is remotely already quite inspired by the. So far, the content that has been shared by the speakers so far, and I think we are following very well. So I don't have any comment, but I think some of my colleagues here already have alluded to the fact that they may want to ask some questions, and they have mentioned to the secretary that in case they raise their hands, will be able to take them in touch.
Yes, we've not had any Q&A session yet. We've been doing mostly welcoming and keynote address. So we will get to the Q&A, and trust me, we are going to make sure that people online are given the first priority to the people in the room who are now looking at me wondering why being in the room doesn't count that much. But hey, we will try and make sure that the people online are considered or at least prioritized when it comes to the question. I hope that clarifies. So thank you for joining us again, colleagues online. We will try and align our agenda in the room with your plans, let you know when we go for lunch, let you know when we're grabbing our coffee so that you can do the same. Now we are on to the second session, but we are in county number 1, and we also have a representative of this county. Joel, if you can put up the profile of Dr. Ahmed Adam. I have had the pleasure of knowing Dr. Adam for a while now. He is the head of research and partner relations in the county government of Mombasa, and is here to represent the county executive member of health in Mombasa County number 001. So, Dr. Ari, if you could come and give us your welcoming address, and then we'll move on forward with the next of the program. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, esteemed researchers, development partners, the Aphrc, the different research institutions, mental health advocates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as the head of research and partner relations, representing the County Executive Committee member at this Mental Health Data Prize Africa Awardees final convening under the theme Reflecting on Impact, Advancing Mental Health Data Insights in Africa. On behalf of the County Government of Mombasa and the Department of Health, I extend our warmest greetings and sincere appreciation to the organizers, partners, scientists, and research institutions gathered here to advance the understanding and improvement of mental health across our county, country, and continent. Today's theme is both timely and significant. Across Africa, mental health is increasingly recognized as a critical component of overall health and development. Yet for many years, mental health challenges remained under-researched, underfunded, and often overlooked. The growing availability of high-quality data and evidence is helping us change this narrative by informing policies, guiding interventions, and ensuring that mental health receives the attention it deserves. In Mombasa County, we have witnessed the value of data-driven approaches in understanding the mental well-being of our population. Recent studies conducted among our communities, particularly among adolescents and young people, have shown encouraging findings, with many reporting positive levels of mental well-being and resilience. These findings reflect the strengths that exist within our families, communities, schools, and support systems. However, the same evidence reminds us that significant challenges remain. Despite overall positive indicators of well-being, a notable proportion of young people continue to report symptoms of depression, anxiety, emotional distress, and most concerningly, some continue to experience suicidal thoughts. These findings are a call to action for all of us. They remind us that while progress is being made, there is still much work to be done to ensure that every young person has access to the support, care, and opportunities they need to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, the county government of Mombasa has made substantial investment in strengthening mental health services and promoting psychosocial well-being. We have continued to integrate mental health services within primary health care, strengthen referral systems, support community awareness initiatives, build the capacity of health workers, and collaborate with partners to expand access to mental health services. We recognize that mental health is not only a health issue, but a social, educational, and economic development priority. Our commitment moving forward is clear. We look forward to further strengthening mental health promotion, prevention, and care, particularly among adolescents and young people who represent the future of our country and our nation. We are committed to leveraging evidence and data to design interventions that are responsive, equitable, and sustainable. We also recognize the importance of involving young people themselves in shaping solutions that affect their lives. As we reflect on the impact of the Mental Health Data Prize Africa initiative, we celebrate not only the knowledge generated, but also the partnerships formed, the innovations developed, and the opportunities created to transform evidence into action. The true value of data lies not in the numbers alone, but in its ability to improve lives, influence policy, and create healthier and more resilient communities. I encourage all stakeholders gathered here today to continue investing in research excellence, ethical data practices, capacity strengthening, and cross-sector collaboration. Together we can build a future where mental health services are accessible, stigma is reduced, and every individual has the opportunity to achieve optimal mental well-being. As I conclude, let me reaffirm Mombasa County's commitment to support evidence-based mental health programming and fostering partnerships that deliver meaningful and lasting impact. Thank you for your dedication to advancing mental health in Africa. Thank you for your commitment to our young people. And thank you for contributing to a future where mental well-being is recognized as a fundamental pillar of health and human development. Finally, as you continue your engagements, I invite you to experience the rich culture, history, and hospitality of Mombasa. Please move around in Mamangina Drive. Please make sure you try the mishkaki, the mabuyu, the achari, the labania, and there are so many people here that will be able to take you around in Mombasa. So take time to explore our beautiful coastline, vibrant communities, and unique Swahili heritage. Karibuni Mombasa, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed from the county government of Mombasa. Ladies and gentlemen, we now shift gears. We have amongst us a representative of the African CDC, African Centers for Disease Control, Michael Udedi, who is also the senior or the principal technical officer for NCDs, injuries and mental health at the Africa CDC. And as you can see from your agenda that was circulated, he is here and will give us a keynote address on unlocking the impact and scaling of data-driven mental health innovations in Africa. So it's my singular honor to invite you, Michael, to come over and give us your keynote address, especially considering that Africa CDC is the #1 regional policy body working with governments in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies. So, is it good? It's still morning, yeah? Yeah, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here to present to you a keynote speech relating to the most pressing issue, that's mental health in Africa. So my theme is unlocking impact and scaling of data-driven mental health innovations in Africa. So what is the rationale for mental health innovations in Africa? We all know that we have mental health challenges in Africa, and mental health is often overshadowed by other health priorities. People focus on physical health more than they focus on mental health. But if you look at what is happening currently, you'd see that there's a digital transformation. And digital transformation is one of the pillars for Africa CDC, Africa Health, Security and Sovereignty Agenda. You see that there is widespread mobile adoption as well as broadband access, which is driving digital transformation across Africa. If you go into rural areas, you'd find at least an individual with a mobile phone. Whether it's a smartphone or just an ordinary phone, but at least they have something which they use to communicate. But also you realize that globally there is a drive of data-driven mental health solutions. And this is one thing which Africa should not remain behind. But also issues of inclusive and ethical innovations. The digital tools, the AI which we are using, it's not only about technology, but we need to make sure that people are part and parcel of the innovations, but also the systems as well as the outcomes are part and parcel of these innovations. But also there is need for ethical responsibility, there is need for African leadership to get to drive it, but also to make sure that there is sustainable stakeholder engagement in these mental health innovations. Okay. So, in terms of mental health challenges in Africa, where are we and what is the burden? So currently, near about 150 million people are affected by neurological, mental health and substance use conditions, and they have limited access to care across Africa. That's a current situation in Africa. But also we tend to have a lot of service gaps as well as resource gaps. We have few psychiatrists, and currently the statistics, we have at least 2.2 mental health workers per 100,000 population. That's a huge gap, which leads to access to services a challenge. And the gap is estimated around 75 to 85%, whereby people would not access services. But also we have cultural stigma as well as funding challenges. There's a lot of misinformation when it comes to mental health, and this is where digital mental health or mental health innovation will take a bigger role. And misinformation discourages people from accessing services. But also if you look at the public spending with regards to mental health in Africa, this is very low. And normally in most African countries, it accounts to less than 1% of the health budgets. But also looking at the demographics, Africa has a youth demographic pressure, which is being affected by psychosocial pressures from education, from employment, as well as other conflicts and social changes. So these issues provides an opportunity for mental health innovations in Africa. So what do we know, or what do we want to know when it comes to mental health? This is where mental health innovation should focus on. So we're looking at service needs. We're looking at the prevalence of mental health, neurological and substance use condition. This is what we want to know. What are the numbers out there? Because these numbers would help us to make a case. When we want to demand or when we want to lobby for more financing, we need to have the burden of mental health, neurological and substance use conditions. But also we want to know the exposure to risks and what are the protective factors so that we can promote good mental health among the African population. But also when we also want to know what services should we put in. So in terms of mental and neurological services, we need policies so that we produce evidence-based strategies, evidence-based policies. Ladies and gentlemen, policies strengthen workforce development, which in turn expands services. But at the same time, the services stimulate advocacy, and advocacy would stimulate finances, and definitely the finances would influence back the policy implementation. So all this would need data, would need our innovation. But also we're looking at service output. We need to know what is the coverage of services we are providing and what kind of interventions are out there. But also, are our services accessible? And what are the quality of these services? But also, we have to know the symptoms as well as the functioning quality of life of the individuals living with mental health conditions. But also, we have to understand better with regards to suicide behaviors, but also premature mortality when it comes to mental health. But also looking at the social and economic outcomes of the services. So basically, the main focus is to make sure that we harness the data and technology to reimagine mental health care at a scale. So why data-driven approaches matter? So mental health planning has mainly relied on limited surveys and fragmented data, causing inefficiency in responses. But also, data-driven approaches will enable continuous real-time understanding of mental health needs and service performance. What we need is to shift from reactive to proactive mental health care. And this can be done with data-driven mental health innovations. So data augments human care in optimizing resource use, but also in supporting community health workers, especially in this African context. Hello? I think it's not working. You can move to the next slide. So in terms of data-driven mental health innovations, we're looking at generating better insights. So this kind of research grants which we have, we should make sure that we generate better insights when it comes to mental health. So we need to have real-time data collection tools which can capture self-reported symptoms and behavior in real time. But also we can have advanced analytics and prediction where we have machine learning models to identify risks, but also to predict mental health crises. But also we can have population level insights where we can have aggregated data maps for mental health needs by demographic, aiding targeting support, especially in underdeserved areas. But also, for sure, as I've earlier stated, stigma deprives people to access mental health services. So when we reduce stigma, when we reduce the uncertainty, then we'll be able to have people accessing services. So definitely data will transform mental health from invisible problems to a measurable and manageable priority in Africa. So when it comes to mental health innovations, we're looking at transforming and decisions by expanding access to care. So the digital platforms for mental health, like telemental health, AI chatbots, and mobile apps, will increase mental health support access across diverse locations. We know how Africa is in terms geographically, but also in terms of resource settings. So having digital platforms would be able to reach out to a good number of people who can access services without accessing a health center, but just using the digital platforms. But also we are looking at personalized and culturally relevant care. Care which is adapted to the local context. This is an area which we also need to make sure that it is taken care of, where language and culture is part and parcel of that care. But also supporting community health workers in their provision of services is something which we need to focus on. As well as focusing on the quality as well as continuity of care. This is an area where data innovations or mental health innovation is vital, especially in tracking engagements, looking at outcomes, but also ensuring referrals are timely, but also in terms of trusted and continuous care delivery. Next. Okay, sorry. But also we are looking at smarter decision making as policymakers in sitting at Ministry of Health and other strategic places. They need to make smarter decisions and they need data. So we're looking at data-driven resource allocation, where data would help us to allocate the resources, the minimal resources which we have. We should make sure that we strategically align them to where they are needed. But also we're looking at evidence-based intervention selection. We shouldn't just be pushing resources to one direction without evidence. So we need evidence-based intervention selection of resources. But also looking at continuous monitoring as well as learning is crucial. So digital data supports ongoing evaluation as well as rapid course correction in mental health programs. I'll give an example. Aphrc CDC is running what we call mental health leadership program, and we have a monitoring and evaluation and learning aspect in that program, where we are improving our mental health leadership program each and every day, because we are getting information from our beneficiaries on how we can improve the leadership program. But also we're looking at strategic national planning. We should make sure that mental health is integrated in national health systems, and data is crucial when it comes to integration, because it will help us in planning, it will help us in budgeting. As I've said, and most countries in Africa, the financing is less than 1%. Why? Because data is not enough. Once we have enough data, we'll be able to request for more funding. I was chatting with my colleagues yesterday, where I was talking about Kenya having a mental health investment case, Zimbabwe having a mental health investment case. They can be able to use that data to argue for the return of investment on mental health using the mental health investment case. So all relies on data-driven issues. So what are the challenges we must address? These are just some, but there are a lot of challenges. We're looking at a fragmented data ecosystem. Data silos across sectors limit information sharing and reduce the overall utility of data for scaling impact. In different countries, we have different ministries. I'll give an example of Malawi. We have Ministry of Gender and Social Affairs, but also we have Ministry of Health. These ministries, they focus on mental health. They have different programs, but they are focusing on mental health. But they have different data, and they don't talk to each other. This is something which we need to improve, to make sure that data has to talk to each other. But also we're looking at ethical and privacy concerns. We have AI nowadays. How do we protect the consumer when it comes to issues of AI? How do we safeguard this consumer? So handling sensitive mental health data requires strict privacy protections and maintain trust and prevent misuse. Any data falling in the wrong hands would jeopardize the individual's future, whether it's work or marriage. All those issues, we need to make sure that we protect our clients or patients who are receiving care from our facilities. But also we're looking at challenges. These challenges they should be localized. We should focus, or we must reflect local languages, cultures, as well as care pathways. But also we're looking at issues to do with sustainability and capacity. Normally these short-term fundings which sometimes we get, they are not sustainable. We can only have a pilot project, but we cannot scale it. So we have to make sure that the projects are sustainable, but also the capacity which we are building is sustainable. So lack of trained personnel can hinder integration in terms of mental health in different settings. So how do we sustain data-driven mental health innovation? So we have to make sure that there is human capacity development. Remember, when I was starting, I said we need, apart from technology, but also we need to make sure that humans are part and parcel of the innovation. So we need to train clinicians and community health workers in digital tools and data literacy. But also to make sure that there is interdisciplinary collaboration among health professionals, social scientists, and others. But also we're looking at building local expertise. We need to make sure that we develop local skills in data science as well as health informatics. But also investing in people. When you're investing in human capacity, this will build a long-term ownership and will reduce reliance on external support. So what is the role of innovation ecosystem in scaling data-driven mental health solutions? I know the CEO talked about this one, but I'll just focus on how Africa CDC is focusing on innovation ecosystems. The African Union adopted what we call AU Common Position on multi-sectoral engagement, coordination and action towards burden reduction of NCDs, injuries and mental health. This basically is focusing on multi-sectoral collaboration, is looking at engagement, is looking at coordination. And on this one, we're looking at collaborative ecosystems, where we have innovative ecosystems, where we bring in researchers, investors, different governments, and communities to co-create and scale up mental health solutions. But also we're looking at Africa-led innovations. As I've said, this was an AU common position, so it means all heads of state endorsed this common position. We're looking at Africa-led innovation. But also we should have support mechanism for scale up. We are looking at procurement pathways. And currently we have what we call Africa Health Security and Sovereignty Agenda, where they're looking at issues of poor procurement mechanisms and as part of supporting mechanisms to scale. But also issues of public-private partnership, We're looking at combining agility of innovators with wide system reach to bridge experimentation and large-scale implementation. These are very crucial when it comes to mental health innovations. As alluded to earlier on, we're looking at Africa's health security and sovereignty agenda, where we have 5 pillars focusing on reformed, inclusive global health architecture, institutional continental pandemic preparedness and prevention response agenda. We're looking at predictable domestic innovation and blended financing. We're looking at digital transformation, but also we're looking at local manufacturing. So all these 5 pillars will talk about the issues of regulatory framework. This is where we have to, as Africa or as nations in Africa or member states, we need to have clear policies to guide digital health, data protection, ethical AI use in mental health innovation, where we set safeguards so that people are protected from AI or other digital use. But also we're looking at integration of health systems, where we would like to embed mental health into universal health coverage to ensure sustainability as well as strategic alignment. But also we're looking at the role of policymakers, where they would set up standards, they would have financial scale up, but also promote equity in terms of digital mental health services. And we're looking at issues of ethical governance, where we would like to protect vulnerable groups and build public trust in mental health innovation. So the focus basically of AHSS is to invest in the architecture of a resilient Africa. So this is where we are moving forward to. And what is the vision for future for mental health in Africa? So we are looking at, we have to imagine Africa where a young man in a rural village will be able to access mental health support through the phone. Yeah? But also looking at a policymaker making an informed decision in a real time. So those are the things which we're looking at in the future. And we are aligning these innovation, mental health innovations with Agenda 2063. That's where the Africa we want in 2063. But also we are looking at or aligning at the Africa health security and sovereignty agenda. So this is what we are aligning at. So we are looking at early warning systems, looking at digital and community care integration, where digital tools work alongside community-based care to enhance accessibility as well as personalized support. But also we're looking at accessible and equitable services, where mental health services become accessible to all regardless of geography or income levels. But also where we'd want to see where mental health is treated equally as physical health. So, before I close, let's have a call to action to government, to innovators, to funders, as well as to the community. So we're looking at governments which should invest in data systems and prioritize mental health in national agendas to drive meaningful change. We're looking at innovators being encouraged to create ethical, inclusive, and locally relevant solutions for mental health challenges. But also we're looking at funders who should focus on supporting long-term scalable projects instead of short-term pilot programs. But also we're looking at researchers and practitioners who are working together to generate and use evidence collaboratively to improve mental health outcomes. But also we are looking at communities playing an essential role in co-creating, co-designing, and sustaining mental health solutions through partnerships. So ladies and gentlemen, let's unlock the full potential of data-driven mental health innovations and scale them up. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Michael is the Principal Technical Officer for NCDs, Injuries and Mental Health at the Aphrc CDC. Exactly. I was just about to wonder whether it's fair not to ask important questions to. We don't always get to have him in the room, right? Yeah. We had made the initial welcome and keynote address not to have Q&As, but those are not rules. They were just guidelines, and we can always change them, right? All right. So, as many as of the opinion, no, we can't go there. Let's just let's just get a few responses, perhaps for Dr. Michael Udedi. If anyone has something to follow up, perhaps just a reflection on what he has spoken about. And I took some points as well. In fact, the most interesting slide for me, Ekin, was what do we want to know? And I thought all the answers were really part of what we are doing in this room. So there's quite a lot of what we are doing that Aphrc CDC wants to know. And there's something they are doing that we also want to know. So we all want to know something, right? So do we have any questions on the chat, Angela? Ladies and gentlemen, we have to apologize. The ACs cannot run on generators, apparently. So we are running on generator power, and therefore the ACs cannot work until the power comes back. So we will depend on the fans. It can get a bit noisy, but bear with us until the electricity comes back. You have an opportunity now to remove your jackets if you can. Not you, sir. Yeah. Any question online? We could probably write as a question online. If you have a question, can you get going? Yeah? There's a question online? No question online. So question in the room, Joel, there's one here from Kin. Let's give it 5 minutes before we shift gears. We need to start hearing from Owen, who I see is already standing. Owen, I haven't called you yet, sir.
Okay. Can I just go for it, yeah?
Yes, go.
Okay. Thank you. That was a very, very interesting talk. And actually, as Fred says, we don't always get to have representatives from Aphrc CDC present at these meetings, so that's a great opportunity. So I wanted to ask you, like, from a foreign philanthropic kind of perspective, how should we go about partnering with you in the future? Because I'm aware that you're very stretched. Aphrc CDC is very stretched. And I mean, is there some sort of, these are the things that you should be thinking about when you're approaching us, when you want to partner with us? We are very much aware that for anything that we fund on the African continent to be sustainable in the longer term, we need to be working with you. And if there was like a kind of a framework or a template on how to go about it, I think that would be very, very useful.
Can we take at least 3 questions? Is there anyone else with a question? No? Wow. Like going once, twice? Oh, well, sir. If you could...
Thank you so much for that question. So, yeah, Aphrc CDC is working with a number of partners, and we are open to work with partners, and we have a partnership division which works with different partners, but also we have a template for MOU, but also when we agree to work together, we have what we call a template for joint action plans, so we can work together along those lines, having an MOU as well as joint action plans together. Yeah. I hope I've answered your question. Yeah, so, but we can still talk. We can talk. All right. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Yes, the MOU and the joint action plans, I'm sure it's something that Andre, Pascal, and the CK, our very own CK, are familiar with, being a process that perhaps we as APHRC have also gone through with Africa CDC. So any comment online? As we do this, I would like to invite Dr. Owen Konka from Malawi to set up his presentation. We will be quickly switching gears to start hearing from the...
I've got a question.
You have a question? No, you are going to present, Owen, just now. Okay, you can ask your question as you come and set up, Owen.
Yeah, so my question was on, I think what caught my attention was the use of AI ethically. So it's because in our project, there's an element of AI, but we haven't implemented it yet because we are trying to come up with a framework or, you know, sort of like protocol on how best we can use it. So my question to you, Dr. Michael, is do we have, or do you have any framework that can help us to use AI ethically in our mental health data?
I wouldn't say we have specific for mental health, but Africa CDC is focusing on digital transformation, and I would look at the digital strategies for Africa CDC, which can probably guide with mental health innovations. Yeah.
Great. And Dr. Michael is going to be around. Please engage with him further. And once you hear a lot more, please come and tell us as well, so that we also have the information you have. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 data prizes. As by now you already know, most of the people in the room are from the data prize team. But it will only be fair for me to highlight them, starting with Meru, so that we know who in the room is part of that, even as we now switch gears to the next phase. So Meru is one of them. Dr. Owen Konka is the lead of that team, and he will tell us a little bit more about what they are doing in Malawi. We have Columinate, we have Zanthe, if you can just raise your hand perhaps. Yeah, and any team members for Zanthe, please. Okay. From the good Mzanzi, South Africa. We have Aphrc DA. We have Bianca and her team. Yeah, there are 2 of you, 3 of you in the room. Please have a look. Of course, they are going to come present, or at least one of them will present, and they may have the opportunity to showcase their team. Some teams online could include GSP. Is there anyone from GSP in the room? There was a talk of someone from Cameroon. No? Okay, perhaps not. We have another group, NLP team, language processing from Uganda. Perhaps they're online. And yeah, oh, we have. Okay, yeah. Are you from Cameroon? Okay, great. Oh, great. So we have the NLP team in the room, and then we have another group called Digitizing Psychosis from Uganda, led by my good friend, Dr. Mwesiga, who couldn't come here as well. We have Pamoya. Yes, the team from Pamoya, Audrey and Trust, the most trusted guy. Yeah, we have the team from Kenya, Shamiri. Yes, well represented, 5. Well, they are hosts, part of our hosts, so they should appear in numbers, right? Good number there from Shamiri. We have the team from Western Cape, PHDC, Western Cape. You need to get hold of this guy over here. He is a bird watcher, right? And he just told me during breakfast that he's already identified 9 new breeds of birds in Mombasa. In Uganda, how many did you capture in Uganda, sir? 280. He actually makes me wonder what I do with my life. But I guess, yeah, the environment also matters. Okay, we have the DHIS2 from Uganda as well. Anyone from DHIS2? Exactly. And then we have, I think that's about it. Any team I've left out from our 10 prize teams? No. So those would be our teams. We'll be hearing from them. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have a great representation from natural language processing, artificial intelligence, diagnostic tools, better ways of engaging younger people, and all these are part of the innovations under the Mental Health Data Prize Africa. And what better way to start by understanding how to leverage existing databases to understand mental health disorders in rural and urban Malawi. Basically the whole of Malawi, right? Rural and urban, no? Okay, get in.
Oh, sure. So I've got 1 hour. 45 minutes. All right. Thank you very much. My name is Owen, and I work with Malawi Epidemiology and Intervention Research Unit. In this room, we have several members from Meru. So maybe you can raise your hand so that people know who to ask questions after I present. My job today is just to make the presentation. So if you have any questions, those are the people that need to be asked. And on Thursday, I think that's when we received an email from Joel to say they have updated the guidelines for the presentations. When we had already done the dry run and we had the presentations ready, so by the time he was sent, I was seeing the email, I was eating pizza. So I said, because he said we shouldn't do any technical stuff, you know, no scientific or statistical jargon, etc. So because I was eating pizza, I thought about pizza and the problem that we are trying to address in Malawi, all right? So, how does this work? Yes, so that's the pizza. Because I was eating pizza and we are trying to upgrade the presentation, I thought about pizza. That we do have data in Malawi for mental health. So we cannot claim that we don't have data at all on mental health. So if you go on PubMed and other platforms to check for research on mental health in Malawi, it's there. So we are not here to claim that we don't have data, but the data that we have is fragmented. So we do have slices of pizza, but it's different. So we have data on mental health among people with living with HIV, among students, and other subgroups. What we don't have is data in terms of the population level. And why is this important? It's because it's so hard for us to understand the true burden of mental health in our population if we just have that data in silos, all right? It's so hard for us to understand the true burden. And also, most of the data that has been actually studied is probably facility level data, but we don't really understand the care pathways, referrals, who are the people that are actually being referred and are taking up the referral for mental health in our population. So we don't know that as well. And then because we don't have that data, we wouldn't know where to intervene, how to improve the services that we are providing on mental health. And so that is where the problem is, because we have data that is fragmented and we can't actually link this data to understand some of these key issues in our population. So that brings us to this project, the Meru project on Mental Health Data Prize. We are leveraging the Healthy Lives Malawi project, which is a survey for individuals aged 15 years and above in our population. So Meru works in the urban part, which is Lilongwe, and this is the capital city, but not the whole city. We have a defined area where we work, which is the Lilongwe Health and Demographic Surveillance System. And this follows up about 43,000 people at present. And then we tried to recruit people aged 15 years and above within this population. And in the urban site, we did the same with our Karonga Health and Demographic Surveillance System, recruiting people aged 15 years and above. So this is a population, so everyone within that population, aged 15 years and above, was eligible for this study. And then we also have the Generation Malawi, which is a birth cohort, recruiting pregnant women, their spouses, and also their children. And then we assess at baseline and at delivery, and there are other time points that we do assess. Because of these two projects, the Generation Malawi Birth Cohort and the Healthy Lives Malawi Long-Term Conditions Survey, we started the mental health clinics. So because we are doing community screening, we are sure that we are creating demand for mental health services. So we need to provide those services, further screening for people that we are screening in the communities, and do some diagnosis. So we have 2 mental health clinics that were set up around 2021. Until present, they are still operating. And so we also had data that was fragmented in different studies, clinic data, birth cohort data, health lives long-term conditions survey data on mental health. So we are screening for depression and anxiety. For depression, in all those studies, the Generation Malawi and the Healthy Lives Malawi long-term conditions, we are using the Patient Health Questionnaire 9-item, PHQ-9, to screen for depression, and then the GAD-7, General Anxiety Disorder 7-item, for anxiety screening in the communities. So after that, people are referred to the mental health clinics where they meet our mental health clinicians. Further assessment is done, and then they are put on treatment. I hope I've been able to summarize and you can follow where I'm going with this. So what we said is, because we had slices of information from clinic, facility level data or studies, we did not have population level studies, but now through the Healthy Lives Malawi project, we do have population level data on depression and anxiety, as well as data on depression and anxiety in pregnant women, including their spouses. So we said, can we now complete this picture and say we can actually have a comprehensive data set to look at different issues or to understand depression and anxiety in our population. So because we can now link these two or these data sets, the clinic data set, the Generation Malawi data set, the Healthy Lives Malawi long-term conditions data set, I think we are able now to analyze the burden, population level burden of depression and anxiety. We can also look at other things, of course, but we selected depression and anxiety per the core. We can understand risk factors at population level, but also other interest groups like pregnant women, even their spouses. We can also understand, because of the clinics, the referral pathways. What are the barriers and enablers to referral uptake? And then other outcomes. Remember, I mentioned that this project is embedded within the health and demographic surveillance systems, the urban and the rural sites that we have. And so we do have other interesting data that we can link with, particularly episodes data on, for example, mortality. So we can actually look at, depression and anxiety and its relationship with mortality. So these were our key solutions that we were proposing. Number one, come up with a unified data set, all right? Link all these data, fragmented data that we have from clinic, from the surveys, and try to generate a unified data set that can be analyzed. And two, come up, so that is a plate, as you can see. So the idea there is to have the pizza in the plate so that we can save people. I don't know if you're following. Yeah. So the pizza will have to be in the plate. The Mero viewer is a dashboard which is sort of helping us to make this data accessible. What I forgot to mention was, if you look at check online, check all the surveys that have been done on mental health, it's so hard actually to get this data. So we want to improve that and say, okay, we have a unified data set, and then you can access it through the Mero viewer, which is an interactive platform. Anyone can access it. You can look at different, graphs, different, distributions, prevalence, etc. And then from there, you can access the data and analyze and answer any questions that you have in terms of mental health. looking at the variables that are available within that data set. So the whole idea was to create a comprehensive data set that is accessible and that can be able, or we can be able to draw data-driven insights. Those were our solutions. Now, in terms of our methodology, data harmonization. So the good thing is that when we are creating or establishing these cohorts, the birth cohort, the long-term condition survey, the mental health clinics, we were very systematic in terms of the tools that we were using. Variable names, standardizing all those things, because we knew at some point we might want to merge this or to look at, different relationships within our data sets. So we have standardized definitions. We constantly do quality checks of our data as it comes, but at the moment the long-term condition survey was completed in February this year, and then also look at duplicates. I want to emphasize on the duplicates because you should remember that these two surveys are embedded within the health and demographic surveillance system. So you might go to a household, recruit a pregnant woman who will also be eligible for the long-term condition survey, right? And so you have two measures of the same individual. So we need to check that within the data set. So we've tried actually to be so thorough in terms of how we are merging this unified or harmonizing our data. Now, the second thing, in terms of the Meru viewer, we said, okay, we want to develop a platform that is, useful for researchers, policymakers, and maybe the public. Anyone who wants just to look at, mental health data in Malawi, they can be able to access it. So our idea was to now go develop this Meru viewer. We just didn't sit down in the office and say, okay, you can design a platform, etc. No, we did a lot of consultations with people from the Ministry of Health, with people with lived experience, with community members. And with community members, it's because Meru has established community advisory groups, which are community representatives that we engage with on an ongoing basis. New studies come in, we engage with them. So they sort of like are a voice of the communities where we work. So we've engaged them in terms of co-designing this Meru viewer. And all this feedback has been incorporated in the design of the Meru viewer. The whole idea is to make it user-friendly and relevant to the people that we want to use it. So in terms of the analysis, we talked about how we've created a unified data set, but we also need to analyze this data now to answer some quick questions. One, risk factors of depression and anxiety within the population, and also among pregnant women and their spouses. And we've done a priori data analysis plan, and all these will be shared in the file that we are using for open science, so that we are transparent with what we've been doing in terms of the analysis. And we've involved not only people from Meru, but also other partners. For example, we work closely with people from Edinburgh. We work closely with people from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, which have senior statisticians and have been helping us to look at, the analysis plan and the analysis that we are actually doing to make sure that it's rigorous. And also all authors, co-authors, have been able to provide feedback on the analysis plan. So we have codes that will be shared on GitHub, and I think we have an open science champion within our team that is here with us. If you have any questions on how we are planning to do this, I think you can ask him. In terms of interpretation of the results, and what we have done is to make sure that we are engaging people with lived experience. So we've had so far 4 sessions. The first session was sort of like a preliminary session, just to tell them what we are doing, the preliminary analysis that we had done, and to see how people with lived experience can understand the results that we are generating and if they are actually making sense. And also we included people from the communities just to help us understand what we are doing, if it's making sense to them. We've done another session just to show them the results that we have now and discuss how we can better interpret them so that they make sense. We just don't want to sit in our offices and say, okay, we have found this and we are speculating that this is because of A, B, C, D, E. No, we want them to have an input in the data and the results that we are getting. Not only are we engaging people with lived experience or the community, but also the stakeholders. So these are people that are working with, mental health, in mental health space, research or program implementation, etc. So we've had 2 sessions with them. First, as a preliminary session, and second, as a session to present the results and get feedback if the results that we are presenting are actually meaningful to them. So we've been able to do that. The main reason is to make sure that our results are validated by different stakeholders. So here I'm presenting age standardized prevalence of, I hope Joel would not kill me for presenting a graph, but it's age standardized prevalence of mental health outcomes in rural and urban Malawi. So the blue bars that you are seeing is in the rural side. That's Karonga, and I think that should be red. Is it red? Yeah. Red is urban side, which is Lilongwe. And firstly, we are just interested because this is one of the things that came in the meetings with people with lived experience, community members, etc. That they're interested also to look at suicide ideation. So we try to analyze suicide ideation, and we've seen that in the population it's there about 1.9 to 2% in both sides. No major differences in the rural and urban side. For anxiety symptoms, we can see obviously the point estimate higher in the urban side compared to the rural side, but not major differences that can be observed. And then depressive symptoms, the same thing, around 1.2%, 1.9% in the urban side and around 1.6% in the rural side. So let me say that this is coming from a sample size of about 34,000 from the long-term conditions survey. And then we went on to look at what are the risk factors for depression and anxiety. And one of the things, or most of the things that were coming out was household income. So having a higher household income was associated with lower scores of depression and anxiety. Obviously, probably money can solve some of the problems, maybe. We have also seen that having multiple long-term conditions, so these are physical long-term conditions like hypertension, diabetes, stroke, etc., is associated with increased risk of having depression and anxiety. I'll come back to this in a moment, but also problematic drinking was seen to be associated with the, having depression and anxiety. So in terms of having multiple long-term conditions, we have demonstrated in one of our papers that we've done in the early stages to say that as the number of physical health conditions are increasing, the risk or the scores in terms of anxiety and depression is also increases. And we have actually seen this in other settings like the UK, and we are also observing the same in our data. All right, and then we looked at perinatal men and women. No major differences in terms of prevalence of anxiety symptoms between men and women. A higher prevalence of depressive symptoms in men. I'm sorry I did not present the confidence intervals, but yeah, we can just see the point estimates that, in men, there's a higher prevalence of depressive symptoms as compared to women. However, I think we need to take note that what is important here is the prevalence or the burden of depressive symptoms and anxiety symptoms seems to be higher in perinatal men and women compared to the general population. And then we also looked at risk factors of anxiety and depression among perinatal women and men. And among women, we observed that intimate partner violence was an important risk factor, problematic alcohol drinking in men only, because these are pregnant women. So obviously, reporting on alcohol use among pregnant women is problematic. So was also associated with depression and anxiety symptoms. And also in both men and women, food insecurity, severe food insecurity, and having other psychological issues were associated with depression and anxiety. Okay. Now, since we have the mental health clinics, we are able now to have a discussion probably with people that we have referred to the mental health clinics to see who are actually taking up the referral and what could be some of the facilitators for the referral and what could be the barriers for the referral. So some of the issues that were coming up, and this was a qualitative aspect that we did, some of the barriers that were coming out, or facilitators, sorry, was in terms of, you know, because we use a hybrid approach. So we have telephone and face-to-face approaches. So some found that because of that approach, it's flexible. They are able to attend, you know, appointments, etc. They don't really have to worry about, you know, travel, etc. But as part of the barriers, you know, some issues to do with mental health. For example, if we just talk about suicidal ideation, even suicide attempt, for the longest time, it has been seen as a crime. So people will be probably arrested if they attempted suicide and it failed. So there's some stigma that is associated, etc. And some people, they are also concerned about, you know, the hybrid approach. Maybe if they are using a phone, a telephone, there's some privacy issues that they are concerned with. However, I wanted also to just highlight that for those that we have referred to the clinics from the surveys, so both the birth cohort and the long-term condition survey, we have done clinical diagnosis in our clinics, and 84% of them have psychosocial issues. We have about 10% with common mental health disorders, so that's depression and anxiety. So this is actual diagnosis, and then 2.5% with psychosis. We have 4% with substance misuse. It has stopped responding, so I don't know why. Maybe I should come closer. Oh, thank you, Joe. So, so we've been talking about the insights that we are getting from the data, the unified data set that we created, but I haven't talked of the plate, which is the dashboard, all right? So this is the landing page of our Meru viewer. It's specifically designed to showcase the mental health data that is being collected at Meru. So we have several studies, but now we have only focused on the Healthy Lives Malawi long-term conditions and the Generation Malawi, depression and anxiety. But I think when I'm talking about scaling up, etc., I'll highlight on that. But I think we'll have also a separate presentation where you can be able to see how the Meru viewer operates. So we won't have time to demonstrate here, but there will be a separate meeting where we can actually demonstrate the Meru viewer. So you'll be required to register. Once you register, you have access. You can look at different indicators on mental health that we have. The good thing about the Meru viewer also is that it will give you a link for you to request the data sets. And this link will, you can just fill in a brief concept on why you want to use the data, etc., and then it will go to the approval stage for you to access this data set for analysis. So we are trying really our best to make the data accessible to as many people as possible. Now, I think from the guidelines, one of the things was what next. So I just want to look at it in the lens of the solutions that we said we have. So the unified data set. At Meru, at the moment, we have several studies on mental health that are happening. Others are related to genetics. I'm not an expert in that. But we also have longitudinal studies on anxiety within this population. We are hoping that we can embed and incorporate these studies within the Meru viewer so that people are aware of the data that we have. Also, we know that there are other people that are doing similar work probably on mental health. So we can actually scale up with embedding other sites that are using our doing research on mental health to incorporate them here. And the good thing is we've already had discussions and engagement with people that are working on different mental health issues in Malawi. So I think those engagements have been helpful for people to know the kind of data that we have because they did not know. And I think that can also breed new research within or leveraging the data that we actually have. In terms of data insights, the evidence that we have generated, we think that there are still more questions that can be answered with the data that we have. So if people have access to the data, they are free to answer those research questions. I have different research questions in my head but obviously maybe I cannot do it. But probably there are people from South Africa, my brother from Zimbabwe, they want to access this data. Please access it and answer those research questions. And I think this platform can also help us to develop new collaborations if we want. I understand there are other cohorts in African countries. There are so many teams here that are working on different projects. If you take your time to look at the data, and then you have probably a brilliant idea that we need to collaborate on using our cohort as well, I think this is something that we should be moving towards. And then in terms of building capacity, we have people that are using this data. For example, one of our analysts will be using the data as our PhD. So you see, we have a lot of potential in terms of building the capacity of researchers in Malawi, but not only in Malawi. We would want to have other people from other countries to use this data. And I'm not just saying it to please you, no, but because we've got evidence. We have people that are working with our other data, not mental health data. For example, just looking at multimorbidity, and we have a student that is working on multimorbidity in pregnant women or reproductive age. She's studying in Edinburgh and using our data. So we want people to use this mental health data as well to answer some questions, but also to build their capacity in terms of research. In terms of accessibility, using the Meru viewer, what we are looking at now is, are there other functions or functionalities that we can add to make sure that we improve the usage of this? So I was asking Dr. Michael about AI. So when we initially designed it, there was an AI assistant tool that will study the data, only our data, and then when you log in, you can ask it questions, it's going to answer you some of those questions. But now, because we can implement that, but without a protocol, I think there's some risk to it. So we said, let's remove it first and develop a proper protocol that should guide the usage of an AI assistant in this, Meru viewer. But this is something that is on the cards. And then the other thing that we want to look at is promote the use, because we can, have the dashboard, we can have a unified data set, but if we don't make it accessible or promote it to people that matter, I think then we haven't really done a good job. So what we have already done is doing those engagements with key people from the Ministry of Health, partners working in research, mental health research, and other mental health programs in Malawi. But we still want to continue doing these engagements so that a lot of people are aware of the resource that we have available to answer different research questions on mental health in Malawi. So as part of that, we engage students from Kamuzu University of Health Sciences in Malawi so that they come and, look at the data and, develop their research ideas, and then they can have access to the data. And then one of the things that we talked of when we were engaging people from the Ministry of Health was, is it possible for us now to link it to the national dashboards that are there or websites that are there so that, we increase the accessibility of this Meru viewer so that a lot of people, probably others will just go to government website, and then when they are there, they see something to do with Meru viewer on mental health, and then they can access that to look at the data that we have. So basically that's that, and we are open to more collaborations on the data that we have, and to answer all these questions that we may have. So this is a picture of our team engaging different stakeholders. On the picture, we have people with lived experience. On the picture, we have people from the communities. We have team members that are here, some are not here. And then we have different people and other senior leadership from Meru that have been very supportive in implementation of this work. Thank you very much. I think I'm done with my presentations, and it's time for you to ask my colleagues questions. There's a question there, there's a question there. Please ask us a lot of questions.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, okay. Yes, I don't know if I can read from here. Yes, so I have a few questions. So my first one is, initially I wanted to understand the different data sources and whether you had a unique ID to be able to merge all of them. But from your presentation, it appears you are dealing with the HDSS, so it means the IDs are likely unique, right? Okay, then this leads me to my question. In terms of how you put the data together, you said at some point that there are some individuals who may present themselves in the multiple studies, so you remove those duplicates. And I was wondering whether those duplicates are not really giving you some kind of longitudinal data that could have been insightful in terms of how you conduct the analysis. So maybe if you can comment on that. Maybe I just ask my questions and then you take all of them at once. Two, okay.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, so the second one is, I mean, your last point, which is on the linking the application to the ministry. And I was thinking of the feasibility of that. Are you thinking in terms of using the ministry's own data, plugging into the platform, or you are thinking just sending the application to the ministry? Because if that is the option, then they could easily access your platform. So why that integration? So maybe in terms of feasibility, what are you thinking about? Especially APIs for the ministry can also be very challenging, especially if you want to link with. So what are the plans in terms of how you'd want to engage with the ministry for that feasibility of that linkage? Thank you.
Any other? No? Please, Angela, let me know if there's a question on the chat. There's one here.
Yeah, thanks to the team for very good presentation and explanations. Mine are just questions
Microphone
of clarity.
closer to, yeah, exactly.
Yes, mine are just questions of clarity. So when you did the harmonization, was it the actual data or metadata harmonization? Because it seems like you had a lot of data. Did you manage to do all harmonization at data level or at metadata level? And you were saying that people could access. Do you now own the data sets, or you still be linking to people to the main data sources? Then another question of clarity. I think there's one of the study results that we say you found that other mental health issues were related to depression and anxiety. So it's just maybe clarity, an egg and a chicken, or maybe mild morbidity. Other mental health issues were related from one direction to anxiety and depression, or reverse, or they can actually be co-morbidities or mild morbidities. Thank you.
Thank you, Trust. Any other, a third one and last for this round? Okay. We'll come back to you.
Yes, very interesting work. looks like a lot of manual labor that was done in this linkage. And that brings in the question that is on data modeling and architecture. You said that you already had cohorts that you kind of anticipated that the data would be used, and so it was given a unique identifiers and the definitions of the different variables. But many people might not have that foresight, or things just happen naturally. So what I want to hear from you is whether you have done any work on structuring and standardizing this work using interoperability standards, coding it to ICD-10, HL7 codes of FHIR or something like that. And if you could tell me what your experience has been, because that would allow any new data set that might come that can be linked to that, especially when people are getting electronic medical record systems. That's one about the architecture. And the second question, since I'm allowed to ask too, is on, I think also the last bit on the users, the use cases. It seems to me that you did a lot of this just because you can, and now you have to go and ask people, does this work for you? And I think it should have been the other way around to ask, what do you want to see on the dashboard? And then you build that. So now you are in the position where you go and say, okay, we have this dashboard and can display this variable and display this statistic. And they say, well, we don't care about that. So tell me about your process of getting the user needs and the use cases for the data and what the lessons have been. Thanks.
Thank you. We can have you answer those 6 questions on the menu.
Yeah. So, like I said, I've got my colleagues here that will help me answer the questions, but I'll start with your last question on the users. I'm not sure, probably I wasn't clear, but I had said we have done several consultations. So those consultations we started before we started even designing the Meru viewer, all right? Meeting people from the Ministry of Health. By the way, Dr. Udedi used to work with the Ministry of Health in Malawi, and he's also part of our team. And he was very helpful in terms of, guiding us on how we engage the ministry, getting priority areas, as well as, designing some of these things. So we have done that with people with lived experience, with the community members, with the ministry, and other stakeholders that we are working with, or they're working in the mental health space. So it's not like we developed and then went to them, but it's the other way around. Before we developed, we went to consult, and then developed, and then went back to say, is this what you are looking for? Is this making sense? What should we improve? So I wanted to ask, because it was an easy question, but some of your hard questions I'll refer to my colleagues. I think there's data modeling, so we have Dominic or Alipo probably that can help answer that. We also have on, I think there was a question on the relationship from my brother from Zimbabwe. Physical health conditions and mental health. Really, what we are looking at for the long-term condition survey is cross-sectional data. So issues of bidirectional relationships are there. But the beauty with our data is that we now have the baseline data. So what we want to look at further is the longitudinal association. So we have baseline status of, the people within our cohorts. Now, over time, what can we observe? We are already planning another round of the same survey within the same population. So obviously, we are going to be able to look at temporal trends in the relationships that we are observing. All right. Do I have support from my team?
I think you just need to nominate who answers what,
right.
and then we get going.
Yes,
okay,
so Alipo.
Yeah. Alipo is here. You know what to answer.
All right, thank you. So I was thinking about mostly his question on how we are interfacing with the ministry, specifically on sharing the data from the Meru viewer directly with the ministry. So it's a good thing that the design, I'll try not to speak Greek, but the design of the Meru viewer itself is a multi-level application where it has got 3 layers mainly. One that is getting the data from the study, and this data is then aggregated and sent via API endpoints to where the data is being visualized. And then there's another application layer which is controlling who gets to access what resources on the dashboard. So here, with this design, we were able to pre-plan how we'll be able to send data to other systems, because we already using API endpoints that we can easily modify to serve specific resources to other external applications. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Alipo. I think the other issue was from you. Sorry, I forgot the name, so sorry about that. Yeah.
Samuel. He's Samuel.
Samuel, yes. On longitudinal data in terms of, the duplicates, etc. So for the Meru viewer, I think once you engage with it, it's going to be clear. Like I've said, we have the birth cohort. It's not like we're deleting the files to say, oh, there's a duplicate. Someone was already in long-term condition survey, and they are also in the birth cohort. We are not deleting them, but we are selecting to say, okay, we want to have the baseline data on the Meru viewer. So we are going to prioritize, and I think that's a protocol. Alipo, you remind me if I'm wrong, but what we said is, for example, if you have the long-term condition survey, and you also have the birth cohort data set, or you have been recruited to the birth cohort, we are prioritizing the birth cohort for you to be in the Meru viewer. So the baseline information that we've collected for you in the birth cohort. So we are not actually deleting them. But you are right. We are really going to have the longitudinal data, because over time we have data now at different time points. Probably the figures are not in my head right now, but in excess of 2,000 that we have collected data at delivery, 1 week, post-delivery, I think 6 weeks, and then we are going all the way to 24 months. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 years.
So yes. So 36 months. So eventually we're going to incorporate that in the Meru viewer to be able to show those kind of trends. All right. Have I forgotten anything?
Yeah, there are questions here. I don't know whether they have been answered. Sir, Afroman.
Yeah.
I think
Rebecca
there was something else
Okay.
Samuel asked, and then he also asked about the architecture of the linkage. Dominic will take that one up. I'll just answer his question about the opportunity for longitudinal analysis, just to add on to what Owen has said. So through the linkage that we have done, we have managed to identify women that have preconception data. So through that, we'll be able to look at, preconception, what was their status, then during the pregnancy and post. So it will help us understand the mental health in Malawi more. There are so many ongoing cohorts that will also help us understand the causal associations, as he asked, because right now we just did cross-sectional analysis, so the relationships look bidirectional, but over time we will be able to understand that, and yeah, I think that's one of the ways we'll scale up. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm really curious. I've been having this debate with colleagues for ages about the true prevalence of mental health conditions. And I'm interested in what measures were used and what measures were used in different surveys, and if you saw differences in prevalence data depending what measures were used.
Okay.
Bianca, most people struggle with the question, but if I heard you correct, you used different measures, different populations, but there are differences in the measures, right?
Yeah. So for example, some people use the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7 to measure depression and anxiety, and we see prevalences around 15 to 30%, wide range. Then if you use the DISC-5, which is a diagnostic tool for kids, you see a prevalence of 2 to 4%. Using clinically significant threshold. So I'm very curious about what you saw with the measures that were used.
All right, note that down. Yes, sir. I'm determined to get us out here in the next 5 minutes, so yeah.
All right, yeah, so the linkage was made possible and easy because we have 2 layers of identification. We have the IDs that uniquely identify the people in the HTSS, and then the IDs that identify people across studies. Yeah, so with that, we were able to identify everyone without struggles. Yeah. I hope that addresses your question.
Great. Anyone else? Okay.
Thanks. I was really interested by the relationships you pulled out of the data. They all seemed like they made quite intuitive sense when you looked at them. Were there any relationships or lack of relationships that surprised you, like anything you expected to see and didn't?
Okay. One more. No, Sam. We will veto that for now. No, please give Sam the question. Sam is our data scientist, data statistician extraordinaire. So.
Okay, this question is not statistics. I wanted to understand why anxiety and depression is high among the perinatal men and women. Should we stop giving birth?
Perinatal men and women. Okay. That's.
Can we go ahead to respond?
Can you start with that question, because I also want to hear that answer.
Me too, I'm interested.
Okay.
So we've had several discussions, I think, with people to try to understand these results. So my colleagues probably helped me respond to that question. I'm also interested. I wasn't there when that workshop was being done. So maybe, I don't know. Rebecca, are you able to respond? Okay. There was another question. You know, he needs to raise his hand.
Should I start with Bianca's? Okay, so we used the PHQ-9 and the GAD7 in the communities for screening. These were validated locally, so we did the comparison with the results from the clinic. We had 500 people that had diagnosis, and then we also had those 500 that had screening. So we did compare that to see, we had all the road curves to see, so we had validated those tools, and then we used them for screening. So we actually knew that they'll be able to give us, those symptoms based on the thresholds that we found. So the prevalence from that was, I think, around overall 5% anxiety and around 2.5 depression. So the people that we referred to the clinic, but these were only the ones that were above the threshold, like above PHQ-9 and above GAD7 6. So those were the ones we referred to the clinic. So amongst those, we found a prevalence of anxiety, depression around 9%. Yeah, so there are some differences, but then since at the clinic, it's the ones that we actually referred, not everyone.
I think you can also just highlight what we are using in the clinic to.
Oh yeah, GSM-5. That's what we used in the clinic. That answers your question? Not really.
I think Bianca's question is that if you're using different symptom screening questionnaires at the population level, did you do that? And if you did that, did you see differences in prevalences for the same condition? So for example, you use PHQ-9 for depression and maybe use DISC-5, which is the symptom screening plus diagnostic. Did you see any changes? Yeah. But if you didn't then use different tools, then maybe the question doesn't apply.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
So what is it? You didn't use different tools.
Different tools in the community.
So I guess then, Bianca, your question is answered. Okay.
Okay. The relationships that we expected to see and didn't see, I think it was mostly around the individual chronic conditions. Like HIV, you expect that in the population you'll find an association with anxiety, so we didn't see that. And we had such a large sample size, so as I said, we expected that, we didn't see that. But then when we come up with the composite, like the variable for different number of health conditions, that's when we were seeing an effect, an association with anxiety and depression. Yeah. The perinatal men and women. I think globally, in perinatal men and women, you see high anxiety and depression rates. And with literature, it says it's because it's a combination of all the factors, you know, economic factors, psychosocial factors, etc., which is also what we observed in our data set, to say it was everything was associated with anxiety and depression amongst the perinatal men and women. Unlike in the general population, less associations arose. But when you look at this genuine population, you have the food insecurity, the economic unemployment, and you know all the psychosocial issues as well. So all that, I think, you know, maybe becomes unbearable. And then you also have that relationship dynamic. So you have hormonal changes in the women, maybe they are disagreeing with the man. You have economic crisis, so all those things combined, I think that's why we see a lot of anxiety and depression.
So do we have a question online? Any online question?
Marsha has something to add.
Marsha?
Yeah.
Marsha is from your team?
From my team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Hi, I'm Marsha. I just wanted to add to Rebecca's point that in our consultation with the people with lived experience and members from the community as well, when we showed them the results, their sentiments were these results are true and they're a true reflection of what's on the ground. In particular, the issue of perinatal depression and anxiety, they did say these are the realities whether you planned the pregnancy or didn't plan it because of the socioeconomic factors and rising inflation, just the general environment in Malawi right now, whether the baby is planned or not. Yes, we are anxious and we are depressed about the oncoming, and if we have enough resources to cater for the baby, etc. So besides what we see in the data sets, the people with lived experience, they really did, they resonated with the findings that this is the reality. So yes, I just wanted to add that bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Marsha. So obviously, it's not really to say stop giving birth, but rather showing where the burden is and where we can intervene. Yeah.
Great. I don't know who is manning the online. No questions, so they have abandoned us. But seeing as we are here, I guess my question would be to you, Dr. Owen Konka, and your team is how then were the, those socioeconomic determinants of mental health incorporated into your modeling or in your creation of, understanding the burden of mental health in rural and urban Malawi? Does this data set bring in the insights from what Marsha just told us, from the qualitative insights, from lived experience insights, and then packaging it as a whole package to try and understand the prevalence, the drivers, the factors? Is it what we can find in the Meru viewer?
Yeah. We will invite you to take a look at our data, at our Meru viewer, and explore it, interact with it, and see some of these things that we are actually presenting here. So you asked me a question, but I also thought you answered yourself, because all these things that we are presenting are from different angles, from the data, the interpretation that we've done with people with lived experience, community members, and other stakeholders. And one thing that is remaining is for people now to access the Meru viewer and see for themselves.
Great.
Yeah.
How do they access the Meru viewer? Because that's what we're here to do.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
We said that there's going to be another, I think, a separate session to showcase some of the solutions.
Yeah.
So you should come to the desk where Alipo is going to be. He will demonstrate how you can access it. And then, in your free time, you can look at whatever we have on the site.
Joel, you have the mic. Can you advise us when that happens and how people can engage with each other's projects beyond these presentations here? When is that on the agenda and what is happening there?
The second day, we'll have a poster session where we'll have people presenting their project, and maybe that time now you can show how the Melu viewer, how the data works on this side and one.
Great. Our microphone left us for a few seconds there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 is tomorrow. So tomorrow there are going to be these interactive sessions where specifically for this group you can see what the Meru viewer can do. And you can interact, you can borrow the link, you can exploit. And then you can come back to Owen and his team for further clarification. Exactly what I said earlier, a lot more conversation will be elicited from this presentation. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I have a few announcements before we go for lunch. There is our visibility team. Christine has got those props that you can pose with and take some pictures. Please look behind you. Marsha has been kind enough to lift one up. Another one is there. These are the new things that communication people are using to draw attention to your image. So we take a picture of you, but that's the message, and then we use it for communication. You can use it yourself. We have, you may have seen from our home screen, the hashtags and all that. Please run the engagement, ensure that you engage. Show us what's happening, let the world know what's happening, beyond sharing the link on YouTube and all places, platforms where we are discussing what's happening today. It's important that this doesn't just stay in this room, that is also showcased outside there, because really, like I said, it's not the end, it's not the final convening, it's the beginning of the next chapter for the Mental Health Data Prize Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, pictures are important. You need to be in your best element right at the front of the hotel, and the paparazzi will be there waiting for you. Please don't detour, don't go anywhere until you have stood straight for this picture, and then we can go for lunch. So I'm inviting you to leave now in the next 1 minute. I'll be the last one to leave this room. If you're first at the entrance of the hotel, please stand there. The rain is now gone. And then let's arrange ourselves. It will take a minimum of 5 minutes, as you know, to arrange people to take pictures before we go for lunch. Is that clear enough? So that we can get faster. Maybe we need to get moving now. Your laptops are safe here. We've been advised. And we are coming back at 2. So that means we have 45 minutes of lunch. We are going to try and reclaim the lost time, which is not a lot really. But yeah, let's be back by 2. I'll be already here, or we'll be already here to get started. So the hotel says that your equipment and your laptops are safe, and I will take full responsibility. Well, maybe not. maybe I shouldn't say that. But we'll try and ensure that the room is properly locked, and and everything is safe. So let's take the chance. All right. Enjoy your lunch, and see you at 2 for the afternoon session.
Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. 1 2. Sound check 1 2. 1 2. Sound check 1 2. 1 2. Sound check.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. We are going to start in the next 1 minute. So if we could get organized, please. If you have teammates who are not yet here, please summon them. Otherwise, we are eating into beach time, the evening beach time. Frederick claims there is a cocktail. So we are eating into that time. Okay, good afternoon once again. Welcome back everybody for the afternoon session. My name is Doris Kwesiga Kambujiro. I work with Aphrc. I think I haven't met a number of you, but glad to meet you all. So I'll be handling this afternoon session as Frederick takes a break and a breather. We have 3 sessions. 2 of them will be done physically, and one of the groups from Uganda will be presenting virtually. So each group has 1 hour to present, and please listen, stay awake so that you can give them feedback and questions and make input. I'm excited to invite Zanthe. She's part of the Columinate team, and she'll be presenting the work they've been doing on co-creating knowledge on the longitudinal direct and mediation relationships between youth mental health and social stress exposures. Yeah, so welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to donate a minute of my talking time to waking you up a little bit. So if you could all stand up, if you're comfortable doing so, just really briefly, I know, cringe, stand please. I just want to wake audience. I know it's pretty cold and the cold will help with that a little bit. But just swing your hips a little bit, stretch your arms up high. There we go. I'm not going to make you dance. Or someone else is welcome to come up here and use a minute to make you dance. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, you may sit. Thank you. So my name is Zanthe Hunt, and I'm a professor of global mental health at the Aphrc Health Research Institute. For those of you who don't know, we're in KwaZulu-Natal, which is an eastern province of South Africa. And ARI has 2 different campuses. One of them is in Mhdp-A, in the Umkanyakure district, and the other is in Durban. We had a very large team working on this study, and it's a pity that only 2 of us could be with you here today. We'll try and make our voices count and represent the others. But just to always flag this, that like all science, this was a really Herculean effort by a number of people, many of whom you will see in the slides, but whose names also appear here. Okay, I want to start with something that'll take me back to my childhood, and that for some of you who grew up in sub-Saharan Africa might do the same. So this is a lucky bean tree. Has anyone seen a lucky bean tree before? No KZN kids? Woohoo, one at the back, okay, cool. And then those are lucky beans. So if you grow up in South Africa, particularly in the more tropical areas, lucky beans are an incredibly important feature of your childhood, mostly because they only grow at a certain time of the year. And when they fall, if you're a kid, you believe that the more lucky beans you collect, the luckier you're going to be, right? So if nothing else from this talk today, I just want you to bear in mind and remember this piece of information about a species of coral tree called a lucky bean tree. Okay, now I'm going to get into the technical stuff. This talk has kind of 4 components, and it broadly tracks what we've been doing over the past year. And I think the most important place to start is just really where we started as a team when we began thinking about our data prize idea. We were confronted by 3 different challenges. And I think that usually when we try and construct a research question, we try and limit ourselves to engaging with one problem. But these 3 problems were so intractably connected that we were forced to kind of sit with the complexity and try to answer all 3 at the same time. So the first is we're very familiar with from the previous talks. I'm not going to belabor the point, but we have a massive gap in evidence from low and middle income countries when it comes to the mental health of young people. We know that the majority of young people live in these settings, and yet most of what we know about what causes things like depression and anxiety is drawn from high-income country populations. And this is important and relates to our second question, which is that the determinants of poor mental health might look very different in precisely these settings where we have no data. So a good example would be if you look at the determinants or the mechanisms of depression in Sweden, they are very unlikely to account for or capture or point back to food insecurity. Why? Because rates of food insecurity are incredibly low in Sweden. However, rates of food insecurity are incredibly high in the district where we work, and we had some evidence early on that looked like there was an association, but very little evidence globally that we could draw on. And then our third question, so the first is that we don't have enough evidence about young people in our settings. We don't have enough evidence about mechanisms in our settings. And then often when we try to understand mechanisms, we are drawn to really large data sets, and we battle to hold those in conversation with young people's lived experience. And we've been making a lot of progress. I think everyone in this room has been taking steps in that direction for the past maybe 10, maybe 15 years. So we'll now have studies where we maybe have a youth advisory structure and they'll advise us. We'll maybe have a kind of multi-method study where we have a quantitative and a qualitative component. But these two things are not always speaking directly to one another and are sometimes held up as kind of two different ways of looking at the same question. And we were interested in whether it was possible to answer these really complex questions around mechanisms at the population level, but meaningfully centering lived experience in young people's kind of qualitative accounts. So our solution had two components. The first component was a youth co-creation structure. So we worked with 11 young people from our community to co-create every single step in the research process. What was slightly different about this, as opposed to a lot of our other co-creation work, was the emphasis on constant translation to the data science. So instead of having kind of the qualitative work sit and then be digested by the research team and then be kind of used laterally to inform the quantitative work, we were really interested in how much can you close that loop and have young people drive basically data science at quite a large scale. And then we had the Colluminate data set, which addressed this issue that we have about the gaps in our understanding of mental health at the population level and of social determinants in low and middle income countries. These are our youth co-creators. There were 11 of them. One didn't make picture day. And they were absolutely incredible. They were drawn randomly from a kind of broad geography within our demographic surveillance site. And over the course of the year, became incredibly vocal kind of advocates within their communities and also translators of research findings. And we'll speak a little bit about how that played out. But this is what they were working with. So we've heard just now from Owen about health and demographic surveillance sites. Essentially, the best way that I can find to capture this is that you have your geographically defined cohort. And in Aphrc's instance, that's about 120,000 people across 30 to 40,000 households. So it's a mapped out area, everyone's enumerated. And then they're followed over time. So this is time at the bottom. And in Aphrc's instance, it's been about 26 odd years. Within that, the HDSS is mostly set up to do a few things really well, but fundamentally it's around demography. So it wants to look at births and in-migration and deaths and out-migration. And like many HDSSs, it was set up to understand the toll that the HIV pandemic and epidemic was taking in South Africa. And so it wasn't set up to measure things like human behavior, like mental health particularly well. But because it's a complete sampling frame, for the past maybe 10, 15 years, it's been used as the sampling frame for a variety of different studies. And some of those have measured mental health and they've measured it really well. So while we have the strengths of the HDSS, which is collect data on people 3 times a year telephonically, once in person, but hasn't historically been very good at collecting mental health data, we then have all of these different studies. These are a mix of cohort studies, RCTs, and I think one simple pre-post with over 5,000 young people that have good measurements of depression. And we were interested in whether you can bring those two things together. So we had 5 research objectives. The one was really about centering youth co-creation. So I think when we set out to do this, for us, it was an incredibly important kind of methodological contribution to see how far we could go with the youth leadership. And really the translation of that youth leadership into quantitative analyses. We're also really interested in whether it's possible to harmonize depression data across different data sets. So one of the things that you'll see here is that each of these different studies, the sample has been pulled from the HDSS, but they weren't necessarily related to one another in any other meaningful way. And so what was how depression was measured or how mental health was measured was largely driven by either what a funder requested as part of a kind of harmonized battery, or what the researchers at the time thought was going to be most useful. What that meant for us was that we had this amazingly large number of people with depression outcome measures, and yet they had two different measures. Some of them had one, some of them had both, and some of them had the other one. And that creates problems, I think, to Bianca's point earlier, when you're trying to have a look and create equivalency in a really large data set. Finally, once we had this kind of endpoint, a common endpoint using lots of different measures to say this is what mental health looks like, this is our construct depression, doesn't matter how you're measuring it, this is the common endpoint. We wanted to understand the trajectories, particularly focusing on social determinants, into poor mental health in adolescents. So again, to leverage this longitudinal, so this incredible retrospective history that we have on each person, and be able to understand what causes developmental cascades into poor mental health. As an example, if you took one participant out of treatment as prevention, TASP, and you connected them and their PHQ-9 score retrospectively with all of their preceding data since they were born and their mom's data, what is possible to see that you wouldn't see looking at the TASP data alone or the HDSS data alone? We also know that behavioral mediators matter, so we had some secondary questions around if you do collect data on behavioral mediators, so things like exposure to violence, substance use, sexual risk behavior, are any of these driving the interactions either as mediators of the social determinants or kind of on their own? And then we had to look at causal pathways. Our statistician is not with us today, and in his infinite generosity, he put some speaker notes in for me to talk you through this slide. But suffice to say, this interdisciplinarity is absolutely essential. And so having an incredibly strong data science team, and I think it's something we're really grateful to the Data Prize for, is kind of building that bridge between our social science structures and our data science structures. But we applied a variety of different methods because of the complexity of the data. I think it was a big learning curve, not for our statistician, but for us as a team, that each of the different ways that we decided to look at this longitudinal data, coming from the individual level and the household level, required kind of different levels of complexity from our analyses, including something very cool called G-computation. Now, I think I'm unclicked. Joel, can you? Cool. And thus far, most of our project findings are currently represented on our website. I'll take you through it in a little bit just to give an overview. I'm not sure if the clicker is going to work again or if I should. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. But that was basically our starting point. So we knew that we had a bunch of questions that we wanted to answer. We had incredibly rich longitudinal data sets to work with. We have incredibly engaged and creative and thoughtful young people who we wanted to work with, and how are we going to kind of bring these things together? I want to start, and I think it auto-plays when I click, so I'm going to delay my click. But I want to start with a very brief video that was made that documented some of the co-creation procedures, particularly the component that was done before we began engaging about how we actually handle our existing data. And that was very focused on young people beginning to think about the types of data that would be useful to pull for the quantitative analyses.
And historically, when people study things like social determinants, which are poverty, access to housing, food insecurity, you're only really able to understand them fully if you look at very big data sets at the population level. But then what you inevitably miss are young people's voices and their lived experience and their expertise. And so in this study, we wanted to try and wed those two things and really allow the way that we understand big data from our health and demographic surveillance system and elsewhere be guided and really kind of co-created through young people's lived experience. The Co-Illuminate project is a two-part solution. The first part involves linking HTSS data with mental health data. So Ari works in the Somkelem, Tuba area and collects a lot of research and data on the people living in the area. And what we've managed to do is link their household data to their individual data on depression scores. And that gives us a really good idea of how one influences the other. However, research in general tends to favor empirical insight over lived experience. So what we decided to do was work directly with 11 young people living in the Mtuba area to do something called photo voice research.
Ngasho ukuthi ungenelelo lokucwaningo lungule kakhulu khona because ezinye izinto bengumuntu osheshe ethathe into efaka enhlizweni so kahle kahle lokho legcine lidele ekuthenini ngiphazamiseke kalula mhlawumbe ey'ntweni ezenzayo noma engifisa ukuthi ngi-achieve. So ngokufunda noku-understanda kwami ku-mental health sengiyakwazi ukubona ukuthi lokhu anginasidingo noma ngingakulalelanga lokhu kubalulekile kimi kuyangigqugquzela kumele ngikuthathe ngokufaka enhlizweni kuzongisa phambili. Hawu ngizengijabule kakhulu ngoba leli thuba uma uthi yenqayizivele uyabona ukuthi yonke opportunity ithola umuntu uyisebenzise ngoba nami ngagcina sengithola ulwazi ngekhamera ngayoshutha ngoba angekho familiar ngayo. Kwangipha nje isongo esihle kakhulu.
It was just really beautiful to see their world through and listen to their stories, and it's just helped us to learn about their lives on a deeper level.
And it was a lot of fun. We basically hired a minibus for a day and drove all around the area with us kind of hopping on and hopping off and taking photos wherever the youth co-creators wanted to. But it's a massive, massive photo voice data set of photos in the community that document the social determinants of mental health, visually and then accompanied by narratives. We then had a series of co-creation workshops where we asked young people, okay, it's really useful to understand these social determinants. How can we sort of cluster them? And this was one of the first main findings of this research, is that access to basic services and exposure to violence and crime are two of the things that young people in this community describe as being most impactful on their mental health. It's really interesting because adolescence is usually a period in which we'd expect to see, for instance, things like social support, social relationships coming out really strongly. But in this community, because rates of kind of socioeconomic and material deprivation are really high, young people were taking photos of things like broken roads, of lots of rubbish lying in the road and talking about what that meant to them and how it affected their mental health. What was also really interesting is that most social determinants frameworks imply culture, religion, and spirituality, but they do not elucidate it as a social determinant on its own. And yet, issues around culture, around faith, around spirituality were front and center in a lot of young people's accounts of the things that affect their mental health. And they describe this as kind of a social force, very similar to the way that we think about other social determinants. Another thing that we did with the data, I think we have a lot of research generally that has described social determinants in young people's accounts of them. What we wanted to do was do this formative work because it opened up a conversation, but we also wanted to take it a step further. And that was then about elucidating pathways from these descriptions. So I'll give you an example. One of the young people took this photo, and then in their narrative on the photo, they were asked to describe the causal pathway. So we had a lot of different interactive, kind of youth-friendly ways of asking that question. But essentially it was to say, you've taken a photo of a fence. What does the fence have to do with mental health? And this is where the causal chain begins to be unpacked. So for instance, they spoke about the fence represents investment in schools. The fence represents safety. The fence represents staying in school and not being exposed to violence. And what this ultimately resulted in then was this massive map of the mechanisms by which social determinants affect young people's mental health as articulated by young people themselves. We ended up with about 45 pathways, most of which were risk pathways. We had some quite clearly elaborated protective pathways where young people said, okay, well, this is a supportive thing, like the fence. But mostly they would describe things that were going wrong in the community and risks that they were exposed to. And just to say, when I get to the quantitative findings, this is where we started from. So before we went looking in the quantitative data set, before we began with the G computation and other things, our starting point was the causal pathways that young people had explained to us. Another thing that's really interesting about this and has significant implications for the continent is that most of the things that matter to young people when it comes to their mental health, we do not currently measure very well. We don't measure them well, particularly when it comes to our HDSSs, and we don't measure them well when it comes to our individual studies. So if you look just at a sample of individual studies from Aphrc, and these are studies which are about mental health, so all of the individual studies were purportedly about young people's mental health, they don't have very good coverage of the things that young people were telling us matter to them. Similarly, with our HDSS, it captures some of these social determinants quite well, but there are massive gaps. And so, for instance, if you want to have a look at religion, spirituality, and culture, which we now know are important to young people in our setting, there's basically no data that allows you to look at that. A secondary application of the data is that we now have a massive kind of nearly 200 plus repository of images from our community that are important when it comes to youth mental health and well-being. Why that matters is that most of what we know about about the built environment and how it corresponds to human mental health is from high-income countries. So as an example, this is kind of Google Street View image analysis, where Google Street View images have been pulled, and then they've been analyzed for different types of kind of contents, for instance, buildings, sky, rubbish, trees. And we know that you can include these in very complex kind of analyses, and you can have a look and you can develop a sense of what kinds of features of the built environment matter most for certain types of health outcomes. And what we routinely see is that green space, for instance, is highly correlated with better health outcomes. And that makes sense if you're in London or Hong Kong or Sweden. But look at the distribution of green space. So if you were to apply a visual learning system to data and to visual data sets from our setting, you wouldn't necessarily be looking for the same types of variables. And while you can use machine learning to analyze these images and to kind of say, well, we think these are better environments and these are less optimal environments, having user-coded data like this to train visual learning systems is really important. And so that's something that we're going to be pursuing going forward. But in basically looking at how do things like green space systematically differ in how they are related to poor or positive mental health in an under-resourced setting versus in a high-income country. What you can ultimately do is generate things like this, so kind of heat maps that show the distribution of different types of exposures over a very large area, and you can often overlay those one on top of the other. We've done this in South Africa before, but relying on models that were trained in high-income country data. The second big thing that came out of our findings, secondary to the photo voice, was that we began this process of harmonizing across different outcome measures for mental health. So if you remember right at the beginning where I had the map and I showed the different studies, some of them had the Schoner Symptom Questionnaire, which is a measure of common mental disorders, as their outcome measure, and some of them had the PHQ-9. And this is a massive issue in the Global South in particular, because we have a lot of kind of external forces which dictate or determine or influence what we measure at a given time. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but often there will be massive kind of mega trends in how we're measuring different types of outcomes, including mental health. What we wanted to see is, if you take the Schoner Symptom Questionnaire, which measures depression and some, so it also has a couple of items which are around somaticization, it has items around psychosis, is it possible to harmonize it so that it becomes an endpoint for depression? It's particularly important because at a stage, the Schoner Symptom Questionnaire was being used quite routinely, and it would be lovely to be able to use that data in large mental health analyses, but at the moment, we've been quite limited in our ability to do that because it's not comparable with either measures of anxiety or depression. And what we found is that it's possible. So if you pull out the items, so if you use item response theory, and you pull out the items from the Schoner Symptom Questionnaire which do not well correspond to the items on the PHQ-9, you can develop a portable, and we have now got a portable training interface and coding interface which allows you to transform Schoner Symptom Questionnaire data into comparable PHQ-9 data. So you have a single outcome that allows you to look at depression as an endpoint from two very different measures. And we're quite excited about this because methodologically, it's useful to kind of advance harmonization on the continent, but also for this particular outcome measure, which hasn't been amongst the outcome measures that have been widely taken up, like the PHQ-9 or the GAD-7, it means that massive troves of data from sort of 10 years ago, we can now use more extensively. Then, the next thing that we looked at is the social determinants trajectories. So given that we were able to now pool all 5,000 of these young people from this common area together and say, here's our endpoint, and this endpoint is, we're going to say symptoms of depression. Doesn't matter what it's measured by, we're going to say this is the endpoint we're interested in. What could we look at and what can we see about the types of social exposures over the life course preceding adolescence that are associated with poor mental health? We broke the sample up into exposure in the ages 0 to 5 and then 6 to 12, mostly because there is a lot more data on the first 1,000 days and then 0 to 5 that looks at things like co-residing with your mom, exposure to poverty, etc. And so we wanted to be able to look at the literature separately. What we found is that there are latent classes in the data into which these different exposures cluster, and they cluster quite predictably and in quite interesting ways. If we take as an example the really dark bar at the top, that is where children are simultaneously not co-residing with their mother, so their biological mother, and they are exposed to very, very low socioeconomic status in the household. So that latent class, as you can see at the top, very dark, the probabilities that you're looking at here are probabilities of subsequently developing depression or symptoms of depression in this common endpoint. If you then have a look at our green bar at the bottom, low maternal absence, improving socioeconomic status. So in this cluster, kids are simultaneously co-residing with their mom, and the household socioeconomic status over this kind of 12-year period is steadily improving. Why this matters to us is that we're able to... Joel, do you mind clicking for me? Thank you. Is that we're then able to see what exposures at what time most predict the onset of depression symptoms in adolescence. And this is really important, and I think for us particularly interesting. So what we found is that for small children, maternal absence matters potentially the most. We've been very careful in the policy digestion of this information because there's absolutely no reason for it to be punitive of anyone. It, to us, indicates a need for incredible support for moms who cannot co-reside with their children, for work, etc., and we'll speak about that in a minute. But what it also shows is that in middle childhood, so 6 to 12, mom's presence falls away as being the most important predictor of mental health subsequently, and socioeconomic status becomes most important. This is really important because later on you'll see that food insecurity drives a lot of this association, and yet South Africa, like a lot of countries, have been defunding and reducing our school feeding programs, which most target children who are 6 to 12. So what this data and some of the other associations we've seen allow us to do is have quite an age-sensitive way of thinking about the prevention of depression in adolescents. What this slide just basically shows, and I won't belabor the point because I disaggregated a bit on the next one, is that when we looked at mediators, the mediators play a role, so they improve the overall effectiveness of our prediction, but this differs significantly for different mediators. And I want you to have a look at food insecurity. So food insecurity is driving a lot of the impact of mediation on this relationship. So we know that it is in early childhood, it's not living with mom. But there is a contribution that is being made by food insecurity. We know that in middle childhood, it is the absence of enough money in the household that's driving depression. And a lot of this, again, is being driven by food insecurity. So much so that in the bottom one, the food insecurity alone outperforms the full mediator set. What all of these findings mean for us is a lot of difficult conversations with people in our area, so our key decision makers that decide on the types of programming that is done. And particularly for us, it means a broadening of conversations about mental health programming outside of health. So we need to go to the sister departments of social development, of education, if we really want to think and get ahead of prevention. I want to just skip forward. This should play, is it? Cool. It's okay, I can skip there. You can skip over and I'll take them through it tomorrow. So tomorrow, one of the things that we will do is showcase the portable item response theory environment that allows you to kind of take one type of outcome measure and transform it into another, and also take you through some of the interactive dashboards that allow you to look at different social exposures in this group at different ages. And for us, at the level of this project, it's a lot about starting a conversation with the policymakers in our area about how data can be used kind of in real time to inform programming. In terms of our impact and outputs, we had some very specific commitments that we made, and we're happy to say that we have met all of those. One of the things that was most, next slide please. Thank you. That was most impactful is that, and part of what we try to showcase in the video is that the process of conscientization, so of coming together and having conversations about things that affect us, was possibly one of the most impactful outputs of this whole project. We have our data insights, we have the strength and capacity, but what we also have are 10 young people who feel incredibly confident and able to have difficult conversations with leaders in the community about mental health. And one of the things we did is they led all of the dissemination and all of the community stakeholder engagements for the project. It took a lot of time to do that work well. So ethically and responsibly, you want that interaction for the young person to be a good one. You don't want their first conversation with a traditional authority, with someone from the government to be a negative interaction. But with enough support and scaffolding on both sides, so also me sitting with members of government and sitting down and saying, let's ask nice questions, like how do we do this? We were able to bring people together and have youth-led dissemination where young people spoke about and advocated for the types of things that they had identified in the community. And were able to really distill, I think, with impactful examples in a way that our research team would otherwise not have been able to do, the implications of this work. We also have a variety of different impacts related to each of our different outcomes. And I think one of the ones that I would just like to highlight is that in conversation with colleagues from the Department of Basic Education, Department of Social Development, having these actionable entry points for programming. So being able to focus in on a particular age range and a particular outcome and a particular exposure, rather than looking at the whole universe, has allowed us to quite easily digest what we have found for things like school feeding programs, for things like programming that happens with early childhood development, so 0 to 5, versus programming that happens later. So the types of supports that we need to make available, for instance, to mothers who need to work or migrate. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. We have some publications and other outputs. Next slide, please. But to me, I think, again, another thing that I'd like to pause on briefly is that for us, as a new research team and a new research structure within our organization, the ecosystems strengthening component of this work has been considerable. So having the opportunity to work in an interdisciplinary way, to document that, to have salary, to support people, to work together and to work really thoughtfully about a given question has been incredibly important for us. I've spoken a little bit about the youth co-creators, but another opportunity that we have is to scale the methodologies that we've used within other HDSS sites. There are two main mechanisms for doing that, and the one is Aphrc, which is specific to South Africa, but the other is the newly launched and welcome supported African Population Cohorts Consortium. And APCC has much wider geographic reach across the continent. And so part of what we try to do is say, how can this methodology be used in other HDSSs? Not only for adolescent mental health, but also to answer the types of questions that other HDSS sites may want to answer on the basis of the individual studies that they have and the opportunities for harmonization that they have too. In terms of our scale and sustainability going forward, we have our Aphrc HDSS, we have the Aphrc network, and the APCC. Can you, next slide? Thank you. But we also have a variety of different open science assets, including a portable IRT scoring engine that's now openly available that people can use to look either at the individual level or across an entire data set on how SSQ14 data can be made interoperable with PHQ9 data. We have a methodology that is replicable. And I think very importantly, it's the first instance in which we've been able to do quantitative data-driven work in a very community-embedded way. Next slide, please. Our opportunities going forward have been quite clear. So you'll remember in that one of the first slides after the photo voice video, you saw that mapping of constructs that young people think are important relative to constructs that we measure in our studies. We have a new study which is 5 years, which is has started in April, but for which measurement is going to start in a few months. We've been able to take those findings and develop our measurement battery, our assessment battery, on the basis of what young people said mattered. So it'll be now the precedent going forward at Aphrc to have co-creation precede the development of measurement assessments. And I think one of the other things that we're very interested in here is kind of how we can support and ethically reproduce youth co-creation and co-authorship going forward. Can I have the next slide, please? In terms of our conversations with government, they have centered primarily around social protection and caregiver and family planning. But with wider stakeholders in the community, it also touches on things like the way that mental health services in the community are structured, and the way that when we do assessments, for instance, for young people coming in with mental health problems, looking at the social determinants, looking at exposure to violence, looking at food insecurity in the households, also very important of getting a more composite risk score and sense of what's going on with a young person that might be driving poor mental health. Next slide. So, in the answer to kind of what changed as a result of all of this activity over a year, we feel like we've contributed to building the evidence base, specifically in relation to the questions that we set out to answer. So how can we firstly contribute to and rectify some of the imbalances in data coverage? Well, we've contributed a large data set. We've also looked at the social determinants in a way that we feel are very relevant for our setting. We feel that this model of working with young people takes a lot of time. And so there've been a lot of kind of process learnings around youth co-creation and kind of meaningful youth engagement. And it's definitely a moment of institutional learning too. And working with our universities and our ethics committees to think about things like, and I know we're not alone in this, but what co-creation means, how we do participant protection, but also surface people's lived experience. We have solved a measurement issue that has been plaguing some of our scientists for a while, and definitely scientists working in Zimbabwe, Zambia, and South Africa who are trying to work with SSQ data. We have some longitudinal insights that we want to take forward now in additional studies. So obviously we're working with PHQ-9 and SSQ-14 data, so those are screening tools. Ultimately, it'll be really important to look at these assumptions using different types of measures, including clinical ones. But the emerging longitudinal insights help us, in our setting, begin to think about what programming might look like in the future. And it's been scalable by design. So we are in conversation with Aphrc to think about what is going to be the most useful way of them taking this forward. And we have some uptake from within APCC to also think about what they would most like to gain from this process, be it kind of training workshops specific to mental health or methodological workshops which kind of straddle mental health but also look at the health issues that they are most affected by. Next slide, please. I think it's my final one. Okay, I just wanted to leave you with this for a second. So Mhdp-A is one of our youth co-creators and a named author on the paper about this. This was the caption that he gave to this picture of a tree. So this tree made me realize how important it is to be patient in life. It doesn't have any leaves and all the trees in the background have leaves, but it's only a matter of time before it rains and this tree will turn green. It's a valuable lesson for anyone who wants to give up in life for any reason. Every hard situation you're facing is just a temporary thing and you'll definitely overcome it. And this is a lucky bean tree. And I don't know that Mhdp-A was reflecting on the fact that it was a lucky bean tree when he took it. But to me, what this image captures, and I think why the youth co-creation component is really what we have led with and centered and advocated for in this work, is that this is what doing research with young people, for me, often feels like, is you are custodians of hope. And you're custodians of optimism, and you're custodians of young people's belief that by engaging with you and having a conversation with you as a researcher, it's going to lead to some kind of change. And so to me, coming back to the qualitative, coming back to the lived experience accounts, coming back to this idea of kind of the lucky beans in research, is doing justice to this optimism and this hope and this thoughtfulness that our youth co-creators had about their lived experience, what it means, and kind of the optimism for the future. So, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Xanthi and Colluminate team. I think I picked a number of things out of your presentation, including the fact that you had, you had a youth co-creation process and photo voice that was quite different, but you're integrating it as well into the data science concurrently, like at the same time, to make it more useful. I'll comment on the photo voice findings around the fact that they showed some of the things important to the youth, access to services, and then violence, crime, and safety. The issues around culture, religion, and spirituality and how they're expressed, but also the fact that most things affecting young people's mental health are not measured well, including the HDSS sites and other studies. And maybe another thing is around how for smaller children, maternal absence matters a lot, but as they get to the upper stages of childhood, there's also socioeconomic status and related problems. So I hope we're still awake. Everyone looks bright. Looking for feedback, please, and questions for the team. Who first, plus those online? We still have about 15 minutes.
Questions? Yes?
Hi, you mentioned that maternal presence is important in early childhood. I wondered, are there any variables that refer to other attachment figures? What do you need? Must I stand? Sure. John Bowlby would be happy because, I mean, it corroborates attachment theory findings, but is it specifically maternal presence, or is there data to reference other primary attachment figures and the impact they might have? Thanks.
So yeah, I have a lot of colleagues working in attachment. I can't comment in this sample on what's driving the association. I think there are two things that are worth calling out. So one is that orphans and vulnerable children are captured in that association. So a lot of what we'll see, and it holds across enough of the different latent classes for us to not think that that's the only association, but in that group where there is a lot of maternal absence, that is a proxy. We don't know why she's absent. So it could be that she's passed away. It could be that she's out-migrated. It could be that she's mobile for work and that there's actually more money in the household. So we don't know what is driving it. So that's why we have to have this constant kind of interplay between our qualitative inquiry, which drives some of the mechanistic insights, and then looking at it in the data. I do think that in terms of other attachment figures, we look at, within the HDSS, it's pretty good at looking at male caregivers, at looking at biological mothers, and then at looking at other female caregivers, number of adults in the household, etc. We did a series of analyses that looked at parental co-residence together, so any caregiver, male or female, no associations. We looked at dads alone, not a lot of associations. It was only the mom where we saw that. So in the full paper on this, you see us play out each of those different steps. But for some reason, particularly, and I mean, I think for reasons of attachment and of what it's a proxy for, in the early years, it's the maternal, and specifically in this instance, biological mom, where we begin to see that association most strongly. Can they hear me?
Please ask the question, whoever it is online.
Thank you very much for that amazing presentation. It was really great. So I had two questions. One is just a comment because I think you partly answered it, which is the issue of measurement. Obviously, this was pre-included and below the challenges associated with it. So I think you partly answered that you are thinking about looking at this with most of the diagnostic interviews. It would just be interesting to see if some of these findings hold and how they translate in the work. My second question is just around lived experience. And I'm just thinking about what Professor Chonukumi said in the morning, and also about what you presented, which is you cannot really export context, especially regarding lived experience. And that has been my biggest learning point and my biggest area of capacity building throughout this project, which is just being very deliberate about involving lived experience. I just wonder from your own perspective, these were 11 young people with lived experience who participated in the project. How do you think this pans out when you go to urban areas, bigger populations, more young people? And also, how has this changed you as a researcher? How will this influence or impact your work personally going forward, especially leading this team of work? Okay.
Thank you. It's quite cool because your voice is emanating from the ceiling, which is sort of interesting from a Q&A perspective. Thank you for those questions. So I think I want to start with the first one, which is around working with the young people with lived experience and the differences between our very urban and our very rural setting and in a more urban setting. One of the things that I was actually chatting about at lunch is that when we try to identify a person who is an expert with lived experience, we know that in our settings, we can't say, okay, well, you need to have a diagnosis of depression or anxiety because that's very restrictive. And access to diagnosis is incredibly, incredibly limited. So what we tend to say then is, well, we allow people to self-identify, right, as having had the experience of mental health challenges or depression or anxiety. In our young group, the idea of self-identification with a kind of an entity, a thing, depression, anxiety, was not the way that they thought about it. They could describe events, they could describe symptoms, they could describe trauma histories in some instances. which would be inextricably linked with mental health conditions. But the idea of self-identifying as a young person with depression was not the way that this was articulated in our setting. In Durban, where we have other youth advisory structures, they spend a lot more time on TikTok, they spend a lot more time online. Their familiarity with, and actually the lexicon, so the vernacular with which young people describe their experiences, is a lot more similar in some ways to other urban populations of young people. And so I completely agree. I don't think there's an answer to this, but there are definite differences. And I think for me, it became about engaging with, we know as researchers, we're beginning to grapple with what we are thinking about as lived experience and what it contributes to research. And so listening with an incredible openness to the young people and all of their different accounts, and then iteratively pulling out the bits that are the lived experience lens that was going to be relevant to the research is kind of how we went about that. Your second question, which I think is a bigger question, around how this process changed me. Oh boy. I think there are a number, but I think that probably the most important is sitting down and having a conversation about what I think I know before putting it in a research proposal. So I think for me, it's been a lot about questioning my most fundamental assumptions about how variables are related, how young people understand things, and trying to force the issue of those conversations preceding a scientific commitment to do work, which is quite humbling and difficult, particularly if you're really curious and you want to understand a certain question. But for me, being more committed now to going a little bit slower and sitting down with young people and allowing them to really influence the beginning of the process, not just once you've committed to a certain set of questions, has probably been the biggest practical change.
Yes. Zante, that was so interesting. And I kind of feel that this ability to get these insights from young people and translate them into some sort of quantitative format is really a unique skill. So I'm kind of wondering, this kind of idea of scaling this kind of methodology up and probably across the APCC network seems like a great idea. But how are you kind of planning on going about it? Like, are you going to train other cohort leads on how this is done? Because I have the impression that this also relies a lot on these relationships that you have built within the cohort, within this youth community. So probably you and your team, you cannot just go and do all of this. But it seems like a quite unique skill. So yeah, what are your plans about that?
Sure. So I think in terms of the way that we're thinking about doing it, it is kind of training other teams. So going in, sitting with them. We've operationalized a lot of these different processes. So for instance, those workshops. A lot of what the workshops look like, we're holding up a photo, asking someone to speak about it, and then saying, okay, so what is the thing that you've described? And then what happens? And then what happens? And then what happens until they ultimately get to the mental health outcome. And those kinds of things you can definitely kind of codify and manualize. But you're right, there's a lot of scaffolding, there's a lot of relational safety that has to happen. And we were really lucky that we have an incredible team in Somkele who are able to do that and build that rapport really quickly. But I think that's one of the things that would need to happen is in scaling this up, there needs to be a multidisciplinary team, including youth engagement leads, including social scientists and data scientists, in order for this to work. I think it would be difficult for any one group to take up on their own. But I think that part of moving forward will be figuring out like the minimal acceptable package to do this well, and then the kind of nice to haves and things that make it more effective.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, Zante, thanks so much. We're going to have to take the conversation forward over dinner. But as one of the mental health leads at another Saprin site in Mpumalanga, with my youth liaison here as well, Tamira, we'd be very interested in learning from your methodology. Got several nested randomized control trials and cohort studies with adolescents. and have thought long and hard about how to make the best use of the data that we already have. So a lot to learn from you, thank you. And then because my orientation is always on implementation and interventional research, just very interested to hear if there were key things that came out of this work in terms of opportunities, you know, given the unique risk factors that were identified in your cohort. Yeah, I wondered if you would share a little bit more about your thinking around interventional research.
Any other question we can take? Then she can answer once. We have about 5 minutes left for this session.
Yeah, thank you for this really fascinating talk. I was wondering whether you can comment a little bit more on the difference in access to green spaces that you mentioned, because I think there can be many different mechanisms behind how green spaces can help mental health, from air quality to social spaces to physical activity, which might be captured in different ways in your context. So it would just be really interesting to hear a bit more about that.
Absolutely. So I'm going to start with the. I'm going to start with that because I'm failing to retrieve that question. So I'm going to start with recency. So I just want to go through. Joel, is it possible to have I been unclicked? Would you go through to the tile with all the different green things? So you're right. So for us, it's kind of it's like a methodological contribution. So the theorizing. So for instance, with urbanization, a lot of the data from high-income countries is urbanization is negatively associated with a lot of mental health outcomes. But in Africa, we are still at the point where urbanization is actually positively associated with better mental health. And that's because we're at this point here where it still means better access to hospitals, better access to school, better access to a range of things that are supportive. We haven't crossed over to the land in which you haven't seen a tree in like 2 years. But that'll come, but it's not here now. So the benefit of urbanization still outweighs the negatives. But if you look at policy guidance, it will unequivocally say urbanization is bad for mental health. And so, do you mind going back one? Thank you. And so what we're trying to, this guy, yeah. So what we're trying to do in the context of the conversation on green space is precisely what you've raised, is how can we think about green space in a more nuanced way? So clearly, access to green space, if you're living in Joburg and there's a park near you, that's great. So that's Johannesburg, very urban park. That's going to do the same thing it would do if it was a park in New York, probably. But here, you cannot take the green space at face value. And a lot of these machine learning approaches to generating those kind of heat maps do. They'll just say green, good. And then we can't look for the things we want to look for. Whereas it may be, in this instance, given the color of the ground, if you're using a very simple thing, the more exposed dust and red you can see, it's a sign of erosion, it's a sign that there isn't a tar road, etc. And so those kinds of visual cues might matter more. So it's not that the actual green space matters, but it's the way that we process it and what might matter more, if that makes sense. Thank you. And then my final thing, just a very short answer, is on the types of interventions that matter. I think for us, it's basically to say we need to do structural interventions. So we need to focus on structural interventions and the types of structural interventions that are within our remit to look at and to explore. And to advocate for. And a lot of our science will still look at a lot of these mediators. It will look at the way that people understand structural exposures. But I think a lot of our advocacy now needs to sit with things like food insecurity, housing, support for pregnant women, etc. I think that's me.
All right, thanks a lot. One last question. Is there anybody online? Frederick has a question. Okay. So thanks a lot for sharing and for the presentation. I'm seeing a lot about self-identification being, as a person with lived experience, being contextual and can really be described by the person with lived experience differently than humility before science, and knowing that you may have the scientific methods all set, but there are people in the community who actually have, another approach to this, plus innovation, relationship building, multidisciplinarity, and many, many other things. So thanks a lot to the Columinate team for your presentation. Hand clap, please, for them. Okay, we still have 2 presentations to go. As the next team gets ready, to wake us up, I have a quiz, like a very hard quiz. Yeah, but please respond to the quiz while standing up. Please, let's stand up. If you answer, you can sit down correctly. No, it's just good for your health. Just stand up. Okay, a series of quick questions. Anyone can answer. So what tree did Xanthi feature in her presentation? What's the name? Okay, I'm starting with the easier ones. Don't think it's all like this. How many swimming pools does this hotel have? Okay, 2. Whoever said 2 can sit. Pardon? No, but I'm coming to the ocean. The plunge pools. No, the main swimming pools. How many rooms does a hotel have? Are you guessing? You're guessing. You should be trustworthy. They can't be 210 because, a number beyond 210. Okay, I'll tell you at the end. How many tables are in the restaurant? How many tables are in the restaurant? Someone says 69. I know the answer, so how can you not know it? Okay. How many oceans are there? Here. Where? I didn't finish a question. I just said how many oceans. Okay. How many boats have you counted since you came on the ocean? 2. Okay, how many have you counted? And then we see who has counted the most. 12, 13, 2. Okay. Can I give you the answer for the boats, the rooms, and the tables? So the answer is I don't know. I haven't counted them either. Let's have the next team, please. I don't know. Okay, so we welcome Bianca from Aphrc. She's going to talk about developing an AI-enabled adaptive assessment platform for adolescent mental health in Africa. Yeah, they're welcome. So.
We'll do it later. I mean, that's true to wake everyone up. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Do you need another stretch, or are you awake and ready to go? Yeah? Okay, great. So I'm Bianca. I'll be presenting on behalf of the Aphrc team. It's fine. Okay, better? I'll be presenting on behalf of the Aphrc team, some of whom are with us today and some of whom might be online. And just to start off by saying thank you all for listening and for supporting us in this journey. So I'd like to share the story of Aphrc. When we began, we had quite a technical question. Could we develop an adaptive mental health assessment for adolescents using African data? And over the past year, the project has really evolved into something much broader. So alongside developing adaptive assessment algorithms, we worked very closely with young people, built the functional prototypes, and began exploring how these tools could fit into real-world health systems. Next slide. Joel's, do I have a clicker? Okay. Thanks. So let's start by introducing you to Amina. So Amina is a 16-year-old girl. She recently stopped attending school regularly. She has difficulty sleeping, persistent worry, and has been withdrawing from her friends. She attends a primary healthcare clinic, and the nurse has about 5 to 10 minutes with her. There's no psychologist, psychiatrist, or mental health decision support tool. So the question we have here is, given limited resources, how do we identify which adolescents need help and what level of care? This is where computerized adaptive testing comes in. So CATs, put simply, choose the next best question based on a person's previous responses. So only asking the most informative items. And this allows us to reduce the assessment burden or amount of time taken to make an accurate assessment whilst maintaining the accuracy. Why does this matter? Well, we've already heard mental health disorders affect millions of African adolescents, and most never receive care. Existing assessment tools are really divided into two categories: diagnostic tools, which are very lengthy and not feasible to implement in primary care settings, and screening tools, which lack accuracy, which, when you're talking about scale-up and efficiency, creates system-level problems. Mental health specialists remain scarce in many settings, making it even more vital to accurately and efficiently identify which young people most stand to benefit from what level of care. So the question we had was, can adaptive assessment make mental health measurement more feasible, scalable, and youth-centered? Our vision was beyond creating a screening tool or replacing clinicians. We wanted to develop an adaptive assessment engine to support measurement-based stepped care. The idea would be that a young person would use the tool, which would generate an adaptive assessment that would help us identify who needs what level of care, and that would lead to triage, referral, and decision support for primary care workers, and connecting the adolescent with the most appropriate level of care. So how did we build Aphrc? There were 4 interlocking work streams. First of all, the data science to develop the adaptive assessment algorithms. Then a program of work of youth co-design with adolescents as key partners developing the app prototypes. The actual development of the digital product, so the web-based prototypes, and an early program of implementation research exploring real-world adoption and opportunities. You can read more about our methods in our preprint in JMIR. So let's talk about the data set that we used. I'll just take a moment to say that the Kenya National Adolescent Mental Health Survey, collected by Aphrc and our partner from University of Queensland, Holly Erskine, is one of only 2 nationally representative adolescent mental health surveys we could find from Africa. This is really significant. It used a diagnostic instrument to assess mental health disorders amongst adolescents, and was a nationally representative sample. So it presented a really prime data source for developing an adaptive test. The modules we used from the tool included the major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety, social phobia, and post-traumatic stress disorder modules. One thing to note about the DISC-5 tool and the KNAMS dataset is that it had a conditional data structure. So there were STEM, contingent, and gated questions. Basically, what you need to know from this is that not everyone got asked every question, and this led to a structural missingness in the data set that we had to work with, which influenced our modeling approach, and we'll chat about this. So in building the adaptive engine, we tried 3 different approaches. The first was multidimensional item response theory, pioneered by our partner from the University of Chicago, Professor Robert Gibbons. The second was modular clinical decision support networks, pioneered by the Light Laboratory at EPFL in Switzerland, a machine learning approach designed for incomplete and sequential data. And the third was a decision tree method, which could efficiently identify adaptive classification pathways. So what were our findings? Well, here's the headline. Adaptive assessment works. Compared to the full DISC-5 instruments, which on average asks an adolescent 86 questions, the Aphrc adaptive engine asks on average 29 questions and leads to an accurate identification of adolescents with internalizing disorders. So with 67% fewer questions, it was able to maintain a sensitivity of 97% and a specificity of 100%. Second key findings, it was really valuable to assess these different approaches. We learned a lot about the method that is most suited to the data structure. So multidimensional item response theory typically works with very large item banks, thousands of individual questions for each condition. And that is how it gets power to develop both a very accurate and efficient assessment. Modular clinical decision support approach struggled with the data set that we had because of the conditional structure. And when we developed a decision tree method, this actually produced the best overall balance between accuracy and efficiency. So what the data taught us? Well, it taught us really important things about African mental health data. So conditional skip structures, low prevalence of individual disorders, and limited item banks are real constraints for disorder-specific severity estimation. And we don't see these findings as failures at all. They are valuable scientific lessons that can inform future data collection and model development. At this point, we asked ourselves an important question. Even if the algorithm works, would young people actually want to use this tool? We know that technology alone is not enough. Any solution must be trusted, understandable, and relevant to the people it's intended to serve. To answer that question, we worked with young people from urban Kenya, Nairobi, and rural South Africa in Agincourt. We initially conducted focus group discussions and discrete choice experiments with about 250 adolescents across Kenya and South Africa. And these findings help us develop a design specs doc for what young people wanted in a digital self-check, mental health self-check app. So what did they tell us? Young people really value privacy. They wanted a 2-factor authentication, so other people couldn't see their data on the app. They really valued language. They wanted the questions to be presented in their home languages. They really valued trust. They wanted to see some institutional branding and signs that this was really a validated, researched mental health solution. And they wanted immediate feedback. They didn't just want referrals or information about how they are at this point in time. They wanted access to essentially awareness and self-help materials. And they wanted practical advice. So moving from our insights to our product development, we translated these findings into design specs and developed 2 prototypes. The first one, both prototypes contain an adolescent user-facing interface and a provider-facing interface, because essentially the back end is the same. It's asking the same questions, and so you're able to just shift the user interface to whether that question is self-administered by an adolescent or administered by a provider. At the end of the presentation, I'll give you some opportunities to go through our prototypes. These are just the landing pages that you start with. So we've just wrapped up a series of workshops where we tested our prototypes with adolescents in Nairobi and Argentina. Participatory arts-based approach. So adolescents had an opportunity to test both prototypes of the app, to provide some feedback. We had people doing observations about how they engaged with the app, whether they had specific questions. We had mixed media to develop logos, and we tested Fred's idea that cats might not be the most appropriate logo. Young people came up with their own color selection and some ideas for names for the app, and some input on the wording of the questions. What did we learn from testing? Well, the apps both seem to be feasible in the sense that they're easy to navigate. They both seem to be acceptable. Most young people told us that they would use them, and they would refer a friend to use them too. And they told us that the content felt relevant and understandable to them. Now, this was small-scale feasibility testing. We would like to follow up on this at a bigger scale. We had some feedback recommendations from them around language refinement, the results page or feedback that is given to adolescents after they complete the test. And a critical area for further development is linking the app to support pathways that are context dependent. So in each context, what are the community-based mental health services? What are the step care pathways? And we would need to engage with local stakeholders to do that. Looking beyond the app, we've already initiated this process of stakeholder engagement. So Mark Tomlinson and Marguerite Mahler from the University of Stellenbosch are in the process of doing 24 in-depth interviews with policymakers, mental health specialists, primary care providers, and community-based workers to explore opportunities for deploying the Aphrc tool in various contexts, the barriers, the training needs, referral pathways, and clinical decision support needs. So at this point, to say the data prize made this all possible, it allowed us to move from an idea to develop these adaptive algorithms to really finishing with two prototypes that are functional and deployable. We think need some further refinement and thoughts about integration into care pathways. But yeah, that's where we're at. Beyond the technology, much like Sante said, Data Prize has been a significant opportunity for capacity building. We have Constance Mabia and Tamira Nkuna, our youth liaisons, who have led the participatory engagement of young people from Kenya and South Africa throughout the project and in being involved in the project as co-researchers. In terms of data science, Darren Williams, Jonathan Dance have developed significant capacity in different methods of developing adaptive assessments with input from Prof. Robert Gibbons and Mary Ann Hartley, and with plans to extend this capacity building in the sites that we work in to other people who are interested in the methods. Significant research skills in participatory and mixed methods design and evaluation have been acquired by multiple people in the team. And a key aspect of the work has been this partnership development between the South African and Kenya teams and our international collaborators from the USA, Switzerland, and Australia. Looking ahead, we see Aphrc as more than an assessment tool. We see it as a potential component of a measurement-based care system. Assessment can support identification, triage, referral, monitoring, and ultimately continuous learning within mental health services. Critically, the Aphrc tool could be used within a range of primary healthcare, chronic disease, and educational platforms to support integration of mental health into broader programs. The next frontier for us, the questions are no longer primarily technical. We now need to understand the clinical validity, safety, provider usability, workflow integration, and generalizability of the tool. In other words, can tools like Aphrc effectively work in real-world care settings? So what comes next? Well, we have a pretty clear roadmap. We need to complete our stakeholder analyses, refine the prototypes, conduct validation studies, evaluate the safety, and undertake implementation and deployment readiness research. These are the logical scientific next steps and critical components of responsible AI innovation. So there's 5 key lessons from this project. First, adaptive assessment can substantially reduce assessment burden whilst maintaining accuracy. Second, methods need to be selected according to the data available, or you need to produce the data that you need to use the methods that you most want to use. Maybe a combination of both. Third, young people must be partners in design, absolutely critical right from very early in the work to make sure you're designing a product that they will use. And fourth, implementation matters as much as accuracy. And fifth, the capacity building is a critical outcome in its own right. So let's get back to Amina. Imagine that the same nurse, but this time with access to an adaptive assessment and decision support tool. Within a few minutes, she has better information, clearer guidance, and a pathway to support Amina. Our conclusion is that adaptive assessment appears feasible, youth-centered, and potentially scalable in African settings. At this point in time, I'd like to really thank all the young people that were involved in developing the tool, as well as my stellar team for their passion, dedication, commitment to excellence, and for making this journey so much fun. I really hope we get the opportunity to build on all the foundations we've laid over the past 12 months. And finally, thank you to APHRC and Welcome for making this opportunity available in the first place, and to the rest of the Data Prize teams. It is really a joy to be part of an expanding community of practice working on mental health research, practice, and policy in Africa. Yeah, we are eager to partner with researchers, ministries of health, education, NGOs, digital health innovators, funders going forward. If you would like to test our Aphrc prototype, you can scan this QR code and give it a bash on your phone. It's a web-based application. You might all be checking your mental health right now. Disclosure, we do not advocate this as a diagnostic tool right now, at this point in time. Yes, please do get in touch, come and speak to one of us if you'd like to hear more, or you think there's an opportunity for us to work together going forward. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you so much to the Aphrc team. We still have quite a lot of time for questions, so. Yeah, we can start there.
Should I go for it? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I think that was super interesting. And I think the cat logo is great, so I don't know why Fred wants you to change it. But so I think my question is more around longer term sustainability. So let's say everything that you mentioned works out perfectly. You can integrate the kind of clinical path as part of the, part of the tool. All the evaluations and clinical implementation related, assessments go well. And this is really ready for use, which is the ideal scenario, right? So how do you see this being, in the long run, sustainable? Is it going to be available freely, or like what kind of, I don't know, like maybe commercial kind of approaches you might actually want to think about, other than being dependent on funding and funding after funding? So.
Thanks so much for that question. Can I answer straight away?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, so financial sustainability is obviously the critical element in sustainability. And I'm really happy that you've asked that question, because I was hoping I'd have an opportunity to engage with the funders around the model for this, because we could open source the model. Anyone could adapt it, use it in different contexts. We've already had substantial interest from, I presented at the UNICEF Bold Ideas for Brighter Futures conference, several government stakeholders, NGOs that could use this to assess their community-based systems. The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent had this home. And so there is definitely benefits to making this freely available. On the other hand, there are real considerations around data privacy, around ethics, around safeguarding, making sure that there's a system of care surrounding the apps that are identified with having mental health conditions. From the outset, I felt hugely uncomfortable about making this open access straight after the project, because I think it needs clinical validity and safety checking. So the probable next best step, but we'll engage our steering committee around this, is to open source the code, the back end, so other people can work on model development, but not the front end, so that it couldn't get into the hands of adolescents or even providers that were using it prior to safety testing. And I think that we really should consider commercially viable opportunities, because cross-subsidization, by users who are paid users, if we make a sort of minimal or a tiered cost system, we could create access for young people from low resource environments. And that would really be ideal to meeting the key objectives of the project. Yeah, so I think we can take the conversation forward a bit.
All right, thanks. Samuel has a mic, then we shall go around.
Yes, so I'll make my questions quick. How do you deal with linguistic exclusivity, given that this is a tool that is only in English, and in the communities like Korogocho and Viwandani, most people speak Swahili. So how useful will the application be for those people? And then to my data scientists, the decision tree that you use, I was wondering why you didn't consider some of the ensemble algorithms, given that they tend to outperform some of these tree-based models. And how did you also deal with the structural missingness, especially for the decision tree? Because I imagine if there are missing values, it may drop like all the rows if you did not. So I'm just wondering how you dealt with those structural missingness. Thank you.
So Tamira would like to answer your question on languages.
Yeah, so I will be answering the questions specifically on just the languages. So we developed the prototypes after our first participatory workshop, and the issue of language came from the adolescents because some of them are not quite fluent in speaking English, so it was very difficult for them to be able to read and engage with the app that had only the English language in it. So after the first workshop and when we developed the prototypes, we made sure, because the project was based in South Africa and in Kenya, so we made sure that the languages are also available in English and Shangaan, which is the common language spoken in rural Agincourt, and also in Swahili as well. And also, just to add on the issue of language as well, we did not only look at the spoken language as well, but also when it came to the content when developing the app. One of the things that came up during the workshop was their understanding of mental health was not more based on a clinical level. So we made sure to adjust that, because if we create an app that has more clinical definitions, then we are at a risk of creating an application or a digital intervention that will then become irrelevant for them as well. Thank you.
Just to add to that, so the wording, if you go through the app, is carefully chosen around a self-check app, and there's no diagnosis given at the end of the app. It's a suggestion around the symptomatology that they might have and what support might be appropriate to them. I'll hand over to Jonathan to address your question on the modeling.
Thank you for your question. The decision tree is not actually the usual definition of a decision tree, but it uses the entropy minimization algorithm that is used in the decision tree methods. So it doesn't. The missingness is actually not a problem. What you actually do, just to give you a quick example. It's going to be just a little technical, but hopefully not too much. Imagine you have asked 3 questions. What you do is you look at all in your training set, you look at all the people who have answered in this exact same way, and then you ask what's the next best question to ask in order to gain information about that person. And what you do is you actually take all the remaining questions, you take the first one, you look at if you answered that one, or if you separate on that question how the entropy is on the diagnosis, and you select the question that minimizes that. So imagine you have the next question is gender, and that perfectly separates depressive people for men and not depressive for women, for instance. This would be a perfect next question to ask, because you are done. You know that if it's a man, I mean, you have the diagnosis after that one. So the underlying algorithm is this entropy minimization thing, and to communicate it, we use the term decision tree.
There's someone with a mic behind. 2 more people, then we go online, and Frederick.
So good afternoon, colleagues, Bianca and team. That is actually very brilliant. I'm sitting here, I'm like, wow. I remember when I was looking at this proposal earlier this year or even last year, I was just, trying to wrap my head around it, but everything is coming together today, so thank you about that. So my question is, you use a baseline of, I think it's you said this 5, right? Which is about 86 questions. And then the Aphrc actually compresses them to about, not compresses, but sort of like selects on average around 20 plus questions. So my question is there a propensity for Aphrc to basically skip certain questions, or it's purely random based on what the initial question is? And then my second question is, how did you select which questions to be STEM and which other questions to, be follow-up questions? So those are my 2 questions.
I'll start, and I'll get Jonathan and Darren to fill in. So I've just pulled up one additional slide. So I said we tested a couple of different modeling approaches, and they all had different trade-offs, right? So the MERT-based approach, because we had a limited number of items per module, so for depression, anxiety, etc., the MERT-based model was built to detect any internalizing disorder. Now, the value of the MERT-based approach is it gives you a severity output, and it uses far fewer questions, so it only used an average of 11 questions, but you can see the sensitivity and specificity is not as high as, for example, the decision tree method. So you have this trade-off between accuracy and efficiency, and we're trying to optimize for accuracy with as much efficiency as possible. So you can see the outputs of the Moden, different types of parameter testing, and then the decision tree method. John?
Thank you. So the next question, I think you asked whether it's a random question. So no, it's I will explain. It's the best question that you can ask in terms of information information gain. Yeah, that's about it.
You asked about the structure of the data. The STEM and contingent questions are defined in the structure. So the DISC-5 is based on that. You'll ask a question around, are you sad? And then structurally it's set up as defining, discovering more information about the frequency and the severity of that as STEM, as contingent questions. Yeah, and on the MERT side, in terms of the questions that you pose, you can do different things. So you can prototype it and ask, because as Bianca said, we covered a range of internalizing disorders. You can set it up so you ask a question or two from each disorder before you then start doing the next best information, the next best question selection, which is an information criterion. So you could use Fisher information, entropy, whatever it is, but it's not random so much as it is based on a severity estimate, and that estimate then gives you the information. So you get the information of the next question based on the severity.
Thank you. There's someone behind. Then we go to Frederick and online questions. And
yeah, so thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. You answered my first question, is whether Aphrc is an assessment tool for diagnostic purposes or for screening purposes. Then I think it's more of screening, and then you are signposting someone to get a service. I'm interested, particularly for those who will be using that tool in the rural setting, as whether you have specific healthy points where they will be getting their services, like maybe to get a proper diagnosis, and then maybe some psychotherapies and the likes. And then I'm also interested from maybe the policy part as to whether I think what Michael was presenting was there is some sort of underfunding in most mental health services. That means that also our services are a bit overstretched. I'm not really sure if maybe this tool can also maybe create a lot of cases which may end up not getting the service which they should be getting in the end, leaving people maybe just frustrated and increasing the levels of anxiety. Yeah.
Yeah, very good questions, and entirely relevant when thinking about real-world implementation and policy. So the problem with existing screening tools is it sounds good when you say sensitivity is 85%, specificity is 75%. That sounds okay for a validation study. We'd say, oh, that tool functions all right. But if you think about that, you're saying 25, 15 to 25% of people are being misclassified, essentially. So screening tools like the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7 are currently the most efficient things that we have available for stratifying people into different levels of care. And they're being used in a lot of studies, in research studies. But if you think about the real world implications of that, it means we are referring people for services who don't really need services. So we're saturating the services, and we're not identifying people who really need services. So that is exactly the question that we set out to address in using adaptive testing. So you can kind of see screening tools and diagnostic tools on a spectrum. And as you optimize towards diagnostic predictive accuracy or sensitivity and specificity, you usually trade off the efficiency, okay? So the number of questions, the assessment burden, and therefore make them less scalable. So diagnostic tools like the DISC-5, someone said, so it actually has 400 items, but because of the conditional structure already embedded into the DISC-5, on average, a person receiving the DISC-5 would answer around 86 questions. That's still a lot of questions. It's a lot of time, and it's not feasible in a primary care or self-administered context or a school-based setting. 29 questions with 97% sensitivity, 100% specificity might be a better balance. We can work further on developing that one out. I would refer you to our protocol paper. It's called Aphrc, Protocol for a Computerized Adaptive Test to Advance Measurement-Based Mental Health Care for Adolescents in Africa, where we really spell out our vision for Aphrc supporting stepped care. For the past 6 years, I've been working on designing and assessing digital mental health intervention tools for adolescents. And we see that app and peer support-based approaches can feasibly be used, but might be more suitable for some adolescents, and others might require additional levels of support. Making the decisions around who needs a clinician intervention are not easy decisions to be made, and in my opinion, shouldn't be made on the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7 alone. And that is the problem we were trying to solve.
All right, thank you. Frederick?
Yeah, I'll take the online question before I come to myself.
Okay, thanks.
Right, so Catherine from Welcome says, thank you, excellent presentation. What impact do you envisage that this tool will have had in 5 years? Time to date, what has been most effective in addressing and mitigating against potential bias? Did you get that?
I totally get the first part of the question, but I'm not sure how the second part relates to the first
Could you
part.
answer what impact you think you envisage this tool will have in 5 years as we unpack the second part of the question?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so in 5 years' time, let's think about this. So maybe in the next 6 months, we integrate the feedback from our stakeholder interviews. We think about how the tool could be structured in terms of decision support relevant to the contexts we're in. Then we undertake a clinical validation and deployment readiness evaluation. We assess the clinical validity compared to clinician diagnostic interview in a subset of participants. We assess integration into workflows in primary care environments or school-linked health services. And we find that the Aphrc tool can be used in these settings to support this. Then we engage already from the outset with stakeholders across other countries and contexts, and we get some evidence around the transportability or suitability of the tool beyond Kenya and South Africa. Then we can make a case for integrating the Aphrc tool into existing programs of care at a very wide scale. Then we engage Africa CDC, we engage ministries of health, we engage non-governmental organizations, international NGOs, and see if they have interest in using this type of tool. We have to have a conversation with Ekin to pick her brain about the financial model for sustainability. So within 5 years, we're talking a couple of 100,000 adolescents that we could have reached with accurate and efficient assessment of mental health concerns. Our rate limiting factor is going to be support services. So we can only move as fast as we're able to refer people into relevant support services. I personally am very inspired with the proliferation of community-based services using novel sports and arts-based approaches, which I think could provide very good support at a certain level of care. And our initial engagement with mental health clinicians, Lukoya Twali, other child and adolescent psychiatrists from the African region have indicated support for this idea of having a tool with high diagnostic accuracy, because they can see the value of this in reducing unnecessary referrals and increasing necessary referrals. So that's the impact we could potentially have in the next 5 years.
Well said. Catherine, if you can hear me, could you unpack the second bit of your question about biases? Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes.
Go ahead.
In fact, much of the discussion in the round has already started to touch on some of these points. points. What I'm keen to find out is how might you fine-tune the tool in the future, depending on and contingent upon what feedback you might learn as it iterates and progresses. We've mentioned things in the discussion today around gender, around language, around lots of different potential areas, but more broadly thinking about that fine-tuning going forward. And many congratulations.
Thanks so much, Catherine. Yeah, absolutely. So as the tool is deployed, it essentially becomes a data collection tool. And we then develop an even bigger data set that could be used for model refinement. And that becomes then hugely valuable. There is, of course, a chicken and an egg in this situation, right? If we were able to go back and translate a very large item bank, we could develop the original Mhdp-A that we envisioned right at the outset of the project. And there may be opportunities collaborating with other people in this room who have data sets. The Child Mind Institute at the moment has a national adolescent mental health survey underway in South Africa. The one other study that I'm aware of that has nationally representative data is from Ghana. So working with others who have adolescent mental health data could help us improve and refine our models. Does that address your question, Catherine?
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much.
All right. I'll have two questions for myself. If I remember this process, Bianca, there seemed to be a bigger engine with two instances built in it, patient-facing and provider-facing. And I've not heard you to say anything about that. So perhaps you wanna say anything, perhaps something shifted, or maybe I just wasn't paying attention when you go to that point. The second bit is a statement that you said earlier, that African data sets are best suited to detect internalizing disorders. And I want to know how you arrived at that conclusion. Something to that effect in one of the slides. Again, I may just have caught you wrong, but there's something about what African data sets are best suited for.
No, oh, right. Okay. So the data set that we have at the moment, when we built the Mhdp model, okay, so Prof. Gibbons' approach, you can look up his website, Adaptive Testing Technologies, uses thousands of items, individual questions, to develop an adaptive assessment. The KNAMS data is one of the biggest data sets on adolescent mental health that we have in Africa. But it uses the DISC-5 questionnaire. And so you know very well, Fred, that there are a limited number of questions for each condition, depression, anxiety, social phobia, etc. That constrains the modeling approach when you use Mhdp. And you might remember right at the beginning of the project, we thought we would be able to harmonize data from different surveys in South Africa and Kenya. But many surveys have used only the PHQ-9 or the GAD-7, so really have a very limited number of items. And that really limits the modeling approach. So we are exploring opportunities to address that data limitation, doing new data collection in the study site that I work in. I'll leave your first question has now slipped my mind because I was so focused on the second one. Can you repeat?
It was about the instances in this Africa, patient-facing vis-a-vis provider.
Right.
Facing.
Yes. So actually, when we got down to it, the patient and provider-facing interfaces are really just the front end, right? The back end stays the same. It's the same modeling approach, same assessment questions that you ask. So Jonathan and Darren both developed two apps, both developed an app, and each app had both an adolescent and a provider-facing interface. So here's some more screenshots of the adolescent-facing interface, if you haven't had a chance to look at the tool. So there's a landing page which explains what the tool is about. It then moves into some questions. And once you've completed enough questions for it to accurately make an assessment, there is a results page, the one that says you do not have to handle this alone. So that's for someone who has met endorsed enough symptoms. And then the idea would be to link adolescents to appropriate services. Now, this has got to be context dependent, obviously. The provider-facing interfaces, I don't think I have... there's a screenshot. Not very clear for you, I'm afraid. But this is the app Darren developed, and you can see the clinical dashboard here, divided up into generalized anxiety, depression, anxiety, social anxiety, PTSD, with the output of whether they met. So there's a dotted line on those graphs, which you can't see nicely, I'm sorry, basically showing you whether they met threshold for those conditions, and then actually giving you information about the individual items that they endorsed, so that you could then go back to it and say, well, they meet criteria for an internalizing disorder. They particularly endorsed symptoms of anxiety, and so we should tailor the support on that. The clinical decision support application needs to be further refined with input from these stakeholder interviews that we're conducting. So that's in the pipeline. Darren, did you want to add anything?
I think an important caveat is just that traditionally an adaptive test based on MERT will focus on a single disorder, and then it's in the realm of a diagnostic tool. But to Bianca's point, that's when you have hundreds, if not thousands of items associated with a specific disorder. So this moved to the realm of sort of screening when we decided to combine disorders, and it became an internalizing disorder screening tool. But the value that it has over any other type of screening tool is that it still gives you a severity estimate. So you get some sense of the severity. Those distributions there give you the sense of the distribution of severity in the population and where the person sits relative to the population. And the symptoms endorsed then would give a clinician a sense of what symptomology am I dealing with, to give qualitatively a way to think about the problem. So whilst it's screening in spirit, it has the additional elements that make it diagnostically or clinically more useful than just sort of a PHQ-9 with a cutoff of X.
So pseudo-diagnostic in a way.
Just to clarify there, in case anyone goes home with the wrong message. So if you look, the first line is the MERT-CAT modeling outputs. The last line is the decision tree or entropy-based method modeling outputs. And you'll see the sensitivity and specificities are very different. And so this decision tree method could be used more as a diagnostic tool. The MERT-based method would be used more as a screening tool. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah. And just to clear the air about the cat, Akin, about the cat, the log of the cat. No, I wasn't opposed to it. It was actually not about me. But it will interest you to know that Africans are very superstitious about animals. Right? When I was growing up, if I met a black cat as the first thing outside my door, I possibly would stay indoors the whole day. Certainly my grandmother would not step outside the house. Right? And because of that, you will never know what a cat logo, an animal logo would mean unless you speak to those that would benefit from it. I guess that was the feedback I gave without any bias or any personal superstition around any animal.
So thanks to you, Fred, we specifically asked what they think about cats in our
Yeah.
focus groups.
Yeah, we have one question online from DK. We call him DK Damaso. I could have missed it, but I wonder how the team assessed item invariance, ensured the absence of differential item functioning. I have no idea what he means, but yeah.
Can he clarify? I'm not sure what he means.
DK, can you say that in English?
Yes, can you hear me, Fred?
Yes, very loud and clear.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the presentation. So my understanding of using items when it comes to adaptive assessments, sometimes different items or different questions can actually be interpreted or can perform differently given different groups of individuals, basically on the way they understand them or across different groups of communities. So usually what is required is that at least these items should be analyzed across different groups so that there is no group bias. And that let's say the probability of a patient seeing or maybe scoring a specific, getting a specific score is not varied across different groups for that specific item. So that's what I mean by item invariance when it comes to item response theory. So I wonder whether these models, and I'm not very conversant with them, whether these models have been tested that the different groups of items would not vary across different groups of individuals. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So obviously we worked with the data we had available to us. Now, interestingly, the KNAM study was part of a wider program of work which includes the VNAMs and the INAMs, so the National Adolescent Mental Health Surveys in Indonesia and Vietnam. So we actually have a real opportunity to do an external validation of the CAT model in those data sets, and Holly Erskine is very keen to do that work. So we can see how the items function in different populations. So hopefully Damaso will get some information from that.
Damaso?
Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we've had a thorough defense here of the work. Thank you to the team. And maybe just in summary, they reminded us about what the youth want, that is privacy, the language, trust, immediate feedback, and practical advice. And they also have a clear roadmap on where they intend to go next with testing in real-world settings. But their conclusion was that adaptive assessment is feasible, can be feasible, and youth-centered. So thank you. Let's give them a big hand clap, please. They actually still have 7 minutes, but they've had a thorough grilling, so they can move ahead and we go to the next part. So we have a...
Let's take a 5-minute break, if that's fine. Yeah.
We have a 5-minute break. We've had a slight change in the program. The tea is like a 10-minute walk away for today. But I think, who wants to go to the beach? Everyone, I think. So it's easier. Our suggestion is we take a 5-minute break around here. Put your feet in the pool, short break, then come back. We do the last session and we're all free to go and have tea and do any other activities. So we'll finish just shortly after 5 and we call it a day. So 5 minutes, please. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kwa Clovis, and I am presenting on behalf of the group therapy team from Uganda. Our presentation is going to focus on on how we use mental health data and machine learning to better understand how recovery from depression happens, why some people recover after going through group support psychotherapy, why others do not, and how we can better strengthen capacity of health workers across Africa. So this is the team led by Professor Ethel. So unfortunately, they could not make it to the conference because of restrictions around Ebola, but I am honored to be here today to present the work that we've done for the past 1 year for the Mental Health Data Prize. In this presentation, I'm going to take you through why this work matters, the problems we set out to solve, the solutions we have developed, the results that we found, the impact of our work, and the plans that we have for the future. So why does this work matter? This work matters because if we take the case of the number of depression cases in the world, over 300 million people suffer from depression globally. So depression is one of the leading causes of disability around the globe. Secondly, among people living with HIV in Africa, 1 in every 3 persons having HIV suffer from depression. And imagine the combination of HIV and depression. This leads to a lot of consequences. For instance, there will be a reduction in the motivation to take medication, and this can spiral again into other challenges like decreased rate of viral suppression and all of that. But the good news here is that group-based interventions such as group support psychotherapy exist. These interventions are effective, they are affordable, they can be delivered by trained lay health workers, and they can be delivered in the local languages across all the African countries. So what problem are we really solving? It is true that GSP is very effective, is very efficient and very cost effective, but 3 challenges still remain, 3 challenges still pose. The first one is the workforce capacity gap. Here we have very few trained mental health workers that can actually satisfy the rising demand in depression care across HIV units across the continent. Secondly, there is the knowledge gap. It is true, GSP works, but we do not yet fully understand those psychosocial processes that drive recovery during group support psychotherapy and, say, 6 months down the line after group support psychotherapy. And the last gap that we are trying to address is the targeted care gap. Not everyone that receives group support psychotherapy responds to the same extent. Some people recover completely, some people have improvement, and some people do not recover. So ask yourselves, what if we could have like a tool that can be used to determine the risk scores of the various patients at the beginning of care? At that point, we can be able to say, okay, these HIV patients are high risk and these patients are low risk. But currently, we do not have that kind of tool to determine that effect. So these challenges led us to ask 3 fundamental questions. The first question was, how does recovery from depression truly happens? The second question was, how do we strengthen capacity across mental health workers to deliver effective depression care across HIV units? And the last question we asked ourselves was, how do we identify individuals needing further support, and how do we attend to those needs in a tailored manner? So these questions that we asked led us to develop 2 data-driven interconnected solutions. Our first solution, which is the mechanism-informed workforce blended training. What problem is it addressing? It is addressing the fact that we have very few trained mental health workers that can actually respond to the rising demand of depression needs across the continent. What solution have we developed? We have developed a blended digital learning management system with the mobile applications that can be used to train mental health workers. What is innovative about this solution? Here, training is informed by recovery mechanisms research. Training not only what to do, but why and how recovery happens. So how does this solution work? How does it really work? It is a four-step process. First step is self-paced learning. So we enroll the student on our platform. They are able to go through the course material on their own pace. Second phase, we have a whole online interaction with our GSP certified trainers, where the students are actually taken through the training by our trainers. Secondly, we'll have a practical demonstration session. So after they have gone through the online training on the platform, and they have interacted with our trainers online, we then have a 3 days physical demonstration where they are being taken through the practicalities of group support psychotherapy. Now, after they go through those 3 days of practical demonstrations, they are then sent into the various hospitals, to the various communities to organize their own groups. So that group would now have to go through the next how many months for them to become certified in group support psychotherapy. Our next solution is the AI-enabled risk prediction model. When you looked at our 3 questions that we asked, one of them was, why can't we have a tool that we can use to predict the different risk scores, or like to determine who is at high risk and who is at low risk in terms of depression? So this model is exactly responding to that question, to the fact that not everyone who receives GSP responds to the same extent. So what is the solution here? The solution we've developed is an AI-enabled risk prediction model. So what is innovative about this model? It uses AI and machine learning to determine the risk score based on data collected at the beginning of care. How does it work? Okay, say this is an HIV treating unit. So when the patient moves in, the mental health worker is requested to, first of all, collect some basic data about that patient. This data is then fed to the AI model, which is going to calculate the risk model. Based on that risk model, the mental health worker can then decide whether this person needs priority treatment or general GSP treatment, and then they can be prioritized. Now, I will take you through the various mechanisms of GSP, the various psychosocial processes that drive recovery from depression during and after group support psychotherapy. And here we have classified those into different timelines. We have various processes that drive recovery from depression during the therapy sessions. And we have other factors that drive recovery from depression after the therapy session. And then we have tried to rank these factors to see which are the topmost factors that influence recovery. So in the first graph, I will take you through those factors that influence recovery during the therapy sessions. So when you look at the graph, what you will see is that we have factors such as coping, emotional support seeking, venting, denial, self-blame. And on the graph, you will see some dotted lines, and then you will see some straight full lines. Now, the dotted lines signify that these factors, their effects are marginal during the group support psychotherapy, while the thick line signifies that the effects are significant. But what I want you to also take away from this is that when you look at the indirect effect estimates, you will see that none of them is above 0.5. At the x-axis, all of them are, the highest should be 0.35. So this effect, the effect of the psychosocial processes during therapy are very minimal. Now, in the next graph, what you will immediately see is that the indirect effect estimates have become more significant, going right up to 3. So what this means is that the factors that influence recovery from depression after that is 6 months after treatment, after they have gone through group support psychotherapy, are more significant than the factors that influence recovery during group support psychotherapy. And in the next slide, I will show you the 5 top factors. Factors such as building, adequate self-esteem, seeking help from others, because that's the essence of group support psychotherapy. We'll come together as a group so that we can reinforce one another, vent our problems and become stronger. So seeking help from others is a very strong factor from GSP. And reduction in HIV-related stigma. When people are not stigmatized, they recover easily. Positive reframing, developing a positive mindset and all of that. And then acceptance, accepting the outcomes of things. The ones that you can change, you have something to do about that. The one that you cannot change, you accept that I cannot change this one. So these are the top 5 factors that influence recovery from support. So what is the key takeaway from all of these graphs that I've presented to you? Here, the key takeaway is that recovery from depression through group support psychotherapy is a 2-phased process. The first process happens during therapy, and the second process happens after therapy. During therapy, those psychosocial factors that influence recovery, which we said were very minimal, what they do is that they initiate reduction in depression symptoms. But now, when we move to the other graph which was talking about, the effects are more significant. So in the after treatment, the psychosocial factors then reinforce recovery from GSP. Okay. Now, what we've also done, we've developed a training platform that I'm going to give you a live model of that. Thank you very much. And on the brochures that have been shared with you, there will be a QR code. The one that has, I think, is 7 pages or 8. There will be a QR code where you can scan to the web application. And there's a demo login detail where you can actually access the training. Okay. The platform is not showing? Let the platform show. No signal. No, it's the platform itself. Good boy. Thank you very much. Okay. So this is the training platform that we have developed, and it's a progressive web application. So we have the web application, we have the mobile apps that have already been submitted to Google and Apple Store for production. So on the brochure that I've been shared with you, you will have the demo sign-in details, and if you have scanned the QR code, you'll be able to go to this same link that I am on currently, and you can log in at this end, enter the user demo details. Okay, so when the user logs in, isn't expanding. Give me a moment. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay. So when the student logs onto the platform, he will come to this dashboard where he can see all his courses, his quizzes, and all the things that belong to him on the platform. So here we have all our courses in the various languages. So you can take the training in Arabic, you can take it in French, you can take it in Portuguese. So I will take the one for English. I think most of us are English speaking. So the first part of the training is a pre-test. So here we'll give the student the possibility to either accept to take the pre-test or not to take the pre-test. Because the pre-test is timed, we give him 60 minutes to complete the exam. So if he does not have 60 minutes at that time, there's no point to start, because when you start, it's going to automatically mark all the other questions that are not answered as failed. So for this demonstration, I'm going to take yes to start the pre-test. So the student I'd already tried taking, so it does not allow me to do multiple trials. So once the student takes the pre-test, he can then proceed to the other sections to read the material, go through the lessons and the quizzes. Just bear with me. So, sorry about that. Because a lot of people are logged into the platform, it has signed me out. So it's a security measure to prevent multiple users. Let me try a different account. Let me use this one. Okay. Okay, so here on the training we have 9 different modules that the students have to go through.
Mental health. The World Health Organization defines mental health as a state of well-being in which an individual is able.
So the students will have the latitude to go through all of this material. So for each module we have the reading content, which is a PDF, and the student has to read it for about 30 minutes. So that's the first section of each module, followed by video lessons, and then at the end of each module, there is a test, a quiz that the student has to take. And then after going through all of the 9 modules, at the end of it, there is a post-test, which is again 50 questions for 1 hour. So I will not bore you with all of those details. I will then show you the back end of the platform.
The World Health Organization defines mental health.
Sorry. So I will show you the back end of the platform and how we can actually track the various performances of all the students that are enrolled on the platform. So here I will see the performances of all the students of the platform, and I will see those that have completed, those that are still to complete the training. And for those that are still to complete, we can reach out to them and give them a notification. We could also see details of what they have completed and what has not been completed on the platform. And when we were building this platform, because we're building it for mental health in Africa, we took into account the fact that in Africa there are multiple languages. So what we've done is we have tried to incorporate all the major languages that are spoken in Africa, including even the dialects. So as you can see here, there will be the possibility to have the platform in Swahili, So we can have up to 114 languages on the platform. Okay. So now I will take you through the various pilot evaluations that we did for the platform. But before I do that, I want to do a quick recap of the SIG GSP platform. The reason why we did this platform is because it gives the student the possibility to learn on their own pace, at their own time, from any location. And given that we're in the times of Ebola, this is, a moment where platforms like this matter the most, because people can learn from the comfort of their homes, which keep them safe. So now we did some pilot evaluations of the platform. So we have 93 students who gave us the consent to use their data for the pilot evaluation. So I'll be happy to show you the results we got from that evaluation. So we did 3 pilot evaluations. The first was to measure the the level of knowledge gains across those participants. So here, when you look at the graph shown, you will see that out of the 93 participants that went through the GSP training, over 89% of them improve their knowledge. You can see from here, the pretest score on the second graph, the pretest score was 77%. The mean pretest score for the 93 participants was 77%. And the mean post-test score for the 93 participants was 91%. So there was a 13.8 point gain in knowledge. So what does this mean? People came in with lower levels of knowledge, and at the end they have higher levels of knowledge. So this means that GSP training was associated with improvement in core therapeutic knowledge that was transmitted to the students. The second pilot evaluation that we did was to measure whether learning outcomes varied depending on certain demographic factors, such as gender, age, level of education. So when you look at it here, based on gender, knowledge gains were very similar for males and females. Across age group, knowledge gains, again, did not differ across the age groups. And for education level, knowledge gains were seen to be consistent across various education levels. So what does this mean? This means that group support psychotherapy can deliver consistent results across varying populations, even for those that have lower levels of education, which is very suitable for our African continent. The last one that we did was to measure what percentage of students actually go through the full training pathway of GSP. The full training pathway is what? We enroll you on the platform, you can learn on your own, then you go through the online training, then you go to the practical training, now you organize your own sessions. So out of the 93 students that gave us the consent to analyze their data, what percentage of them actually went through the full training pathway? So 60% went through the full training pathway to get certified. So this means that GSP has shown a lot of feasibility, but when you look at it, the 40% that did not complete the GSP pathway shows that there is need for us to improve on the retention of the trainees. Now I will take you through our second solution, which is the AI-enabled risk prediction model. Here, the model was developed from mental health data collected from over 1,000 people living with HIV in Uganda. And the model shows very high sensitivity, high specificity, and high accuracy, which are all above 90%. And like we said in our third question, how do we determine the risk score of the various HIV patients so that we can target the care? So these are the various predictors that can be used to determine the level of risk. So here we have 5 major domains of predictors. The first ones are the type of intervention used. So what we realized was that the HIV patients that were assigned to the general HIV education showed higher risk compared to those that were assigned to group support psychotherapy. Now we looked at the psychosocial processes, and we saw that those with low social support, increased stigma, low self-esteem are at higher risk. For the coping mechanisms, those who blame themselves, those with a lot of distractions are equally at higher risk. For economic circumstances, those with low income, those with low assets, savings, etc., are also at higher risk. And those that are unemployed, are getting older, and maybe are widowed, are equally at higher risk. And here what we saw was that the type of intervention used, was the strongest predictor. But equally, factors like the psychosocial factors, the coping mechanisms, were also very strategic. So what is the impact of our work? The impact of our work is across 4 different areas. Firstly, we want to ensure that we have stronger, better trained workforce that can attend to these needs. Secondly, we want to ensure that our mental health workers are able to give targeted support to those who need higher risk, to those who show higher risk of persistent depression. We also want to be able to improve depression outcomes and engagement in HIV care. And our solutions are scalable, they are sustainable, and they are able to strengthen healthcare systems. So what is our plan for the future? Our plan for the future is we want to deploy our learning management platform across all the countries in Africa. We equally want to deploy our risk prediction model to become a clinical decision support tool for frontline health workers. And we want to evaluate how these solutions influence provider decision-making, treatment delivery, patient outcomes in real-world settings. And if we're able to achieve all of this, we can therefore ensure that everybody who receives GSP, who receives depression care, receives the right amount of support from the right provider at the right time. So on behalf of Professor Ethel Dredder, the Medical Research Council of Uganda, and the whole group therapy team, I want to say a very big thank you for your kind attention. So I think Prof is online. She might be able to take some questions that have been asked. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much to the GSP team. We still have about 30 minutes for questions before we go, so we can start. Xanthi has a question.
Thank you so much. So I have I think, quite a specific question, which is just you showcased the variety of languages that this is available in. Is that an AI functionality that's overlaying on the content?
No, it's not an AI functionality. So what we've done so far is we have built in those languages, and they are available at the back end. But now to showcase on the front end, what we've done now, we have 5 translated languages, which we have actually worked on. We had translators sit on it, worked on a lot of things. So if there is need to have the platform in Swahili, then we will get the right people to work on it to have that content in Swahili. But then the basic technical platform that is going to power that language has to be developed, which has already been done.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Just as a follow-on to that, it would be really interesting to know if you have any learnings on how the core content and the training maybe differentially works, or any of the implementation things that come up in delivering it in different languages. Is there any opportunity in your study for kind of cross-learning between, for instance, the Swahili version and the English version and the Portuguese version?
Okay, now in the past, what we've done is we've delivered the training in English. I don't know if in Uganda, Professor has done some delivery in the local languages. So what we are proposing is, moving forward, we'll be able to have the delivery in multiple languages. Yes.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay, you have the mic.
My question's also about the transportability or suitability in other contexts. So first of all, has GSP been evaluated in settings beyond Uganda? And secondly, how well do you think the training platform and materials would work in another context, or what adaptations might be needed, language and other?
Okay, so while I might not be able to answer fully most of those questions, because Professor should have been here to really power, those answers. I don't know if she's online, but
she's online.
She's online.
She was, but let's check. She
Okay.
was online.
She is online. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Professor, please. Save your son.
Thank you so much, Clovis, for standing in the gap for the team. We're super proud of you. You've delivered the message well. So we have conducted, let's say, pilots in among Nigeria and Cameroonian health workers who we have trained, and they have gone ahead to deliver the group sessions in the community as pilot visibility work, not a full trial. Our efforts to get funding to do trials in these areas has not been successful.
I have another question, if I can. Esrelda, thank you so much. It's really helpful to know. I'm wondering if we can learn from you. Sometimes I try to figure out how to disentangle implementation factors from mechanisms, as in the way the program is delivered, the way the training is delivered, and the human factors around the coach. Did you unpack that at all in your work in terms of how the implementation factors affect the efficacy of group support psychotherapy?
Thank you, Bianca. That's a very good question. So our focus has been on evaluating the impact of the intervention on the participants. But going forward, what Clovis talked about, what we want to do in the future, we want to deploy these tools in a real-world setting. And in this deployment, we're going to be working with health workers. We're going to be working directly with health workers and assessing how their knowledge gains impact patient outcomes. We haven't done that. And I don't think anyone has done that because we are not focusing on the health workers. But our hypothesis is that the health workers have a role to play in how patients get better. And this is going to depend on the knowledge they have, the extent of the training they have received. We believe these things are impacting treatment as well. We have not assessed them yet, but our follow-up studies that we want to do is to assess how well health workers can take up these tools and whether when they take up these tools and use them, they can offer more targeted support. We want to move away from a one-size-fits-all and be able to assess patients' risk and then give care depending on their risk. And then down the road, we assess whether this improves depression outcomes, whether we can reduce the number of people with persistent depression.
That's really exciting work. All the best.
Thanks. Catherine?
Yes, thanks a lot very much. My question is about scale. And in a way, it says it's become a certified group psychotherapist, and I'm saying, who is certifying this? Because uptake of training is a function of incentives to some extent. Is it required? Is it part of some kind of certification? And again, how do you segment pre and post-service, pre-service and in-service categories of potential trainees? and whether, because who certifies I think is important. If this is embedded, for instance, in the medical curricula or nursing curricula, then it becomes something that people can't avoid. They just have to do that. So it's more about the, from a scale perspective, what are the pathways around which this becomes sort of something that people must do, because it's very important for their careers, or it's something which maybe they can make a living out of.
Thank you so much, ED. That's a very important question. And we have talked to our government, and we continue to talk to our government to encourage them to embed this in the public health systems. We have suggested training of health workers who are in training. One of our team members is Professor Roscoe Kasuja. I think I saw him on the call, and we are collaborating with him so that he can take this training to the School of Psychology, Makerere University, and embed this training in the training of these psychologists, so that when they come out, they already know how to deliver the therapy. We have talked to the Nurses Association as well, suggesting the same thing. We have gone to the Ministry of Education and talked to the vocational, the vocational department is in charge of training the tutors, the ones who train the nurses. And our proposal was that, they take this up and they train the tutors, then the tutors can train the nurses and they qualify when they have these skills. So those are the pathways to scale up. The other pathway is through NGOs. We have so far, we have an MOU with the AIDS Support Organization, who we have partnered with during this mental health data prize. It is through their setting that we have been translating the evidence into practice. We have an MOU with them. We have skilled their health workers in all their 11 centers across the country. And this is the model we are proposing to the NGOs. We have trained health workers in Mildmay, and next week I'm in talks with the Joint Research Clinical Center. They also want to be skilled in mental health and in GSP in particular. So that is another pathway that people could take. And then also there's the private sector pathway, where we do get contracted, and we have trained various organizations. We have trained human resource in Uganda Tourism Board, in Electricity Regulatory Authority. So other companies and organizations also contract us, and we skill their personnel. So that is the private sector. So those are the various pathways that we can take to get this intervention to anyone who needs it.
Thank you, Professor. And I'll speak from the benefit of coordinating this team. And I think I was a bit underwhelmed by how thin the presentation was on the mechanistic aspects. And I think Bianca was alluding to that. There's a lot on the implementation bit of GSP, as it were. And yet the mental health prize came to plug in. And there's an aspect you presented before, where through the data generated in the implementation, you've used that data and AI, as it were, to improve the delivery of that. And that's where the mental health data prize plugs in terms of how clear the program becomes, and how then it's better delivered to the students, as you call them, but I imagine these are healthcare workers who then can offer counseling to the program. And therefore, I think it would be a bit better or a bit more informative for the audience here if you had provided a little bit much more information around that element, where you get data from the program, you overlay it with AI functionality, you improve the subject matter, and how then that is eventually delivered as part of the GSP course, which I think to me was a bit thin on information. So maybe you can clarify that a bit. And the second bit was a misrepresentation, I think, of results of a randomized clinical trial, where you asked that slide on who is at risk. If you could just put it up, because I think to me is a bit of a misrepresentation on how you interpret that. Forgive me for, yeah. So I think this is where you say that people assigned on GHE are more at risk than people assigned on the intervention, which is what you're developing. But there's a third category who are not assigned on anything, right? So you're only comparing two different programs and leaving out a whole group of people who are not assigned on anything, and those would actually be perhaps at bigger risk. So I think for me, it's just about saying that if you compare standard of care, in this case, if you assume GHE standard of care, then the new intervention is much more beneficial than twisting it this way to say that GHE then puts people more at risk than the intervention that you're talking about. I don't know whether I'm communicating. Because in a way, it communicates something totally different than if, say, you are comparing two different programs against a third group that is not involved here, that is actually not on any program, who, to me, would perhaps be at more risk. Or maybe not, assuming these two programs are even worse, that the third group perhaps would be faring better. We don't know that because the results are not here. So I don't know whether my questions are clear. I know I've gone off tangent a while, but Prof, if you've heard me, perhaps you can clarify the issue of where mental health data price plugs in and helps improve the delivery of the course, and secondly, the interpretation of these results, GHE against GSP.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Frederick. Those are very good questions. We can only work with the data that we collected because this was a secondary data analysis of a trial, and that trial had two arms. It had the arm of group support psychotherapy and the arm that was the control arm, which was group HIV education. We can only work with those two arms at the moment, and the model that we developed is actually a treatment conditional risk prediction model, because among the predictors, we included treatment assignment. So we are saying this AI model, once we deploy it, we will need some medium to deploy it, but once we deploy it, it can compute the risk. For example, if someone is assigned with an intervention that's not GSP, they can compute a risk score depending on the risk factors that they have. Risk. So if a clinic, what they have is maybe some group support something or some support groups that are not GSP, and that's what they have. They can still use this tool and then determine. So when they know this is a high risk, then they offer targeted support. They put in certain special things, certain, more close follow-up, maybe more close referral, in an effort to make sure that this person is depression-free 6 months down the road. So that is how the data that we obtained with support from the mental health data price has actually been informing the work that has been going on in TASO. Because we've used this data to actually even inform the training. In the training, we've been able to teach them the mechanisms through which are driving down depression. So we focus on those mechanisms. A health worker must know how to build self-esteem practically. What do you tell a patient? What do you do? You must know what skills to impart to reduce stigma, because these are the things that are driving down depression. So that's one way the mental health data price that enabled us to do this analysis has fed into capacity building. And we've also, of course, taught them about the risk for persistent depression, and for the health workers to look out for those factors that might increase risk. When they see them, then they must offer this patient, more closer follow-up, or even offer them a much stronger group therapy because they're at high risk. So that is how we have applied the data that we have analyzed to what is actually happening on the ground. Our intervention did not have an arm where patients didn't get anything. So I cannot speak to that because we don't have data towards that. We only have data towards the two interventions that were a part of our trial. So I hope I have cleared some confusion that you may have.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, we have a question from another ED in the room, Dr. ED.
Not ED. I'm not there. Yeah, my question slightly follows to what Fred had asked, because I imagine I was trying to understand the predictive part. You said you wanted to model identify groups that are at risk, but then I thought maybe the objective would be that once I identify you as having high risks, then the algorithm helps to tailor maybe interventions for me. But I see already that the model itself, it's already assuming that you have some intervention to predict your risks. So what is then the value of now identifying this person as a high risk? Because for me, I was thinking that you want to tailor interventions depending on my risk profile. And then the other question is, the model that you use, especially if it's going to be a decision support tool, and then you stick with XGBoost, we know that this performance may be data-driven, depending on the type of data that you have. In terms of the deployment of the tool that you've proposed, is it possible to, how will the model be adaptive to itself? Because maybe depending on the kind of data or the information that I have, XGBoost may actually underperform compared to maybe another set of model. So how do you incorporate this adaptiveness in terms of how you deploy or implement these risk predictions? Thank you.
Prof, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Those are very good questions. Regarding the issue of treatment, okay, the model we have developed is conditional on treatment. It is a treatment conditional risk prediction model. Because even, if you remember from Clovis's presentation, even people who get treatment, some do not recover. So within the treatment you are assigned, we want to make sure that you recover, you don't have persistent depression down the road. So given whatever treatment is assigned to you, we can still assess the level of risk, okay? So even though I'm giving you GSP, but your level of risk is high, that's going to trigger me to put in place certain actions, maybe closer monitoring, maybe I may give you GSP, and on top of that, I will bring in individual therapy, close follow-up to make sure that 6 months down the road, you are also depression-free. So the models are treatment conditional, because even with treatment, some people do not get better. The other question you're asking, it's about when we deploy in the real-world setting, we're going to do the validation again, okay? We're going to do the validation again to see how it is now performing in a real-world setting. So when we do that, when we are given an opportunity to do that, then we will know whether the XGBoost model continues to perform the way we expected, the way the secondary data we collected showed. So we have to do a clinical validation in order to get answers to the question that you're asking.
Is that okay, sir? Okay, any other question? Yeah.
Okay, so it's a little bit similar to the question I asked earlier to Aphrc team. Is this course, do people have to pay for this course, or is it free? If it's free, what's going to happen in the long run?
Prof, you want to take it?
Yes, let me take that. I had kind of answered that when I explained the different pathways to scale up, but I didn't touch on the cost. So when we are scaling in the public health route, we are working with the Ministry of Health. We're not going to charge the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health would have its funds that are driving the scale-up program, and they would support the trainers, on their budget. But if it's to a private sector, if a company approaches us and they want training for their staff, we are going to charge them. So it depends on the pathway of scale up. Public route, the ministry handles the logistics with whatever funds that they have. We do not impose. We don't ask them for money, but of course, in their executing the training, they are going to pay the trainers, and that's part of that would be up to the ministry and whichever implementing partners that they are working with that are supporting the program. We do not impose any price. It's only in the private sector that when people approach us, we sign a contract and we train them.
All right, thank you. So I think we have enough. Yeah, thanks for representing, and to Ethel, who's online and has answered quite ably. So as we get to the end of the day, before I hand back to Fred, I have my last quiz question. And it's not a prank, this one. I know the answer. So how many dishes were there at breakfast? How many? 20? 10? Many, no, many is not an accepted answer. 13.3. Which dish was 0.3? But Fred knows the answer. You were there. So the amazing thing is that a client, I think it was a client, went around counting the dishes at breakfast.
Oh yeah, there was a guy, yeah. Not just dishes, everything.
He was counting everything, and in that everything got to what, 80 something?
Yeah, yeah. So now we know there are 80 something something.
80 something, yeah. Everything of what he was counting, including the breakfast dishes. So random observations. But otherwise, thank you. We've got to the end of the afternoon. Over to you, Fred.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a hand to Doris. So Doris is one of those people we know her as one very good timekeeper, and you've seen despite all the overflows, we've not done very badly. So she's still staying true to what we know her for. That was quite a day one, ladies and gentlemen. But again, let me just reiterate what I said earlier. I hope you've stayed safe, stayed bubbly, and are planning bigger things beyond this room, these corridors, and everything else. Please don't waste the opportunity. We have it for the taking. Andre, that also applies to you, sir. So you'll need to dress down this evening a bit. I'm not complaining, actually. No. Right. So we traditionally finish with open room feedback. We really prefer that. Because there's nothing for us to go and mull over later. We want to ensure that we get feedback. This is a new style that we do, so we don't want you to feel this later. So please go to menti.com, and we encourage all of you to please go to menti.com. This is the ticket between you and walking outside that door. Please go to menti.com. Or scan that if you can. Okay. So what is your key takeaway from day one? And it's not just the name of the program. Anything else, key takeaway from day one. And day one is today. For those who arrived yesterday, it's not yesterday. It's today. Applies to you, Darren, as well, although you have arrived in the afternoon. It's still day one for you, sir. Yeah, still waiting for that number, we call it. Please go all out, go all out. We prefer hard-hitting feedback as well. So we will keep those of you who can't read updated. Aphrc is awesome, I totally agree. Great presentations, impressive digital mental health solutions. Mental health is getting the professional attention it deserves. Innovative solutions, lots of excellent presenters and communicators in this prize cohort. Great energy in the room, informative presentation. We have to leverage data to design remedies. So much opportunity to bring more people on board for African mental health solutions. We're on the right track. Great presentations again. We still have a number of people. Yeah, great tools and presentations. Awesome innovations. Aphrc, again, seems to be carrying the day. Intervention and AI was great. Mental health needs a serious attention. Amazing work is taking place across Africa. I totally agree, ladies and gentlemen. That makes the two of us leveraging AI. Please make your response a bit more informative. We only know what leveraging AI means. So please don't be economical with your information. Yes, give it a little bit, give us a bit more. Excellent questions. I think Prof. Ethel will totally agree with me that there's quite a bit of that. We said we were going to ask those tough questions at the beginning, and we stayed true to the promise. Scaling must be value-based. We are almost there, 36 out of 43. The 7 of you who are still not submitting, please. You know, and you already agreed to submit something. When we get to 40, we will move to the second question. 3 more people to unlock the next step. So profound. I don't know whether it's about me or someone else, but I'll take it. Informative presentations and good work done. Data prize has been a catalytic for ecosystem strengthening. I think let's go to the second question. Dashboards are amazing. Exciting mental health research. So what is the second question, Joel? So what went well? Feel free to tell us what went well. There'll be another question of what did not go well. So please keep this the positive side. Stay on the positive side of the scale. What went well? Wow, great food. Okay, wow. Timekeeping, I agree. Timekeeping, I totally agree. And I think that applies more in the afternoon session, right? Good. Yeah? Wow, timekeeping is really on the... Wow. Guys, please don't copy answers. Try something else. No more timekeeping. Don't submit timekeeping. Submit something else. Oh, we finished on time. Hooray. Yeah, the beach is calling, right? If you can scroll up. Fred has a good sense of humor. No, I disagree. Catherine, my boss, may totally disagree. Yeah. Well, we try. Great questions and answers. Timekeeping and asking relevant and respectful questions. Timekeeping, okay. Respect has been upheld. emceeing was great. That goes to you, Doris. Very well done. Yeah, timekeeping again. I think we're doing very well. Energy in the room was good. I've learned quite a lot. Me too. That makes both of us. 70-something timekeeping compliments. Wow. I totally don't understand. That sounds like South Africanish, you know. Yeah, that's like a slang from Mzanzi. Yeah, that's not East Africa slang. No? Value dialogue after the presentations allowed us to explore the great presentations. All right, good science. I totally agree. Good science in the room. That's what you get when you bring these great minds together, right? Good science is what can only come out of this. Great. AC worked in the afternoon. Hooray, yeah. Let's hope that electricity behaves tomorrow. I think I know who could have said that, but I don't want to out anyone. Yeah, good lunch. Okay, great. Genius minds, wow, strong discussions. Okay, great. And what did not work well? Joel, I think that what can be improved? We've chosen to ask. We would rather ask what can be improved than ask what did not go well. You see? Yeah, I think that's more creative. Beautiful beach. Surely, how can we improve that? I have no idea how to improve that. We can speak to someone, perhaps. Good keynote presentation. Dr. Michael, that goes to you. You gave us the keynote. We appreciate that. The weather, someone loves the weather, actually. No, it can be improved. Again, we don't know how to. Yeah, stop the rains. Wow. You guys have gone off the rails now. Please, let's say things we can deal with. Some sessions can be facilitated to make them more interactive. Format, okay. Okay. Not sure I get that. Yeah, but yeah, let's take that. Closer to the mic for clarity of sound. Speakers, tomorrow, the bar has been set midway. Tomorrow we are moving it higher. Places to visit in Kenya. Guys, we are going to have a networking event this evening. Kenya is broad. Inflation is also high, but I don't think that worries you. Yeah, there are good places to visit as well, especially this side of the world. I think we should have a panel discussion with the policymakers where we can ask them questions. Remind me again, we have a panel discussion, right? That day, so please stick around, whoever wrote this, there's going to be a panel discussion with several, actually. There are going to be several discussions. Keen, I think, is going to be part of... no? You can't just say no, Keen. No, okay, well... okay, well, perhaps. Oh, yeah, actually, we have the panel leader here. Why am I struggling when... Let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Who is in the panel, sir? Yeah, looking at the agenda. Margaret. We have a wonderful colleague called Margaret who's going to be with us here. Certainly not Akin has taken herself out of the equation. So we're going to have that. So there's going to be a panel. Policymakers. We invited some policymakers from, yeah? Okay, Andre, it comes back to you, sir.
What do you want to know about the panel before the time? Yes, we got wonderful speakers. Yes. Stage for the occasion. We've got Michael from African CDC. Yeah. We've got Waringa, of course, and definitely Margaret from Welcome Trust. Yeah. It's going to be very exciting. Great. Yes, so don't miss that session. That's the most important of the entire conference.
Facilitated by himself. Okay, what can be improved? Do we have any other question? No? Okay.
There was like a comment on opportunity to ask welcome some questions on the presentation.
Okay.
It's a shame that we didn't have that, but we are here, so people should just come and ask us questions.
Can you just say what you told me to them?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a shame that we didn't have a Q&A session after our presentation, but we are here the whole week, so please do come and talk to us and ask all your questions. That's partly the reason why we are here. So, but next time we should do a Q&A.
Sylvia, you hear that feedback from a kid. Next time, please make sure there's a Q&A. Okay. So yeah, not just the welcome team are here, but everyone else. We have Mike from Africa CDC. If you want to know everything and anything about Aphrc, you have our very own Dr. Jobutunji at the end there, and we have our Director of Programs Research here, who will tell you anything about everything. And I know something about Aphrc as well, so feel free to come to me, and I can share with you some of my 18 years experience being around that organization. I may know one or two things about the Aphrc as well. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the close of business for today. We still have tea next to the pool, and then you will have an opportunity to have your dinner as part of the package in which you've been signed in. But then we would want you to finish your dinner and come and push down the dinner with some kind of, I wanted to say frothy, but I don't think that's allowed here. So just gonna say whatever that will be, some drinks on the table. There's gonna be some of that. I think that should be the order. I suspect that putting it the other way around may make people miss their dinner, which is not really good for the project as well. Yeah, we only want to pay for dinner that's not eaten. So, Angela, would you like to clarify my statement?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, we advise that you take your dinner first, and then where we had our coffee break, they are setting up our cocktail for today. So we can have that from 8 p.m. and all are welcome.
Great. Consider it networking. The key word is networking. Cocktail is just the part of it. All right. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Any question in the room that needs to be answered before we break? Is there anything that we need to do as we step out of here? Angela, Joel? Nothing. Okay. So you'll be free to head straight to your rooms and arrange yourself. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, see you tomorrow bright and early. We start very early. 8:45, we hope to get going. So see you tomorrow very early in the morning. Bye.